Chat. Oh. Chat, they're scuffed. Chat, he's scuffed. Chat, he's scuffed. Everyone saw this coming. Everyone saw this coming. Chat, he is, in fact, scuffed. I started a little bit of rush because there's a little man. There's a little man who's hanging out in the corner of my room. Let me get some music going real quick. Chat, he's practicing ventriloquism again. Yeah, I'm very talented. I'm very talented. Watch this. Chat, aren't I so talented? Aren't I like so How's everyone doing tonight? Give me a second while I get some music going. Give me a second while I get us some fun OST playing in the background. What do I got? What do I got? Chill Nintendo mix? Perfect. That sounds incredible right now. I could go for a chill Nintendo mix right now. Chat, fuck capitalism, fuck Nintendo, like, as a company, but like, oh, I love Nintendo. Chat, fuck Nintendo, but I love me some Nintendo. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing tonight? It's so lovely to see you all. What if I started barking and biting? Let me go through and say hi to everybody. Welcome on in. Congrats to Lyrie on the first. Hello, Nadia, Wasteland Radio, Gremlin Transmian, Natalie Weiss, Famiami, No Eyes for You. Let's see. Peru.
Oh, shit.
Calcium Compadre, it's wonderful to see you tonight. Jordan, thank you, Chortling Bird, for the resub right there. Gracie Bacon, it's a pleasure. Omega Scales, Some Sort of Sunflower, Bark, Bite. JM, it's a pleasure to see you. Brink _. What's everyone up to tonight? Hello, Katie Rady, Jordan the Kitty, Good Humored Gaming. False start. Listen, it's always a false start with me. It's always a false start with me. Hello, No Eyes for You. Congrats on the first job shift. How'd it go? Eating some burrito. I'll be walking afterwards, so I'll be off stream for a bit. No worries. Take care of yourself first and foremost. I appreciate you being here. Good. Haven't been in a while because of World Cup. I mean, fair. I hope you enjoyed. Chat, I don't know anything about the World Cup, if I can be so honest. Hello, Chortling Bird. Hello, Sinister Mushroom. Hello, Shelfa. Bark, Bite. Celestial Muffin, it's a pleasure. Go into your patches, covering up the scuff part of my leather jacket. I'm so happy with myself. I'm so proud of you, and it is an honor, genuinely. I despise the company Nintendo and their practices. I love their products. Chat, after I'm done catching up with chat, I kind of want to give my Nintendo take. In a second. Hello, Dyslexia Gamer. Lovely to see you. Bark, Bite. Should not chat a whole lot because I have a lot of stuff to do. No worries. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Hello, Mockingbird. Lovely to see you, Peru. No worries about the thing with your friend. Enjoy. Currently playing with the kiln, firing a bronze figure I made. Fancy and exciting. That's honestly really cool. I get free vodka if it's a consolation. I love vodka. So I would be very happy with that. Are you like a bartender or something? Had a total 7 hours of rest for almost 2 days, so I'm a bit tired. Please get some sleep later, I say, as someone who has regularly stayed awake for over 40 hours at a time. Hello, truth-telling puppet, Bark, Bite. Alright, chat. My Nintendo take... Also, hello, Crocodile, Bark, Bite. My Nintendo take, is that people spend so much time complaining about, like, Nintendo for raising the prices of their consoles and games. And whatnot, instead of getting mad at them for the ways in which they've absolutely destroyed game preservation and archival projects, as well as the way they like quite literally left a man in lifelong debt for the crime of doing video game preservation, you know? That's my Nintendo take. I think if we're gonna be mad at Nintendo, maybe we should be mad about them a little bit less because their consoles are kind of expensive, and a little bit more for the fact that they are extremely anti-preservation and has gone as far as putting a man in lifelong debt that he will never pay back. You know? Only care about the cups I can drink from. You know what? Fair enough. Hello, lycanthropic Bye. It's not their fault RAM has been stolen by AI Corps. Yeah, like, you know, the prices of computer hardware have gone up massively, largely thanks to AI companies and other capitalist bullshit. Like, I think the thing to be mad at them about, if anything, is all their reasons. You know, every single time I've heard people talk about boycotting Nintendo, it's been over console prices or whatnot, and never over, like, media preservation or, like, their genuine horrendous human rights violations, you know? No worries, Drakewood. Lovely to see you. Bye bye bite. I know the fight that is trying to quote unquote fix a quote unquote sleep quote unquote schedule. It's never easy. You're doing great. It's lovely to see you in any case. Hello, Yui. Barfer bye bye. Let me get that hydrate. Let me get that hydrate. Let me put some liquid in my body. Boozle is also howling at me to get fed, and I don't know if that's my job to do right now. I don't know. Okay, Boozle has left my room. Give me a second to close my door. Little bastard. Little rat man. He was in here when I started. Alright. Help that poor cat. I'm waiting for word of whether or not he's been fed yet. I don't want to be tricked into feeding him a second time. Sleep is a social construct. True. Hello, egg priority. How's the heat? I'm living. I'm surviving. I'm doing my best. I also helped to get fed. That doesn't, I mean, you know what? Do whatever works, actually. I was gonna say I wasn't sure if that was an effective means, but you know what? If it's working for you, good for you. I do want to apologize for the fact that last stream ended in a little bit of a disaster. My power went out. And it turns out, chat, that the mobile AC unit that I was given in order to, you know, cool things while they work on fixing the actual AC unit, it turns out that that was stressing my, like, local grid so much or some shit, or, like, was stressing the circuits in my room so much, that it caused me to lose power. And it caused several rooms to lose power in the middle of stream. Yeah, shout out to my surge protector for lasting an additional, like, 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes, but like 5 minutes in that situation. Had I known what was happening, I could have fixed it and gotten back in time. But you know what? That's how it goes. So for its worth, I get boots thrown at me often, though. You know what? Fair. In any case, chat, I missed you. Chat, did you know that I missed you? Chat, did you know that I missed you? Chat, did you know? Chat, did you know that I missed you while I was gone? I missed you guys. I honestly, how do I say? It's been making me sad how little I've been able to stream lately. Life has kind of been one thing after another the past couple weeks. After I finished that video, like, it's just been non-stop. And chat, I missed you. Chat, mods, shoot Jordan with a gun. Chat, shoot Jordan with a gun. One person spent a few months in a cave with no sun or clock to go off, and they wound up naturally acclimatizing to a 2 or 3 day sleep cycle. I feel like I'm already living that, you know? I feel like I'm already on that rotation. It's just that capitalism requires me to work on its schedule, and I'm tired of it. To be fair, like, we have genuine evidence that suggests that, like, people have varying sleep cycles and schedules. There are people who are built to be morning people. There are people who are built to be awake most of the night, and that is, like, an evolutionary like, preference that was kind of built into people to make sure that people would be awake in a society no matter what. That you know, not everyone needed to be or should have been awake at the same time in order for best functioning as a society, so that natural variance kind of just exists. But unfortunately, society is built largely to cater to the majority who do have those earlier sleep cycles. And if you don't, if your sleep cycle is different, you're fucked. It's very tiring. I didn't miss you. I was footballing. Fuck you. You know what? I didn't miss Rowan specifically. Chat, I missed you all, but I did not miss Rowan specifically. Rowan specifically can eat grass. Mr. Stinky ass too. Yeah, I'll have you know that I showered before stream. I will have you know that I showered before stream. My hair is still wet because I showered before stream. Roman specifically, go fuck yourself. Do you miss Kayakin at least? Who? Who? What the fuck? Alright. Me and Natural Night Owl spending an hour or more laying in bed waiting to fall asleep as a child. Oh, I've always been like that. For most of my life, I was the kind of person who would need to lay around for 2 or 3 hours before I would be able to fall asleep. I was very frequently just awake late into the night because I could not fall asleep no matter how little sleep I was on. And it turns out, chat, that now that I'm going to bed between 3 to 5 a.m. most nights, I can actually fall asleep. Who'da thunk? Chat, who'da thunk? Hello, Bugsplat. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I can, like, how do I don't know if there's a way for me to show off the fact that my hair is wet without doxing myself. Thank you for the lurk chair. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You know, hello, Crisper Crow as well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I don't know if there's a way for me to do that without doxing myself, unfortunately. Bark, bark, bite, bite, indeed. But chat, I did want to yap a little bit. I went to a punk show last night. It was a folk punk show. A silly little folk punk night held in the back room of a local bowling alley, because that's what we fucking do, I guess. That's what the punks are doing right now. Chat, do you want to know where the punks are? The punks are in the back room of a bowling alley playing a show, I guess. Honestly, the venue kind of went hard. It was my first time at the new location. But it was a couple, like, local Florida-based bands. It was Holding On For Dear Life, Confession Kids, who were, like, one of my favorites, and X Dirty Fingers. Because Confession Kids and X Dirty Fingers are about to go on tour. They're going to be driving all the way up to Canada and back down, which is honestly super cool, and I'm excited for them, and I wanted to, you know, see them all off beforehand. And it's, chat, it is so sweet walking into a venue and immediately having, like, several people greet you by name. Chat, one of, like, the sweetest and most joyful feelings I have had is walking into a venue and having, like, Quill Darling of Confession Kids greet me by name, and then, you know, walking further into the room, seeing another artist, and being greeted again by name. It's such a beautiful experience. It's wonderful. Hell yeah, Maxie, enjoy Sister Wife Sex Strike. They're so good live. I hope you have a great time. I wish Confession Kids was coming to WA. I'll let you know if they ever do. But it's such a joy to me to, like, know these musicians. Hell, Taryn Cody of X Dirty Fingers is, like, the reason I'm on HRT right now. She gave me her personal contact information to help me through the process back when I was, like, considering starting. And it means so much to me that I can walk into a room with, like, these bands I adore and be recognized. It's a really, really nice feeling. You take care, JM. Bye for my bite. God, Sister Wife Sex Striker so good live, though. Literally just went to a punk show in a bowling alley, 1,000 out of 10. Did it happen to be the same show I went to? I'm so curious if this was somehow the same venue. I don't know if you're in Florida. I don't know if you're in Florida. Atlanta's just a little too far for my car, but with the new one I could go to way more stuff, so I'm excited for this year. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I know Confession Kids and Taryn have a stop in Georgia on their way back, but I don't remember where. One sec. Should really look for punk bands in my area? Do it. There might be some good music happening around you. Can I find the actual tour schedule? Because I know it's X30 Fingers tour. There's a band I follow that had a show outside a Taco Bell parking lot. There is a band that I know who recently did a show in the parking lot of a Buc-ee's. I really wanted to go, but I was not free that night. Okay, I found it. So, Confession Kids and Taryn Cody, who is the lead of the band X30 Fingers, are going on tour coming up soon. These are two, like, Florida-based bands that I adore, that have been super influential to me. They're people I am on a first-name basis with, people who I greatly respect. Don't, like, go there and try and find out who I am or anything, but if anyone would be interested in seeing some bands that I enjoy and can vouch for, let me pull up this image real quick. Where did I put it? There it is. All right. If anyone in here would want to see some bands that I love, it happens to be in North Carolina, or near Raleigh, North Carolina, near Brooklyn, New York, somewhere in Quebec, somewhere Toronto, near Washington, D.C., or near Athens, Georgia. There you go. Really cool artists. Very, very cool artists. But yeah, if anyone happens to be in these areas, really, really good artists that I adore and that I owe a lot to. Yes, Stanford Lake is Soulless Fest. I hope you have a good time. I did tell Taryn that I told a couple folks about the Danford Lake show, about Soulless Fest, and that there might be a couple people that I know going. Taryn does not know about my online activities, at least not currently. I am actually planning... Okay. Chat, no one spoil this, but I've got a video essay that I want to work on, eventually, about folk punk and why it is so trans as a genre, why so many of the major trans artists in the folk punk scene post 2016 are trans, and why that shift in the genre has happened. Because like pre-2016, this is not what folk punk looked like. But the more recent revitalization of it has been largely headed by trans voices. And I think that's really fascinating. And one of the people that I plan on interviewing for that video essay is Taryn Cody of Confession Kids, since like we're mutuals on social media, on my personal accounts. She does not currently know about my online activities. She will eventually know. In any case, really good artists that I vouch for. Definitely recommend them. If I had money, I could theoretically make it to Toronto, since I do be a Michiganer. Hey, no pressure. I love these artists so much, though. They're amazing. Then you'll collab with them? Yeah. She will eventually know, he said threateningly. I don't know if you said, oh, AE sent me, if either of them would know, if either, like, Confession Kids or X30 Fingers would know. They know me by name, so. Tee. Oh, no foul? They took the foul back? Wait, are they not doing that date? Let me check. Let me peek at that. Oh, never mind. This is about the game. This is about the sports. Got it. Got it. That was a sports game reference. Chat, I don't know sports game. Chat, I don't know sports. Chat, I don't know sports. Sports game confuse me. Not a big sports guy, chat. Not a big sports guy. What's a sports ball? I don't know. I in fact do not know sports game, chat. Breaking AE news. AE does not know a sports game. AE, not good at sport. I see. Truth-telling puppets. Bowling alley show was in Las Vegas. No, I'm Floridian. Hot take. I don't get why sports are so important for our society. I mean, okay. I think there is value in sports the same way there is value in live music. It is a form of entertainment, wherein we get some amount of pleasure at watching people be good at a task. And I would argue that there is an amount of artistry in learning the rules and perfecting the strategy of a game, including a sport. It's just not my preference. I think that there is value in sports, because it is fun and entertaining and cool to see people be good at a thing. What I don't like about sports is how heavily it is tied to, like, nationalism, and whatnot. That's what tends to bother me. I don't like how heavily sports tends to be tied up in, like, nationalism and similar pressures. I'm not so big on that. Sports ball. I dribble the football to get a hole-in-one. Like, all my love to the sports enjoyers. I'm just not a big fan of the nationalism elements of it, and I don't personally, like, physical effort and acts of athleticism are not the forms of entertainment that I personally find a lot of value with. That's how it goes. I do think, though, that there is nothing wrong with the raw joy of just watching people be good at something they love. Part of why I go to shows is because there's something very magical about, like, watching someone be good at a thing they love on stage and to make art and to be a part of it, you know? To be in the know about it, to experience the spirit of it. Sports do that on a state level too. Pre-Trump, I think people with the same values would fist fight over their own football team's name. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with sports. There certainly are some issues in, like, with the industry at large, and, like, fuck sports betting and all of that crap. It's just gambling. And I don't like the way it intersects with capitalism, but also I have issues with the capitalism of everything. My brain buffered for a second there. What the fuck happened in those, like, 10 seconds I was silent? Also, AE, I would say, AE sent me in Solus Fest if I could, but you said they wouldn't know you by that. Yeah, they won't know me by that. It would be kind of funny, but I don't think they'd know me by that. You can tell them a ginger boy from Florida sent you. You could say a ginger boy from Central Florida sent you. They might know. In college, I did a whole presentation on This Is Why Sports Bad. TLDR, sports good, but everything around sports bad. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I think sports in and of themselves, as, like, watching people perform a feat of athleticism and to be good at something they enjoy, I think that's cool. I just don't like the capitalism and nationalism and culture around it. I would say that as menacingly as possible, beautiful. Pass to your quarterback and get a goal, something like that. Chat, how do sports ball work? Iggy's brain had the little Wii Shop channel buffer wheel for a second. It happens. It happens. I've been a little bit dissociated and overwhelmed lately, and I hate that that's been the case because I haven't even been doing anything particularly strenuous lately. I think I'm just still recovering from the last week's worth of bullshit, you know? I think I'm just still recovering from the last week's worth of everything. And because of that, I am a little bit out of it. A little bit more so than I'd like to be. And that's just life. That's just life. Unfortunately for me, sometimes the universe decides to throw a few obstacles at your way and you're kind of sitting there shifting through the rubble figuring out what the fuck to do. And it's never fun, but it is just part of being a person sometimes. End of July is going to be busy for me. Funk Fest in my city, Solus Fest, then tailing to Toronto to hit a bovine sex club. Sorry, Bovine Sex Club is such a funny fucking name. But no, for clarity, like Confession Kids and X Dirty Fingers are the same artists that are gonna be at Solos Fest that I was like, hey, those are the people I know. But you know. Bovine Sex Club is such a funny name for a venue. That's so good. Had like 5 years of that straight and it was exhausting. Yeah, unfortunately, like, how do I say? It just happens every now and then, and I'm starting to get my feet back under me. Once the AC is fixed, I should be good to go at shit full force again, with the exception that I have to worry about Offkai, which, by the way, chat, I'm going to Offkai. I'm gonna be at Offkai Expo in San Jose, California. Thank you for the Hydrate Gemstone system. How are you doing? I love liquid. I love drinking liquid. I'm so normal. What the fuck? Alright. Used to be a swimmer, and the only two things people think when it comes to swimming is either Michael Phelps or that transphobic, 5th place, what the fuck? I don't fucking know. Swimming is cool. Swimming's cool. I don't know much about it. Like, I don't know much about sports in general. Do not expect me to know anything about sports. I don't. It's not my wheelhouse. It's not, like, in my realm of interests. But live your best life. What do I care? Do what brings you joy and fulfillment. What am I gonna do? Sports ball.
Oh, shit.
Yo, Aurora, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Hello, hello. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi, everybody. I just also realized that I wasn't logged in with my bot. Chat, he's so good at being a streamer. Welcome on in, everybody. Hi, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues here on Twitch, and I make video essays over on YouTube, and I make music, and I'm an artist, and I'm a loud punk bastard. How goes it? What are y'all up to tonight? Everyone on my end, make sure you give some love to Aurora. Wonderful individual, longtime friend of the channel. How are you doing? What have you been Aurora? Final Fantasy IX. Ooh, I need to play more of the Final Fantasies. They're on my list. They've been on my list for a while. I got it. Welcome on in, King. Hee hee hee. Hello, Day. It's so lovely to see everybody. Aurora. It's so lovely to see everybody. Hey, you really need to put out some music soon? I mean, I could pull out my guitar right now. I was hanging out on VC last night, like songwriting with some friends. Teehee. I could pull out my guitar right now if you really wanted me to. Fuck random encounters? Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Chat, sometimes a guy is just a dog. Can't walk for 2 seconds without them, it's very annoying. Do they have an item, like an equivalent of repels or something like that? I hope they do for your sake. Hang in there. And I'm not exaggerating 2 seconds. I believe you. I believe you. And that sounds irritating as all hell. I hope they have a repel equivalent. Nope, no repelling items. What the hell? That's just bad. That's just bad. This sucks when you don't know where to go. Yeah, that sounds very frustrating. I'm so sorry. Hang in there. You're strong and powerful. You can survive. Chat, in case you needed to hear it today, you're strong and powerful. You can best your allies. You're better than them. You are, in fact, better than them. The writing is excellent, though. I love the characters. So the only Final Fantasy that I'm properly familiar with is, of course, Final Fantasy VII. I really want to engage with more of them. It's just kind of been not... I just kind of haven't had the time and space for it, but I would like to at some point. Oh, chat. Chat. I need to feed Boozle. I wish I could take you with me to feed Boozle. I want you guys to hear how... You know what? Give me a second. I had an idea. Chat, I just had an idea. Give me a second. Chat, I'm gonna take you with me on a journey. We're gonna go feed Boozle together, okay? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take y'all on a trip. Okay, y'all are gonna be hearing double for a second.
Let me turn that off so you're no longer hearing double. I'm gonna take you on a journey. We're gonna feed Boozle again, okay? I'm going to just... The regular phone audio. There we go. Alright. How terrible do I sound, by the way? How bad is it? You should just be getting full phone audio. Alright, 1 sec. Yeah? Say that again. Boozle. Do it. Alright, come with me. Come with me, Boozle. Come on. I'm doing what you want. Come with me. Yeah. What's up, buddy? Come here. Yeah, I know what you want. Are you excited? I know it's your favorite part of the day. He's already on his way back to his food bowl. Yeah. You have anything you want to say in the audience? You have anything you want to say? No? Why are you always quiet whenever I put a microphone in your face? The moment I put a mic in your face, you're like, so silent. Alright. Did I get all of it? Almost. There you go. Are you happy? There you go. No more reason to scream at me. Alright, he's been fed. He ate. Me when I transfer my soul to my miniature among you.
He's such an ungrateful little shit, chat. He is such an ungrateful little shit. I love him. I love him so much. Alright. Sorry, I got a text from my roommate that he had not been fed, and I'm like, he needs it. He needs it. Did y'all hear him at all, by the way? Was he audible at all? Because the entire point of that was I wanted you guys to hear him. Oh, sorry, that is the, that's the Fuji Tech thing. The cat is secretly an FBI agent. He knows what to do. God damn it! I want him to meow loudly into the microphone. That is all I have ever asked for. That is all I have ever asked of him, is for him to scream loudly into my microphone. Chat, why does he hate me? Chat, why does Boozle fucking hate me? Why is Boozle so mean to me? What the hell? Actually, I had to turn the audio down because the quality was so bad. Yeah, apologies for that. I had no means of audio testing. I just really wanted to see if I could get Boozle. That's, see, that's his brain sassily saying no. He's a problem. Stage fright. He's a bastard. He's mean to me, chat. He is fucking mean to me. He hates me. I'm convinced Boozle does this to target me specifically, chat. No, I love him. I'd do anything for him. Why is my alt still in the call? I'm not logged into my alt anywhere now. What the fuck? I held to get my dogs to howl, but the baby doesn't howl. He talks through goblin tongue. Boozle, even when I meow at him, won't do shit. He just stares at me. He's a problem, chat. He's an issue. It'll close this up for a minute or two. Yeah. Feel like such a noisy and negative influence on my pets. I try to be kind to Boozle. Boozle is simply the beef bastard. You need to treat him as such. He is a bastard. He is a little bastard boy. He is a little bastard. How are you doing, Wolf Valley Games? Lovely to see you. Hello, Sevilla as well. How are you? Lovely to see everybody. Chat, I am tempted when we hit the hour mark to pull out my hand cam and do some patch subbing stuff, not gonna lie. Potentially do some hand camming, but also we need to still record the last little bit of the commentary track for my video on account of my everything breaking. You know? Love my dogs, they're both so silly, but they are my babies. That's how it goes. Howdy indeed. Hello, Rampage Just a Clone as well. I'm doing alright. Life has been a little bit hectic lately. It sounds like actually the AC should be fixed. I might just have to finick around with the panel a little bit to get everything fully up and running, which is nice. That's beautiful. That means, chat, the biggest things that have been stressing me out and making my life difficult are gone now. And I can actually focus on creating and being a functional person again. Beautiful. Never been called Sevilla, but the pronunciation was really nice. To be honest, I'm gonna be honest, I am so bad at pronouncing people's usernames because I'm usually skim reading. I have to read chat really quickly because streamer moment, and so I frequently mispronounce people's usernames or fail to read the entire thing. I'm doing my best. Gonna go out on a bender and buy more patches in a day or two. I want to do so much more of them now. Do it! It's a lot of fun. I love getting to DIY clothing. It to me brings a lot of joy. I have a couple DIY projects that I want to finish before Off-Kai, because at Off-Kai I want to make sure I look as punk as possible. Yay for AC working now or soon. Now or soon, I'm not entirely sure, but he didn't mean to add Savonia to my username because the first part is always taken. Makes streamers' lives hell when they see my name. Hey, that's just how it goes. I have known the feeling in the past. Rather, okay, I get a lot of people who call me Archivist or call me A online, and I don't have an issue with it, to be clear. But also, that's not my name. It's Archivist or AE, you know? My name is Archivist or AE. I don't mind if people call me A or if people call me Archivist. I'm not gonna get upset about it. Because I know what it's like to be in the streamer seat. I know what it's like to mispronounce people's usernames. I know what it is like to not remember. I know what it's like to give chatters nicknames because you just need to in order to function. But it's not my name. Learned this the other day, but AC units are closed systems, meaning people can't fix them themselves, genuinely unhinged. I mean, the reason that's the it needs to exist basically in a closed loop, almost a vacuum. So the reason that is the case, actually, is because AC units utilize Freon, and Freon is a gas that is under pressure. And if you open the system, all that pressure, that gas is no longer under pressure, and it cannot cool the way that it needs to. They're closed systems because that's how physics work. They are not closed systems to prevent you from fixing them yourself. They are closed systems because that's how physics work. You know? They need to be fully sealed or else they'll be constantly leaking and you'll need to replace or fix them much more frequently. It sucks that people are not taught or given the skills to fix them yourself or anything like that. But when you're dealing with something that intense and that specialized, you kind of do need people who know what they're doing. You could theoretically make them closed but fixable, but that introduces a lot of engineering craft. Yeah, like when they call them a closed system, they're not closed systems to take advantage of you. They're closed systems because that's how physics work. The same thing's true with the AC in your car, actually. My car currently has the AC in my car actually currently has a leak, but when you need to fix your car's AC, you need to, or rather, every like 3 or 4 years, you need to put more Freon in your car because it's nearly impossible to actually close a system like that. To like perfectly seal it. And so there will always be some amount of Freon leak. But my car has a massive leak right now where I'm having to replace the Freon roughly every year. But in order for AC to function, it needs to be air under pressure. Or rather, a specific gas, that being Freon, under pressure. That's just how shit works. It's very complicated. Yes, it is very complicated. I'm giving the simplified explanation. But yeah. Closed system does not mean, oh, it's closed specifically so that you can't fix it. It's a closed system because it's a gas under pressure. And if it was not a closed system, it'd be a lot more prone to breaking down and leaking and having problems. You know, I think I created one of my hottest OCs named Janice, 8'9", 600 pounds, muscle bunny in a red dress. I mean, not my taste, but live your best life, you know? Not my taste, but you have fun. At this point, A is just an honorary Canadian. The color is Canadian, think he's cool. People call him A. The list goes on. Am I an honorary Canadian now? Huh? Like I said, when you feel like addressing the issue, I'm pretty good at car stuff. I appreciate that. I replaced the Freon and put UV indicator in there, literally a few days before my trip up there. But next time it breaks down, I'll definitely ask you. Or if you make it down here in the meantime, I'd appreciate it. That said, no pressure. Hey, if there's ever any bands you like that happen to be playing in Central Florida, hit me up. It's illegal to fix it yourself? Oh! Yeah, the illegal part sucks, but it is a very specialized repair. But yeah, it being a closed system, that's not what that means. Yeah, no rush or pressure also. Like, you know, it's a long trip. Yeah, you get the healthcare card and everything. Not like the card does anything, but still, damn. God, if only. See, I feel so bad for Canadians, because Canadians do have universal healthcare, but it's like the most shit universal healthcare, you know? Canadians get universal healthcare, but it's like the worst version of universal healthcare, you know? No, again, I'm just in a very adventurous part of my life. Noted and valid, keep me in the loop, you know? If Canadian healthcare is worse than Britain, then OMG. We have the shittiest, weirdest, most convoluted universal healthcare ever. Yeah, if I recall correctly, medications are not covered under, like, your universal healthcare. And neither are, like, most specialists and most, like, mental health care, if I recall correctly. I know of open and closed systems, also know adiabatic systems as well. You're totally fine, Stone to GZ. It was just like a, you know, miscommunication. It's good. You too can access 18-month minimum wait times for a 10-minute visit where you get told you're fat and have anxiety. Unfortunately, like I do firmly believe in universal healthcare as a ideal, but the way it tends to be run in most countries is just so horribly convoluted and oversaturated and non-functional. Largely because we still live in a capitalist society, and trying to implement a socialist system in the middle of capitalism is always going to be flawed. But you know, medications are covered here, Ontario, if you're under Triulium, but you still need to file your meds under Trillium. What does that mean? You take care, Drakewood. Bye-bye. And you need to qualify. What does that mean? Painful but true, yeah. Like, I believe in universal healthcare as an ideal, but most existing universal healthcare systems are shit. Largely because of their relationship with capitalism. Hi, Darkwood Rider, how's the heat? Apparently the AC has been fixed, and I might just need to hit some buttons on the thing, so I'm gonna do that during my upcoming ad break. But I'm here, I'm queer, I'm honestly doing okay. I'm doing pretty well. Given I was on my feet all day, I'm doing good tonight. I'm feeling good. Life is alright. I feel really bad for last stream ending in a bit of a shit show with the power outage, but things should be okay now. Wait, you're queer since when? Chat, I like men. I'm so sorry if you had to find out this way. I'm sorry if you had to find out this way. Canadian healthcare is interesting. I've had some interesting stories of it. I've heard of free euthanasia or something. I mean, okay. This is a very heavy conversation to get into, but yeah, like Canada is a country wherein medically assisted suicide is a thing that is available. I'm personally someone who believes the option should be there for people in various situations. Like, I know it is an uncomfortable thing for a lot of people, but I do believe the option should be there, especially in cases wherein people are terminally ill already, you know? It's important to exist, however, is implemented horribly. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not at all disagreeing with the fact that it is poorly implemented as things stand, and that it isn't a heavy, complicated subject. But I do believe it is an option that needs to be there in a lot of situations, especially in cases of terminal illness. You know. When conservatives in other countries point to the quality of healthcare in countries with universal healthcare, when the reason it's like that is austerity policies, and I think there's also something to be said for the fact that it's still existing within a capitalist context. But you know, specific situations I get, but some people just want out of depression. So it's a bad standard. I mean, yes. And in those cases, like, proper support should be available. And unfortunately, a lot of those situations also come down to the fact that mental health care is not nearly as accessible as it needs to be. But, you know. Currently, it's common to deny coverage support to disabled people and mentally ill folk, and made a suggestion instead. Yeah, and that's terrible. Don't get me wrong. That is horrific. I do believe, however, it is a thing that does need to exist for people in certain scenarios, and it is important to be maintained as a right. But you know. To answer your question, in Ontario, if you are of a certain income bracket, you pay a little fee in tax season to get your meds covered under a program called Trillium. Got it, okay. Understood. Yeah, but what it sounds like is that the majority of people still don't get their meds covered under Canadian universal healthcare, which is horrific. Like, okay. AE fun fact, chat, the medication I'm on, if I was uninsured, would cost me over $700 a month. Just throwing that out there. If I did not have insurance, the medications that I am on would cost over $700 a month. Just need to throw that out there. I pay currently $70 a month with insurance. Just putting that out there. My ADHD meds are mostly covered, my medications for my physical disabilities are not, which is evil, and I want to punch the doctors for that. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. Shave the fops for charity events! The doctor must file your meds with the Trillium, which is how I dropped 200 in my stupid powder inhaler. Yeah, and I'm so sorry you have had to deal with that. That's horrific. I don't know how y'all do it down there. I mean, under insurance, it's only $70 a month. I fear the day I no longer have insurance. I don't know what I'm gonna do then. Cause like, I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm at a point mental health wise where I could handle not having my antipsychotic, but I need the others, you know? I'm at a point where I'm incredibly well managed with my psychosis and delusions and whatnot. That I don't think I need it for those. I've been forced a couple times to take breaks, and like as long as I have my mood stabilizer and I'm not put in absurdly stressful situations, I'm able to function. But I definitely need my mood stabilizer and my ADHD meds. And also my my fucking, what's it called? My vitamin D supplement, because I don't fucking... Chat, my body doesn't produce vitamin D. I don't know what's wrong with me. My skin doesn't do the thing. Hello, Nick's Paradigm. How are you doing today? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Glad your insurance is working somewhat for you. Yeah. For clarity, I do not get my HRT is not covered by insurance. Chat. The only thing for my transition that I've had to pay for are the needles. I'm very lucky. I'm incredibly lucky. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Congrats to the people who are into the sports ball game. I hope you're all enjoying your sports ball game. I'm glad to see people enjoying their sports ball game, even if it's not my cup of tea. Have fun. We like socialism. I think socialism is cool. I'm a bit more of an anarcho-communist, but like I you know, I get it. My thing is, how do I say? My issue with a lot of socialist policy is very frequently it focuses too heavily on electoralism, and it tends to be very content to just try to shove socialist solutions into an existing capitalist system without actually tearing down like the root problems that are causing everything to be shit. You know? You know. E, why did you trap me in a giant CRT with MatPat? I just feel like y'all would get along, you know? I just feel like you would get along. But yeah, my thing is like, you can't just shove socialist systems into the mess that is capitalism. I feel like we are at a point where we need to rework the system from the ground up. But that's just me. Hello, Celador. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I see the merits of, like, socialist thought. My other thing is a lot of socialist policy requires big overarching government. And I will never trust any government, even one that claims to have my best interest at heart. I'm sorry, I am far too anti-authority and paranoid and disabled for that. Speaking of, might need a source for myself soon, depending on how she's feeling about things at the moment. No worries. I hope everything's okay. I can definitely get you some info if you end up needing it. I hope everything's alright. Huh? Consider myself a libertarian socialist for a while, sort of considered myself a broad front leftist, which is so fair. Like, I'm definitely an anarcho-communist, but I am happy to work with and collaborate with other leftists, even if I have my critiques. I think our core desires and focuses need to be, as things stand, on disrupting fascist and capitalist forces as they stand, and before we even worry about what comes after. But that's also my perspective, you know? Also, our universal healthcare was better when Tommy Douglas first pushed legislation. Like, it wasn't perfect, but it covered meds and I think dental. It sucks that the system's been degraded. Do 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 do. I'm a socialist, but I don't believe in elected leaders. Only people should decide what happens to the government. My thing is, like, you still, how do I say? Because you can have direct democracy, but there still need to be, like, the systems in place for counting and measuring these things and the people who make the choices on how those things are managed. And that's a big conversation. Hi, Boof Dip, over my bite, how are you doing? I hate how British politics is terrific for minorities 1 second and really fucking funny the next. The biggest fascist in our country could lose an election to a man, who is a bin. I don't know what that means. Sorry, I'm a little silly. I don't always know words, but, you know. Hello, Vexcala as well. Oh, okay. Understood. My bad. How do I say, like, yeah, fuck so much about the UK. Fuck so much. There's so much about the UK that I'm like, fuck you. For so many reasons. I'm kinda, chat, I'm really sick of, like, queer and left-leaning, like, liberals and whatnot in America acting as though the UK is something to admire and is all that much meaningfully better than the US, because it really isn't. If I can be so bold. Enjoy your lurk, Peru. Bark for my bite. You know, not going there after YouTube. Oh well. Aurora. Like, it's bad. It's bad. Aurora. Conquerors and butchers have to admire about them, and have their own fucking rise of fascism currently ongoing and all that. Speaking of, I think I'm leaning more and more towards my next video being the video about how you cannot outrun fascism. I'm leaning more and more towards that being what I do next. I'm not fully set on it. I need to do a little more thought and analysis and talking to people. I need to start my research phase. I think the moment I'm really going to be set is when I start researching for these 2 videos, and it's whatever I start to, like, come to a outline of quickest based on my research. But we'll see when we get there. Hello, Ginger Toffee, bye bye. Pup's looking forward to her day off tomorrow. Enjoy it. Best thing that's happened here lately is a retired politician who was homophobic, transphobic, and like conversion therapy dying a few days ago. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm a narco-syndicalist, however, I would say my origins as a Machiavellian give me less we can reason with them approach than most of my colleagues. Real and valid. No, and I fuck with anarcho-syndicalism heavy. I'm just a little bit less familiar with, like, the means and methods in that, you know? Like, the term I use for myself is anarcho-communist, but I fuck heavy with anarcho-syndicalism as well, if that makes any sense. I just don't have as much research and basis in these specific means and methods there. I would argue, like, syndicalism is primarily just a very specific means of reaching the same goal that I carry, you know? It's relevant given the times, but I don't have the proper perspective to know what you should do on that front. I just need to start doing my research. I just need to start doing my research. I'm gonna make the argument that the Democrats have been conservative light for a long fucking while, like since Obama, if I can be so brazen, but you know. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Like, the Democratic Party has been conservative light for a while. I have friends who say anarchism is terrible for big societies. Is that true? Not necessarily. And a lot of that comes from misunderstandings of what anarchism is. Some systems for anarchism are going to like function better on a large scale than others. It really, really depends on the specific structures we build, but like, not necessarily. I will say I'm someone who wants to see a world that is less heavily industrialized. I don't think we need to live in a world where we are mass producing so many goods, and I think we'd be better abandoning a fair deal of that to focus more on things that are made to last and produce at higher quantities or higher qualities for lower quantities and whatnot. I want to see people existing more in touch with their communities. I think we can stand to lose a lot of a good deal of the industrialism and whatnot. But hello, One-Eyed Ghost Kid. Also, ad will be hitting soon. Large societies can absolutely still thrive under anarchism if things are organized properly. You know? I want to live in a world where the majority of people's food is coming from their communities, where possible, you know? Like, I want to live in a world where people know where their food is coming from and are in tune with those processes and shit. I think so much gets solved when people actually are aware of where their things are coming from, and the work that goes into them. But in any case, we can make things that last 100 years with the corporate machine demands turnover and profit. And it's this very exhausting cycle. It's this very, very exhausting push end cycle. How do I say? Companies that make products that last are very frequently short-lived and tend to fall in comparison to companies that make things that are cheap because they cannot continue to profit in the long run. The line can only go up for so long if you actually bother to make things that last. I do need to, real quickly, check on the AC. I'll be back in just a moment. Chat, I have AC again. It's a miracle. Chat, I have AC again. It's a miracle. give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab something. It's a Christmas miracle. Sorry, Boozler gets really upset if there isn't someone in the same room as him while he's eating. So I had to go over and trick him into thinking I was in the same room as him while he was eating. Alright. The AC working feels akin to a boozle encounter in chat. Y'all do not understand. It has been a hell of a week. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, give me a second. I grabbed myself a little bit of a treat. As I've said 1,000 times, farmers are so deadly important to leftist movements, both because farmers might be the group of people who suffer the most from capitalism, but also because leftist theory doesn't work without agriculture. Nothing does, yeah. Same with people who know how to make and fix things. Same with people in the trades. There are so many people in, like, rural communities who hold leftist values but don't really know how to give them name. And very often we have a tendency to drive those people off, and I think it's really important to meet them where they're at and to, like, advocate for them and to push policy and push for a world that helps them too. You know, like, the people who produce your food are not your enemies. You do not want them to be your enemies. Hello, Kitchenar, for my bite. Alright. Alright. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Let me catch up real quick. The Dems suck, the libs suck. Don't let them fool you into thinking that their centrist policy is to create more votability. It's because they're appeasing their corporate donors. They become a party of status quo, and they're losing. They know they're losing is one of the most fascinating parts of it, honestly. If you try to keep the current nation's borders, it would get troublesome, but if we do more coalitions of communities and let the necessities dictate the size of it, may work better. And also, it's really important to acknowledge, whenever we talk about anarchism, the experts who currently manage systems and like the important parts of our society aren't going to disappear, you know? The pharmacists who have the skill set and knowledge to manufacture and distribute your medications don't disappear. The librarians who have the skill set necessary to preserve information and to maintain it are not going to disappear. Everyone who currently exists who has the skill set to manage these systems is still going to be there under anarchism. And there may be a little bit of a troublesome adjustment. I acknowledge that. I imagine a move towards a leftist society will see growing pains, but they're still gonna be there. Hello, kinda strange. Welcome on in, mods. Can we get a shout out? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm a loud punk bastard here on the internet. I'm an anarchist, a leftist, a bastard. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. How goes it? Lovely to see ya. Welcome on in, Pastel Bear Animations. Everyone on my end, give Kinda Strange some love. A fellow leftist content creator, and though we may be of slightly different persuasions, still someone who I respect and appreciate. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. We're currently yapping about anarchism and leftism and how much we're fucking tired of the Democratic Party and its bullshit. How goes it? Hello, Araya as well. Hi. Hello, Kinda Human as well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. Oh, I have AC again. Chat, should I change the stream title now that I have air conditioning again? Apparently, I have air conditioning like as of a couple hours ago. It's beautiful. I'm so happy to have AC again. I am genuinely so happy to have AC again. We're living, we're thriving or something. Yes, I've had for those who have been out of the loop, I've had no air conditioning for the last week. For the last week, chat. Mind you, I live in Florida. It's been a week. It has been a hell of a week. Was streaming some Papa's Pizzeria while high? That sounds miserable. I'm glad you're okay. Okay, anytime I have tried to play a video game while high, it has been a very rough time. The last time I tried to play a video game while high was unbeatable, and I had to give up after about an hour. I was in another world. I was in another world. It was fun for a while. Hey, it's fun at first, and then you get too high, and now you don't know how to hit buttons anymore. That's my experience anyway. You lived in the tropics during a heat wave. How are you alive? I'm not chat. I don't know if you've forgotten, or you know, maybe you're new around here. Chat, I'm not killable. You can't kill me. Chat, I can't die. I'm simply too good. Chat. You can't. I'm too good. You can't kill me. I'm too resilient for my own good. Chat, I got investigated by the FBI and I'm still here. I escaped homelessness and I'm still here. What else have I been through? Shit. Fuck. I don't know. One time a guy trying to dox me showed up at my previous address. That was cool. He's the main character of the universe. Chat, I'm like a cockroach. Listen, I'm an immortal fae beast. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Chat, you can't kill me. You got betrayed by some close friends. I mean, yeah, but that's all just kind of standard shit that happens to most people at some point in their life, you know? Like, I'm not special for that. I'm special for getting FBI investigated. I don't fucking know. Usually a lot better with multiplayer games with friends. Absolutely. And hey, if you ever want to get high in game, hit me up. My schedule is always a little too busy for my own good, but I'd love to find some time someday. Doxing is loser behavior. Yeah, absolutely. Chat, if you dox anyone, fuck you. If you dox someone and they're not like... Nah. Chat, if you dox anything short of like an active pedophile, fuck you. Low-key. Not a fan of doxing. Wait, with me and my party is moving. That'll probably happen to me at some point. Ayo. Nah, I got FBI investigated last year, and it was an interesting experience. I ended up in a interrogation room, like actually getting fucking sat down and interviewed by the FBI, and it was fucking terrifying. What had happened is some people were impersonating me online and posting threats in my name. Yeah, true story. It wasn't even necessarily for anything I did or said. It was because of some people online who were impersonating me in an effort to intentionally get me investigated and probably to either scare me off the internet or get me killed. And it didn't work. I'm still here. But it was quite terrifying, actually. It was genuinely terrifying. Why are people like this? I don't know. It was really, really scary. It was a really rough thing to go through, and I have no doubts that the FBI are still keeping tabs on me, given I am an overtly leftist creator and someone who is very involved in politics in my local community, in ways that I do not publicly discuss for my own safety. I firmly believe, like, the FBI are still keeping tabs on me, but, you know. I lived! You can't kill me! The point is that you can't kill me. The point is that I'm too good. The power structure's the big reason? Yeah, pretty much. Who helped you get out of that room? I helped myself. I'm gonna be honest, chat, don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the cops. Hell, don't even talk to the FBI. That said, I had video evidence of where I was at the time. And very, like, thorough documentation on everything. So, you know. Don't talk to the cops. I'm not proud of myself for, like, fucking, entertaining the conversation at all, but I was actively in a fucking investigation room and literally had case-breaking evidence that, like, disproved any involvement in my part on the core things that they were investigating me for. So, you know. I'm also too hot to die. This is true. I'm also too hot to die. Those people at the very least never getting laid. God, I hope so. God, I hope you're right. Hello, but for my mind, does anyone else, like, glowing right now? Aurora. Does the streamer mind if I gush about a woman I've been talking to? Yeah, feel free. I don't mind. Be gay. Be gay. You're allowed to be gay in my chat. Kind of strange, you're a friend of the channel, and also everyone's allowed to be gay in my chat. It's okay. They look at me like I'm a problem when I get stopped, real. Chat, don't talk to the cops, but, you know. We love someone who's confident in themselves. Like, oh, I'm very, how do I say this? I do have a lot of self-confidence. Oh, that's a lie, actually. I do not have self-confidence. It's mostly performance. Here's the thing, chat. The trick to being confident, genuinely, I hate all of the fake it till you make it kind of shit. Like, I don't like the rhetoric, and I know it's exhausting and tiring, but if you want other people to think you're cool, you have to pretend that you think you're cool. And eventually, enough people will start thinking you're cool that you start to believe it yourself. I, last night, went to a punk show and I walked in feeling like shit. I was hating life. Everything was miserable. And then a couple of the artists greet me by name and I start chatting with them. And as I'm leaving, like, they're joking around with me. One of them's like, hey, looking for any merch you don't own already? We're yapping, we're chatting. One of the artists, like, shoves me all of her new stickers. She's like, oh, have you gotten our new stickers yet? Cause, like, these people know who I am. And I left thinking I was cool as fuck. Because these other people think I'm cool as fuck. It's the secret. Also, hello, Orleans. Met this older woman, who is also a communist and gorgeous. Went to a bar for the first time with her. Kept playing with my hair and we kissed a few times. Aw, that's gay. Chat, point it kind of strange and called her gay. Chat, that's gay. Nah, I'm so happy for you. I hope it goes well. I hope that turns into whatever it is you want it to be. Be that a relationship or something casual. I hope it works out for you. Act like the person you want to be, very true. Can't just stop imagining an FBI agent watching a VTuber Twitch stream every now and again thinking they'll see like IED instructions or something. Oh, they had watched my content, by the way. The FBI had in fact watched my content. The FBI had in fact watched my content. I know for a fact that they had watched my stream because I offhandedly, in the middle of this, made a joke about like a specific bit that was really prevalent in my content at the time and they got it. Coolness is one of the top fake it till you make it things actually works for. Yeah. I will say, like, self-confidence and coolness, you do to a certain extent have to fake it till you make it, you know? Gauge wine time? You are cool, the king of transmit. Something along those lines. King of weird boy adjacent dog things. So I spend a lot of time in the woods, lets you think about yourself and other shit. Also valid, you know? We being gay in here? I'm sold. Chat, I love being gay. How are you doing, Fuse? Bark, bark, bite, bite. He a fan? Chat, I don't think I want an FBI agent to be a fan of me. Hey, FBI agent, if you're watching, quit your job. It'll make you cooler. It's very gay and damn, this is amazing. Pup wants something like gay. I hope you all get whatever gayness you're looking for. I'm gonna wear my collar next time we go out. Hey! Aw, poor little puppy thing. Arrgh. Dear FBI man, if you're reading this, got scared by a spider on the toilet. Good luck with the drive, Tortling Bird. You got this, Things are going alright, definitely, Fuse. I have air conditioning again. I have AC again. It's great. FBI now. Hold on, can't talk. Gotta watch my Yoshi. Honestly, just acted like, tough to be cool. Honor if you'd be with me. I mean, you do have to be careful not getting too far with it, but my fear with gaining confidence is that there's two extremes. No self-confidence and self-deprecating and narcissistic, egotistical brat. How do I say? Like, there is a point of ego where it is a problem. Don't get me wrong. Okay, here's what I'll say. Chat, a little bit of self-deprecating humor here and there can be funny. If you over-rely on it, people will start to see you as pathetic and view you poorly in the ways you view yourself. It is beyond a certain extent, self-deprecating humor does stop being charming. It is how do I say, a balance that is very difficult to hit. I lean into the boy failure energy every now and then, but I have like had to tune how much I do that because yeah, there's a certain extent to it which makes me relatable and silly and endearing. But if you go too hard on it, it just becomes kind of pathetic. And not in a cute way, you know, not in the way where I simp for pathetic men because I want to watch them cry. FBI agent with a degradation kink. I love when he says a cap. That's so good. No. I can't imagine what it's like down there right now. It's been like 95 to 100 out recently. It's been hot. That said. So, you know, too far with the self-deprecation, it stops being cute and it starts being, you know, pathetic and not in the hot way. But you can also go too far in being confident. If you portray yourself as too egotistical, you will come across that way. There is a balance to be hit there. But to a certain extent, you just need to get good at like thinking of yourself as cool and chill, projecting an amount of confidence. Like you need to walk into a room and convince yourself that you belong and pretend that you belong enough that people like you. I go out to punk shows dressed loudly and overtly punk. I make it very clear that I belong. Sure, I stand in the corner of the room, but I have a presence and and intentionally position myself in a way that makes it clear that I belong. And then people approach me because they can tell I belong. They can tell I'm a local. They can tell that I'm here a lot. They recognize me. I'm dancing, I'm moving, I know the music. It's clear that I am someone who is familiar with this space. And through that process, I am given the status of coolness. And now I know that I'm cool as shit, actually. I also am just objectively attractive. It's a skill, but it's one that you have to learn. Hello, Transnipe, or bye-bye. It's hard to feel like I belong sometimes. Had a rough run in the ballpark, but I try. And it's a forever learning curve. It gets better with time, I promise. You'll get there. I promise, like, there is a balance to be hit, but as long as you don't go too far in either direction, you'll be okay, you know? There's a very broad open space between the two ends of being way too self-deprecating and being way too egotistical. And you can find that space. Finally got a haircut recently, absolutely game changer. Also true, yeah. Straight up, like, there is a certain extent to which you do gotta put effort into your appearance and whatnot, but yeah, straight up. You're a pocket pet to me, pathetic and small, but enjoyable. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10" and a problem. I'm 5'10" and people at furry conventions ask me to bite them because they think I'm hot. You know? Lost a lot of myself to the soul-sucking grind at McDonald's. I can imagine. Why are you so tall? Suffer. 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 That's for me to know and you to wonder. Chat, I'm feral tonight. Chat, I'm feral tonight. We ignore the fact that you're taller than me, you're my pocket monster. Okay, screw you. He stole my inches. I could make a much worse joke right now. Don't tempt me. Between that and eyeliner, I'm unstoppable. Mom said my new haircut makes me look like a lesbian. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta find something. I gotta find this. Sorry, I was going to go look for a specific, like, DM. 1 second. Chat. Rather, I was looking for a specific message because I wanted to pull up an image. But I see I have a message request from an account I don't know. And I decided I'm gonna real quickly check the message request and see if it's urgent before I go find the image I'm looking for. As one does, that's a pretty normal thing to do as a streamer, you know? Nothing out of the ordinary. So I open up this DM from this random account. I presumably just joined my Discord. Mods, I'm gonna ask you to go look into this account and ban them in a second. Unless they very quickly speak up and clarify that this was a joke. Hi Archivist, I was watching your stream earlier and really enjoyed your energy. I especially liked your mention something specific, like the game, a funny moment, or their interaction with chats. Sorry. Bro forgot to fill it in. No. Oh, poor thing. Oh, poor thing. Oh. So ChatGPT, but they didn't even read the response. All right. Let me find the thing I was actually looking for. Oh, all right. I'm normal. Chat, I'm normal. God, sorry also that I've been laughing so much, like, higher pitched and more erratically than usual. I don't know what's up with that, but I'm normal, I promise. Anyway. Fan art sent, I'll peek at it in just a second. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll look at the fan art in a second. I just need to, like, you know, on the note that I am objectively attractive. Oh, hello, my secret alt account. Why are you showing up here? No one needs to know the profile picture of my secret alt account. Why are you still here? In case anyone's ever questioned if I'm actually hot, or if I'm just talking out my ass with that. Just in case anyone has ever been like, does AE mean it when he says he's hot? Yes. Ayo, chat, not your dog. I am in fact objectively attractive, just in case anyone needed to know. Alright. Sorry, I had to. I love myself, is the problem. I love myself a little bit too much. Can you believe you don't have a tail IRL? I do, actually. It's just behind me, you know? I love how I can see the height in the pic. Yeah, I'm 5'10", just in case anyone needed to know. I'm hot. See. I like that there's gay people in my chat. Y'all, it's really funny when there's gay people in my chat. Shout out to the gays. Shout out and appreciation to the gays. Big enjoyer and appreciator of the gays. I'm trying to see if I can zoom into this one without it causing problems. Bad quality photo, but the other fit that I wear a lot is this one. That's my other punk fit. Big punk boy. You get a glimpse of the hand-sewn trans flag in my background as well. A friend sewed that for me herself. Teehee. Anyway. Being gay is awesome. What do you mean I want to light on the chest of men and women? Totally not. Listen, I love being punk. Being punk is great. Such an awesome outfit, thank you. I love my DIY, I love my punk shit. I like being punk. I think punks are hot, like regardless of gender. I view punk to be a very core component of my gender. In so many ways, my gender is punk, and I fucking mean that. But like, punks are just hot. Gender doesn't even matter in the equation. Punks are just hot. Punk sexual, punk gender, yeah, basically. Only half joking with that, you know. Being punk is so cool, need to do better with my outfit choices. Hey, you'll get there. It's a learning curve. You'll figure it out. Teehee, teehee. I'm gonna be at Off-Kai and I'm very, very excited for it. Off-Kai is gonna be incredible. How much 2000s punk were you raised on? I was not raised on any punk, actually. I found this shit myself. It was about a decade ago. I was, I think, 15 or so when I started listening to and engaging with the music. I might have been 14. Time's not real. I was 14, fuck. 14 turning 15 when I got into punk, into the music, particularly into folk punk. I wasn't raised on it. It was stuff that I found myself and built an identity around. It's become a very, very core part of my identity. Comedy punk is one of my favorite aesthetics. Strange, you would adore a friend of mine in the local punk scene. I think you would love his vibes. One sec, I'm trying to remember exactly what the name of the style of hat is because I have a horrible memory. One sec. My memory is shit. Yeah, I don't know. Remember, AE was baby in the 2000s? Also true. I was, in fact, baby. Metalheads can also be pretty hot. Metalheads can be pretty hot. Absolutely. I've met some pretty chill metalheads. Most of the metalheads I've met have been chill. Barker by might. Second picture gives could punch me in the face and I would say thank you energy. Good, I will. Bet. When and where? Same fellow 2000s baby. I was born in 2001 for anyone who needs to feel old. I'm doing psychic damage to everyone over the age of 25 right now. You know what? I'll make it worse. I was born after 9/11. Hope it's okay if I tell your chat about my party. Yeah, I don't mind. You're totally good too. Like I encourage people to get involved in leftist activism, even if it's not like my exact brand. You know. I think we have more in common than we have apart in many situations. Things, zoomers, teehee, suffer. Wowie, thanks for making me feel old. Teehee. I know VTubers even babier than AE. Chat, it scares me that like I'll go out to shows and I'll meet people who were born in like 2005 and they're adults. It scares me. It scares me. Like, how do I say this? I go to a lot of shows, I interact with a lot of people, and I'm really, really bad at judging people's ages off of appearance. So I have to wait until they drop context clues about, you know, their life. And it's so frequent, like I'll be chatting with someone at a show, and I'll ask them what they do for work, because that's a pretty good litmus test. And I'll have a lot of people drop that, oh, they're in college. Or even worse, that they just started college. And I go, oh god, I'm talking to like a 19-year-old. Yeah, feel free, Strange. You're all good. You're all good. I was born in 2025 and I graduated high school years ago. Yeah, that scares me. That scares me. And the worst part of it is, chat, people very frequently assume me to be like 19. So I will have these like 19-year-olds come up to me at a show thinking I'm like their age. And I'll have them like start flirting with me and shit. And then I find out that they are like 19 and I'm like, this very quickly changes the dynamic. Welcome to how it felt when I was at a bar years ago and someone was flirting with me. They were born in 2001. I felt old and they were 19. Like, I appreciate it, and when it comes with folks who are on the younger end at shows, like, I'm chill to, like, maintain a more distant friendship. I'm chill to say hi to each other at shows. If they need someone to walk them to their car, I will happily do that. I have, like, sat out on the curb and helped people wait for their Ubers or whatnot. I will happily help out my younger punks and make sure that they are safe. It makes me really uncomfortable when people under 21 flirt with me. But yeah, anyone who is interested in Marxist-Leninism, feel free to give What Kind of Strange is working on some love or a peek. Just realized people born in the Obama administration can now join the army, and I feel my demise. I'm so sorry, Araya. A's big brother instincts again, yeah. I literally, like, from the moment I started going to shows, I have been the older brother figure that people come up to like, ask for help. It was my third ever show when I had, like, this younger guy come up to me and was like, hey, I've never been to the city before, I need help finding my car, and I spent the next 20 minutes helping him track down his car. I've helped people, like, I've waited with folks for their Ubers, I've helped make sure that they get where they need to be safely, and I'm happy that I can fill that role. But Jesus Christ, people keep assuming I'm 19 and flirting with me. I unfortunately have a baby face. I have the opposite problem. People thought I was told to not bother showing my ID at 19. I'm so sorry, Ginger Toffee. God, how am I 27 in a month and a half? I'm going to be 25 in a couple months and I'm scared. I need to go out more clearly. You should. Get out there a little more often, you know? As someone who's currently that age and looks younger than I really am, I get scared of being approached by younger people when I age. Also on stream, you definitely don't come across as 19. Oh, I know. On stream, people tend to assume that I'm like 25 to 30 just off of the way I talk. A lot of people get very surprised when they find out that I'm, you know, on a little bit younger than they expect. And that's been the case for as long as I've been doing this. It's just because I'm relatively well-spoken and seem put together, even though I'm not put together. But I do have a baby face, unfortunately. So, a conservative say that anti-Italianism is a core pillar of Marxism today. Huh? Huh? Chad, some people are living in, like, an entirely different universe, it feels like. Working on it, big time, reestablishing my self-confidence has helped. Hey, and I'm proud of you, genuinely. I'm very, very proud of you, Gracie. You're doing amazing. See, an unfortunate fact that I have had to acknowledge more and more often is, like, there are a lot of people whose base facts and assumptions of reality are so different from mine that there is no point trying to have a conversation with them. You know? There's a lot of, like, it is just not worth trying to have a conversation with many political opponents, as much as I hate to admit it, because their base assumptions and facts of reality are very different, and if you do not take the time to sit down and have a conversation and correct those base assumptions of reality, you're not going to be able to get anywhere. And I don't fully know how to navigate that, but I'm also a guy on the internet, so, you know. But it's fun to mock them. See, I'm too nice. I have this problem where I'm too nice. And I need to get more comfortable with like being aggressive and being meaner. I genuinely think I would be more successful as a content creator if I was more comfortable with like dissing people on social media or being mean every now and then. But I'm too nice and I feel like I need to have the moral high ground. It is a problem. I actually have seen people be anti-Italian in the modern day, but it's always the ultra-reactionaries who believe in, like, 19th century racism. Which, yeah, like, don't get me wrong. There are the rare occasions wherein it exists, but it's not at all the kind of systemic thing that the, again, handful of minority seem to believe it is. A is too pure for this world. I would call him a doo-doo head and cry for an hour straight. He would call him a doo-doo head and cry for an hour straight. Okay, I'm not that much of a baby. But I do have the problem wherein, like, I, one, get very anxious being aggressive with people online, and two, I want to be charitable to people. I want to believe that I can, do the right thing and push people in better directions by displaying kindness and whatnot. I want to believe that in most situations there is value in maintaining a more objective framework and letting myself be guided by kindness. And I've spoken before about how like anger is an emotion I don't really know how to feel. The way that I grew up and was raised, I genuinely was never taught how to learn or experience emotion, and it's an emotion that has been so heavily suppressed in me that I still struggle to access it to this day. It is a problem that holds me back. I acknowledge that this is not necessarily a good thing, and I am increasingly having to acknowledge that, like, a lot more often, or rather, more often than I want to admit, there is no value trying to do so. And that sometimes the better option is just to be the asshole. Endless love for the workers, hatred for the oppressors, my mantra. No, and that's real. I wish I was better at hating people. And it's a thing that I am working on. I'm so driven by love and hope. You know? See, I don't find being an asshole fun. You can start by blocking people, chat. I have 0 accounts blocked on Blue Sky. I hate the idea of being too aggressive by risking looking like an awful person. The risk is always there, and yeah, Kindness definitely does a better job. Yeah. I operate in dialectics, you see, and that's valid, genuinely. And, like, how do I say? I want to get better at allowing myself to be more mean and aggressive, if for nothing other than the fact that more extreme and less nuanced notions tend to perform a little better on, like, Blue Sky, and for, like, how do I say? For the sillier moments, but I'm not very good at feeling anger as things stand. It's a thing that I want to get better at. True, I realize, wait, this person's already decided that I'm an artist for being a leftist. Very well, I'll play my part. Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm trying to get better at. At the very least, seeing it from a performance angle, you know? At the very least, I want to be able to see it from the angle of performance. Twitter's much higher highs and lower lows. I despise Twitter. I only keep my account around for this situation wherein people like want to DM me and don't have alternatives. I post my schedule on there and that's it. I've considered starting to use it again just for the fact that there is unfortunately a lot of audience on there, but also is that the audience I'm trying to go after? But also I want to do this full time. It's a complicated back and forth. To be serious, I agree with you on being nice and polite, because in general, you won't win over the people you're arguing with. The people seeing the combo will agree with you. Like, in most cases, I still want to be nice, but I need to be a little bit better at being angry, you know? I had the opposite issue as a child. I've talked about this before. I've literally had to get therapy, wherein I was put in front of a punching bag and intentionally, repeatedly triggered into anger or into enough upset, to try and emulate anger, and I still struggle with it. It's a thing. Call me a pacifist. If you anger me, I'll pacifist across your face. Like, obviously, I am going to fucking kick the Nazi out of my local scene, but I'm just far more driven by a desire to protect my community out of love than anything. I don't know. Chat, shout out to the time I had a post blow up on Liberal Blue Sky. Shout out to the time I had a post blow up on Liberal Blue Sky. It was a fascinating experience. I made a post talking about how, like, you can't outrun fascism. Sure, you can buy yourself a couple years, maybe a decade if you're lucky, by fleeing the country or whatnot, but you are abandoning a lot of people who need aid in those situations. A lot of people can't leave, and if fascism is not fought back against where it starts, then it will fester and spread. We are seeing, you know, rising fascist movements in so many countries that are taking notes on what is happening in the US. Etc, etc, etc. And I had a lot of, like, specifically rich, wealthy liberals in my comment section talking about how, like, no, actually I did it and life is better and I don't have to worry about anything anymore. And I'm like... Huh? Huh? And also a lot of people who didn't know what the words direct action mean, you know? Who blew up your post? With what explosive? With my own gun or some shit, I don't know. Okay, sure, whatever, buddy, yeah. Has anyone else met a great friend via conflict at first? I'm not sure if I have, honestly. People don't know how to not sometimes, yeah, straight up. I'm like, damn, glad life's working out for you. I'm poor. And also disabled, and also transgender. I think we live in very different realities here. You know? I think we live in very different worlds. Can I find that post? Can I find that? Funny story, a friend of mine met her BFF at punching a milk tooth out of his mouth. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Chat, I was just reminded via my own Blue Sky account that the doctor caught early signs of glaucoma the other day. What is my life? I forgot that happened. What is my life? Should be able to search up people's posts in their profile, including your own. Oh, you can. You can. I just don't remember what wording I used. What's glaucoma? Glaucoma is a condition wherein damage to the ocular nerve causes loss of peripheral vision, eventually resulting in blindness. Anyway, moving on. Please no second eye patch. Yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be bad. I would like for that to not happen. I don't know if I can find this post of mine. It was like months ago at this point. It was months ago. Double eye patch. I think that's just called being legally blind. Yeah, at this point, it's a very long ago post, but it hit over 1,000 likes. I think it's my most liked post ever. Should we do the biochemist I know? They often talk politics and wanted some trans perspectives. Oh hell yeah. If that biochemist is looking for anyone to talk to, feel free to hand them my contact info. Do not mind at all. There we go. Your attitude towards hate reminded me of Che and how I'm inspired to make Che emote for so that. Oh, so thanks for that. Yeah, hell yeah. Thumbs up. Like, I do want to get better at being mad at people and hating people, but it's a emotion that I never really got to feel when I was younger that I'm still learning. You know? My longest running friendship was made through being a bunch of dipshits drinking in a shed. We were the only two somewhat smart people in the room, so we'd fuck with everybody. Valid. Honestly, I will say, like, my longest lasting friendships are the ones wherein, how do I say? My longest lasting friendships are oftentimes the ones wherein conflicts, you know, get addressed and resolved, wherein we have the difficult conversations. My best friend is someone who I've had, like, really big fights with in the past, but we've, over time, like, we've taken time, we've made up, we've grown and changed. And that's how it goes sometimes. Is there treatment for glaucoma? There's preventative measures, but you can slow its progress. I don't know if I have it yet. It's just scary. Chat, the glaucoma is scowy. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, chat, I got something cool the other day. Also, I need to respond to Necromantic Chef's DMs. Chat, there's some fun content coming your way in the near future. Because I just got a hold of this bad boy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. A Necromantic Chef is a friend of mine, who I sent this to the other day. Chat, y'all have some fun content in the near future. Welcome on in, Barbara Bite Bite. One of my buddies got 2 of these for $80 and just gave one to me. Just gave it to me. So now I have this? Was not expecting a chain of VTubers to be affiliated with each other. Welcome to the VTuber sphere. We all know each other. I promise I am within 3 degrees of separation with almost every VTuber you've heard of. I promise. Chat, that is an Oculus. That is a virtual reality setup. There might be some fun content on the way. I'm excited. The image never lines up right for me. I wonder if there's something going on with your vision then. All my Oshis are friends. I'm excited, especially because I already have full body 3D trackers. This is gonna be a really, really fun toy in the near future. And I'm very excited for the live music streams that might be coming at some point. Was not expecting a chain of VTubers to be affiliated with each other. We all know each other. Chat, I'm so excited for Off-Kai! I'm gonna see a bunch of my fucking friends at Off-Kai. I'm going to see a bunch of my friends at Off-Kai, and I'm so excited. I'm so fucking hyped. It's gonna be great. You really push the idea that all trans people know each other? Necromantic Chef isn't even trans. Also, I just saw the fan art that Araya made. Yeah, this has been me lately. Go away, ghost of my alt account. Go away, ghost of my alt Discord. Go away. Chat, the ghost of my alt Discord is haunting me. Go away. The world is permanently at 720p unless I'm close to it. Get glasses! Get glasses! Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, Mitha. How are you doing tonight? Bye. Chat, stream is haunted by the ghost of my alt Discord account that almost nobody knows. I think I'm friends with like 10 people on that account. Big stretch. Excuse you, it is art of Hunter from the Owl House. It is fan art of Hunter from the Owl House. Because he's just like me. For real. I'm suffering? Oh, what's up? I hope everything's okay. Hunter from the Owl House. One sec. Hunter from the Owl House is my little guy and I love him. Chat, how many... Has most of my community seen the Owl House? Do you guys know the Owl House? Chat, Hunter is me. Chat. This boy is me. He's me. He's just like me for real. He's me. What do you call it when you get body aches and fatigue every 28 days? Exactly. Got it. Yeah, valid. Understandable. Have a nice day. I hope things get better. Chat, he's just like me for real. This is me. So the first few episodes but didn't keep up, so you don't know who this is, but this is me. All you need to know is that he is me. He is me. He is fucking me. This is me. This boy is me. Owl House is a show Puppa seen, has not seen but knows a lot about. Maybe I need to convince Wonder to do a series of drunk watch parties with me and the friends in the in the VIP chat, you know? Maybe I need to convince Wonder to get drunk with me in VC and watch the Owl House so that you can watch it with us. Well, he had to fight with the pathetic kid. What a surprise. What if I killed you with a gun? Hello, Zalazuri. How are you doing? Hello, Peru. I'm talking about how this is me. I'm talking about how this boy is literally just me. He's me. Chat, this is me in the real. This is a VIP chat at my friend's Discord server. Chat, I need to watch the rest of the Owl House. It's a good show. It's a good show. I would recommend it. Chat, he's me. He's me for real. He's me. He is just me. This is me. This chat, this is me. Not at all surprised. He's just like me for real. Wonder, are you here? Wonder, can we get drunk and watch the Owl House? Wonder, are you here? He's just like me for real. He's just like me. I love him. It's not my fault that I'm just scrolling through Google Images and you haven't watched a very old show at this point. My brother's just another me. Points at him, he's me. He's just like me for real. I would do anything for him. He's on my kin list. He's one of the characters that I just very aggressively kin. I very, very aggressively kin him. I would do anything for him. I love him. It ain't that old, is it? It's pretty old at this point. It's pretty old at this point. 5 years is long enough to have watched a relatively short show. Okay? Okay? Like, how do I say? I feel like when you hit the... Oh, sorry, it's still visible here. I feel like when you hit the 1 year mark, you're kind of out of spoiler territory for shit, you know? Like, as far as it comes with, like, marking spoilers for media, I feel like people only really do that for the first couple months of something, and when you're past the 1 year mark, I feel like you're just kind of past the point of, like, needing to modify your interaction with a piece of media so intensely, for the sake of others' watch experience, you know? Like, sure, if I were to make a video essay about Hunter Owl House, of course I'd put a spoiler warning on the video essay, but also, why are you watching the video if you're if you're not up to date with the show kind of deal at that point, you know? I feel like if you're engaging with fan content for a piece of media beyond a couple months of new content being out, like that's kind of on you. I'm not gonna get too into the depths of it on stream, partially because my memory's bad, but... Why do you choose the possessed version of Hunter? Why do you think? I'm curious on what you would assume. Does it perhaps have anything to do with childhood trauma? I spoiler for stuff, I guess, but I don't even feel like Gravity Falls is old, cause we ain't old. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being a content creator, but... You know, I feel like... Because when I'm talking about it having been out for a while and it being kind of old, I'm talking about in terms of, like, I'm not gonna not spoil it at this point. Bellis is the embodiment of religious trauma, and I've revealed a couple things. I've revealed a couple things about myself here and there. We will also have an ad hitting soon. Bark, bark, bite, bite, chat. Do we want to try and finish the commentary track for the video today? Is that a thing we want to do? Do we want to try and finish the commentary track? I recently played in Stars in Time and oh my god, it's so good. Do you see why I kin Sifrin? I mean, I clocked you for kinning Jason Todd. Yeah, and I'm gonna kill you with a gun. Yes, I do, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you understand. Better finish it now when you have the motivation, yeah. Especially before I, like, forget everything I said the last time we worked on it. So we can finish the commentary track for that after the ad break. We got this. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Chat, I love barking and biting people. It's like one of my favorite pastimes. Also, oh my god, chat. I had a package get damaged. Can I show this without it? I think it'll dox me if I show you this. Chat, the washboard that got ordered for me off of Throne recently got fucking damaged in transit. And now I am waiting for the company to replace it. Because this is my life. I'm so sad about this. How damaged we talking? As in UPS disposed of it and discarded it and let me know that they discarded it and are waiting for the sender to replace it. Oh, the gothic musical that you recommended is Peak. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. I love it. It makes me happy. It is so good. But yeah, no, when I say damaged, I mean apparently UPS disposed of it. Which, fuck UPS, but you know. You know. I can't help out Throne shipping me the packages. That's on the senders. Rah, 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 rah. I'm also still working for my... Or I'm still waiting for my AK Press, package. Other people who have AK Press, Friends of AK Press subscriptions, has anyone received their books yet? Chat, has anyone else received their books yet? Anyone else with an AK Press membership received their June books yet? Welcome back from ads, everybody. Hey, chat. Anyone here with an AK Press, Friends of AK Press membership? Have any of y'all received your books yet? No. AK Press is an anarchist publisher that publishes anarchist literature. I'm asking if anyone else has received their Friends of AK Press shipment for the month of June yet. Because I have not. I haven't. And I want my books. I want my leftist books. Bellows has this toxic relationship with religion where he and his brother suffered for it, but now he has used it to instigate a totalitarian regime and has been cloning and taking out his older brother over and over again for betraying his religion. AK Press is an anarchist publisher. Okay. More books for the archive? Yeah, but they haven't shipped them to me, and I don't know. I don't know where my books are. I don't know. Chat, I want my books. It doesn't seem like anyone who's actively in chat right now has an AK Press subscription, unfortunately. Chat, I want my books. I want my books. Alright. Chat, we still need to finish the commentary track for my most recent video essay, because we didn't finish that on account of my everything perishing. Would you all mind if we did that? Would you all mind if we continue watching through my most recent video essay and I continue giving notes and thoughts and sillies along the way? It's the least messed up thing he did. Yeah, fuck Bellows. God, I love the Owl House. I love that show. It's so good. Alright, chat. We were in the middle of this when my power went out last stream, chat. My power. Where in the video was I? We're just gonna jump back to the beginning of Transition as Community, I think. I think that's prudent. I think that makes sense. There is another definition of transition that I find more compelling. We're just gonna go back here. One understands trans identity is rooted within community, and in the language, culture, and joy we forge through those bonds. Yay! The trans community is not one united force, mind you. If the internet has taught me anything, we often love to tear each other down. A lesson that I know very well through everything I do. I'm gonna be honest, it is impossible to exist online as a trans person without having other trans people fight and argue with you. It is impossible to posit an opinion about what it means to be trans or about what it means to be or perform a gender without other trans people getting upset with you, even if that perspective is trans people can do whatever they want. A statement that I wish was not controversial. It bothers me that so much as saying being trans can be whatever the hell you want it to be. Like, it bothers me that saying that can be a statement which people have fights and arguments over. God, holy shit, chat, I just had some memories flood back to me. Oh my god. I one time was in a friend circle where I had these folks genuinely try to tell me that gender fluid people were invalid and not real. This was in a pretty deeply transmedicalist space, and also in like 2018. It was a space like this particular friend was someone who got bullied, like one person in this group chat got bullied into changing his name because his previous name wasn't masculine enough. This was the kind of space that I was in at the time. Yeah, fuck that shit. Can I need some advice? I'm thinking about detransitioning to save my relationship, and I'm scared I won't be able to live happily if I do. Don't know what to do. Thanks for the time, by the way. Is there anything like, okay, what is stopping you from ending the relationship? What do you lose if you lose this relationship aside of just this other person? You know? If I can be so brazen as to say it, because my fear, the worst possible answer that you could give right now with all the love in the world is that, like, you can't see yourself being happy without being in a relationship, or that a lot of your self-worth and self-value and happiness is based in the relationship. And if that's the case, that is not a healthy relationship to begin with. I may be aromantic, but speaking from an outside perspective, like, a relationship cannot be happy if you are not capable of being happy on your own. If you are not capable of loving yourself and being happy when you are existing, you know, by yourself without a relationship, you're probably not in a place where you can have a healthy relationship. That said, no relationship is worth detransitioning for. If you being trans is a deal breaker for this relationship, that relationship should not exist. You know? You can't stay in that situation. Anyway, congrats on the new emote, Strange. We're currently doing a commentary track on my most recent video essay, yapping a little bit, but big convo got brought up. I do want to see what the response to this is before I carry on. I do think there's a lot of people, both cis and trans, but I would argue especially in the trans community, who feel as though they need a romantic relationship to validate them and to feel content in themselves. And that's not a healthy situation to exist in. That is not a way to live. Like, as much as it sucks, there's a certain amount of security that you need to develop in yourself in order to, you know, fight towards better, to fight towards something happy. Someone insisting on being in a relationship with an unhappy version of yourself can fuck off. Yeah. But I would argue a certain amount of security in self is necessary to engage in a healthy relationship. You know? In any case. But it is no surprise that, as our existence has become increasingly known and understood, trans people would seek each other out. Both physically and virtually, we have forged spaces for ourselves. Loose collectives, friend circles, support groups, forums. I don't like my delivery on that line. Places wherein we can be known, understood, and... I always forget AE can lean. One sec. Welcome back, Boofed. I'm currently doing a commentary track for my most recent video, kind of talking through some of the behind-the-scenes elements, things that I didn't get a chance to say, things that I wanted to address because of comments I've gotten, etc., that I'm going to put up on the side channel. But hey, chat, I can get really close. Teehee. Teehee. Oh, sorry. Someone in chat was talking about how they're considering detransitioning to save their relationship, and everyone in chat is like, no, don't do that. No. Everyone in chat is very quickly going, hey, no. But not chat. I'm big. I can be huge. I can take up the whole screen. Chat, I'm your problem now. Chat, I'm your problem now. Teehee. Big boy. Yeah. They grew up so fast or something. I'm 24 years old. I'm 24, chat. I'm a grown dog. Alright, 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 alright. Accepted. Wherein we can mentor each other, share resources, and provide the recognition needed to explore identity on our own terms. This perspective on transition is not incompatible with efforts to seek gender affirming care, or even with passing. Quite the contrary, I'd argue. It was through trans members of my local punk scene that HRT became not just something I desired, but something realistically accessible to me. And I want to very specifically shout out X-Dirty Fingers, Dumpster Meds, Quill Darling. Those are the main folks that I definitely want to mention in that. Particularly X-Dirty Fingers and Dumpster Meds. I probably would not be on HRT right now were it not for them. They helped push me in this direction and to make this accessible to me, and I have so much endless appreciation for that. Wonderful, wonderful people. Go check out Extra Day Fingers, Taryn Cody while she's on tour. It was a trans friend that helped me learn to perform my own injections, and who sat with me through the weeks I spent exposure therapying myself through a severe phobia of needles. Shout out here as well to Lycan. We gotta hang out again soon, buddy. Bark, bark, bite, bite. And now, it is through the virtual community I've fostered that I've been able to document it all. That I've been able to inspire others in their own journeys. But the real beauty in these spaces, I think, it comes from the ways community allows us to expand and redefine what gender can mean. If gender is a social construct, it is something we can bend and change. And if gender is performance, we are granted the ability to subvert it. Queer communities, particularly as they intersect with kink, have a rich history of retooling the language of sexuality and gender in ways that allow for the embodiment of identity, without the need to scrutinize and police every element of our physicality. And while I find this to be a dying... Okay, I'm pretty sure I went into this ramble when we were going through the video trying to get the commentary track in the first place before I lost power. But really, really good book on this subject that digs into this is going to be the book Leather Dykes and Their Daddies, How to Have Sex Without Men or Women. If I recall correctly, is the full title. Really, really interesting piece that I have not read in full yet, but I want to eventually. It digs into a good deal of, like, the intersections of LGBT and kink spaces and the ways in which they've been used to subvert gender for a long time. It's really, really interesting stuff. And many people who are talked about and whose experiences are documented in that book, like, went on to be transmasc and honestly based. Art. Hell, that's what words like gawk or bonus hole are. I had to very carefully choose my words here. I felt like every, like, transmasc equivalent I could think of while I was writing this was way too obviously sexual in nature, and I was scared YouTube would shoot me with a gun. I was deeply terrified that YouTube would kill me. I was scared if I said the word bussy or boyhole, that YouTube would have my head. So here's where we landed. Here is simply where we landed. Am I allowed to say that on YouTube? I am having to very carefully choose my examples here. In any case,
bonus hole for the zero
when we are
context
so
chat
often
win.
asked to define ourselves within vocabulary.
Hey yo, chat, you out here for that bonus hole? Hey chat, who looking for some bonus hole tonight? I thought you were unkillable. I am in fact unkillable. This is true. You can't kill me. Love coming back to AE saying boy hole. You're welcome. I'm sure some of you would love that. I'm sure some of you would adore that. But no, like, those are examples of language being retooled in ways that allow us to take more ownership over our bodies, even in times where we may have some level of discontent with them. Even when we are forced into terminology, which, you know, may lead us to experience discomfort, terminology that we did not choose for ourselves. These are efforts to retool language and to shift it and to invent new terminology that allows us to have comfort and to feel ownership over ourselves. And I think that's cool as hell. I think that's fascinating. I think that's beautiful. Big fan. I like bonus content. I'm sure I'd like bonus hole wherever that is. But you got scared of YouTube? Yes. I'm poor. I need that ad. Chat, I love you guys. I don't love you guys more than I love ad revenue. /J. How do I say? Brain. Unfortunately, I do need that ad revenue. I love you guys. I needed this video to stay monetized. I needed this video to stay monetized. Steals and consumes your language? How dare you? If a trans woman transitions, at what point does she no longer have a pussy? That's up to the trans woman, you know? That's up to the trans woman and her personal comfort with language. Vocabularies that we did not choose. There is power in the ability to reject those vocabularies and to actively develop our own. And this is an ability. I will say, chat, this video has made me about $75. Just for anyone who's wondering. You know? Just for anyone who is curious, this video has made me $75. It currently sits at 23k views. So, you know. Hello, Nitro Dynamite. Boy hole indeed. Listen. Boy hole indeed. We can take further. We have the option to pick and choose what elements of gender we perform within ourselves. To take with us only that which empowers. What irks me more than anything about the most mainstream conceptions of transition is the way they frame transness as a burden. At worst, as something miserable, and at best, something to be corrected. And this is the biggest takeaway I want from this video. I am exhausted with the perception that both like cis, you know, audiences and that oftentimes trans people themselves will perpetuate that transness is meant to and supposed to be something difficult and painful. That is not to say that I think our experiences should be sanitized. That is not to say that I think that transness should be nothing but joy and happiness at all times. That is not to say that transness is not at times deeply uncomfortable and scary and difficult. But I am very exhausted with the rhetoric that paints the trans experience as one that is solely hard, you know, as one that is solely painful. I am tired of definitions that center transness around pain. Both because they are, by their very nature, exclusionary, but also because I think they only serve to, like, distance ourselves from our real goals, you know? I don't think they do us a service. I don't think continuing to define transness through misery and pain continues to help us at all. The heart of being trans is just being happy? Yeah. Like, gender should be about, and transition should be about chasing contentment, whatever the hell that means. And that's gonna mean different things to different people, and that's okay, and I would argue kind of beautiful. But through community, transition becomes something we control and define ourselves. Trans life becomes less about painful efforts to reconcile our bodies with cis expectations, and more about the identities we choose. To answer the question I posed earlier, what does it mean to
I'm actually
be
really
a
proud
gender?
of how I handled the
I
music in
don't
this
know.
video. I think I did a good
I
job.
can theorize, but I'm not sure there's much good to be found in doing so. Many have sought to legitimize transness by pointing to the results of brain scans or genetic testing, but these are explanations that I fear only further medicalize our existence.
I'm pretty sure I talked about this earlier, but I have been for a very long time frustrated and disconcerted with like transness, or rather efforts to try and medicalize rather, I've been exhausted for a long time with efforts to try and point to a cause of transness. You know, the gene that makes you trans, or efforts to legitimize transness by pointing towards differences in structures of gray matter. I do not think that there is value or use in trying to legitimize our identity by pointing towards some biological factor that makes us undeniably trans, and I believe it will only ever be a tool that is used to gatekeep transition and to, for lack of better term, erase us towards eugenicist ends. And I don't fuck with that. I really, really do not fuck with that. I know for a lot of trans people, it can be comforting to have or to desire the legitimacy of a like cold hard factual piece of proof of our existence, but I want to make the point that gender isn't fucking real, and that doing that does nothing but harm us. It'd be cool to know, but I don't believe that it holds any value, and I make the argument that gender is a lot less real than sometimes we even want to act within the trans community. That a lot more of this shit is arbitrary than even we will sometimes allow ourselves to admit. Even so much as like what behaviors are feminine and masculine are socially constructed things, and that's okay. That is not to say that we are in any way invalid in how we live our lives or present, but so much of gender is performance, so much of gender is socially constructed. I think at the end of the day, like what it means to be a man or a woman, there's far less difference than a lot of people, even a lot of trans people, want to admit. I think that there is a lot less different about men and women than most people, even in the trans community, want to admit. Trans people have different reasons for seeking it. Yeah, that's also incredibly valid, you know? I don't care why someone has come to the conclusion that they are trans. I don't care if someone is quote unquote really trans. I believe that people who desire it should be able to seek whatever HRT or surgery or social factors they want to be content within themselves. You know? Feminist behavior is basically stereotypical shorthand that can be easily replaced with other words, doesn't need to be gendered. And that's all fucking okay. Even if there is some firm, verifiable measure of one's gender identity, I don't think it's something worth seeking. But I am also not content with the idea that gender is exclusively determined by the ways we are socially perceived. That the only way to really and truly become a gender, in any metaphysical sense, is to pass. I cannot tell you where my gender comes from. Only that it is something I have. God, I was gonna quote that line and it was gonna be cool, and then I forgot my own line. Chat. He's so good at being a video essayist.
Where my gender comes from. Only that it is something I have.
You know what? I'm gonna give up on that.
And
gonna give up on the bit.
That's for the best. As far as what it means to transition, I believe that transition is best understood as the means through which we, as trans people, find contentment.
Which is an incredibly vague definition on purpose. I think transition is best left as something vague. I don't think it is something that we should put rules around, or lines around what can count or what is necessary or what is unnecessary. I think ultimately transition is whatever brings us as trans people contentment within our selfhood.
And for most of us, that is a process that will involve some amount of effort in navigating the medical and legal barriers placed in front of us. For many, it may still end with the ultimate goal of passing. It is not something wholly easy and digestible, nor is it an act of abject misery. But I think it is a process that is incomplete without community.
Trying to define anyone as a real blank, assert any identity is quite literally a no true Scotsman fallacy. Someone has an arbitrary idea of what identity means and thus can deny anyone who does not 100% live up to those traits. Which is why I'm very, very much against like the medicalization of transness in its entirety. HRT is more accessible than it has ever been, but even like the barriers of dysphoria force trans people oftentimes to upplay their experience of it or to invent it entirely for the sake of being able to access medical care. Fuck that. Fuck any desire or need to prove yourself to be deserving of care. I don't care if people start HRT and realize that they were cis all along. So what? They learned something about themselves. That's okay. I don't care if a cis person starts HRT because they just want to. Have at. Have fun. I think identity and bodies, these are fucking playgrounds. Gender is a fucking playground. And chat, gender's a game and I'm winning.
More than anything, transition is about fulfillment. Whatever the hell that means to you. And that's a question I can't answer for you. But I think I found my own answer. And I found it in punk.
My gender is punk and I stand by that.
If I can be honest, starting HRT didn't save my life. I don't feel like a new person. It didn't complete me. But I also never expected it to. I rarely related to the descriptions of HRT as this miracle drug that suddenly clears your ability to think, gives you purpose, and makes life worth living. Which is not to put down anyone who feels that way. Live your truth. It is also not to say that I regret starting. I can say with
if I can assert as much, I do think very often, because like people will talk about how starting HRT suddenly like they're able to feel emotions and it made them either like calmer or more in tune with how they feel. Like a lot of people describe starting HRT, especially trans femme people will describe starting HRT and being able to cry for the first time. If I can posit as much, I think a lot of that just has to do with the ways in which a lot of trans people will spend so much of their childhoods and earlier years deeply dissociating due to the like visceral discomfort they experience. And when suddenly you're on the right track and you're starting to not feel so deeply uncomfortable in your body, and for the first time you are actually like taking the time to exist in the present, yeah, you're gonna start feeling a lot of things that you tuned out in the past. If I'm allowed to posit as much, I think very often as trans people we can overstate the psychological impacts of HRT. My background is in neuroscience. I get a little bit nerdy about this stuff. I get a little bit, nerdy in regards to how neurotransmitters function, and every time I have seen people try to posit that like the first thing that HRT does is change fundamentally how you think, I cringe very deeply because no,
hormones will have sex hormones will have some amount of impact in like your cortisol systems and your stress response, but people very, very heavily overstate these psychological impacts of HRT and of sex hormones to begin with. It's really not that it's not nearly as much of a thing as people want to pretend. Confidence that I am the happiest I have ever been. My approach to transition is certainly not traditional. I started
the Lurk
HRT
Jazz
with
before
the
I bite.
knowledge and intention that I might not be on it forever. I knew before I started that there would very likely come a day where I decide I am content with the effects testosterone has had on my body and pause my injections. Maybe for a month, maybe indefinitely. To me, gender and its performance is ground to explore, and I am privileged to be in the position where this is a journey I can take at my own pace. Start and stop and adjust as feels right in the moment. Having that option was one of the reasons I found the courage to start at all. There were some people in the comment section who got really upset at me for this, by the way. There were some people in the comment section who got really upset with me for this. Not many, but just a couple people who left comments about like how absurd it is for me as a trans person to consider that like HRT might not be a thing I'm on forever. And I think a lot of those people, thank you for the hydrates, everybody. I think a lot of those people, one, overlook the fact that I am non-binary, and two, buddy, did you watch the video up to that point? Like, hey, did you, like, just skip to this part of the video or something and not hear anything I've been saying this entire time? Transition doesn't have to be a straight line. Enjoy your lurk, Nitro, Barker by Bite. Transition doesn't have to be a straight line, and I believe there will probably come a point where I pause HRT for a bit. Whether that is temporary or long-term is a thing that I'll find out later. I'm going to be honest, for a long time, my plan with HRT was actually to start, to hit a point where I was content, to immediately get a hysterectomy, and then to go off HRT. That was my plan for a while. I've ended up deciding to be a little bit more, like, go with the flow with it. Than I initially was. One of the things that stopped me for a while was the fact that like I would have to have professionals in my corner and line everything up in that way to make that possible. And that felt like an insurmountable thing for me as someone who does not know how to talk to doctors and only very recently started getting help for long-term disability shit. I've ultimately decided to be more go with the flow with it, to see where this takes me. And that's okay. Chat, that is okay. You don't have to transition quote-unquote correctly. I would argue there is no correct way. If you find yourself along the way of transitioning wanting to take a slightly different route than what other people tell you is the most effective way, that's okay. That's allowed. You are allowed to do that. You can take it at your own pace. You can choose to transition in different ways than the people around you. I remember a close friend of mine who I'm unfortunately no longer in contact with, like her goal in life was to be a woman with a beard. I've met a lot of trans masc people whose goal is to be a femboy. I've met a lot of people from all different like varieties of gendered experience and goal, and those are all valid perspectives, and we are allowed to take this at our own pace as we please. And I encourage it even. It's okay. As the 1 year mark steadily approached, I had a serious conversation with myself about whether today would be the day I stopped. An impulse that was admittedly driven largely by a love of loud theatrics. That was actually the original plan for this video. Originally, this video was going to be that. And then I kind of decided, you know what, actually, I'm not quite where I want to be yet. You know? I kind of decided, you know what? No, I'm not ready yet. I don't want to do that yet. I'm good, actually. Also, you're totally good, Twirling Bird. No worries about hydrating twice. Initially, I'm a big fan of loud theatrics. I love to do things in very flashy ways. Like, I couldn't just start HRT and put up a video about it later. No, I needed to be theatrical about it. I needed to release my video and have the fact that I started HRT like pop up at the very end and surprise everyone with it and catch everyone off guard. I needed it to be loud and dramatic because I love my loud theatrics. Originally, this video was going to be the video. So originally, this video was actually going to be a lot more about like navigating boyhood. It was going to be my effort to sit down and try and reckon with what boyhood means to me and what my efforts to reclaim boyhood have looked like. And I realized along the way that I had a much more interesting question to face. I decided along the way that the question of like what actually is transition and what actually is gender, was more prudent and interesting for me to chase, as well as leads into what my next video is going to be better, and I'll talk about that after we finish watching this. But I love my loud theatrics. I can't do anything quietly. I love that you say that it doesn't have to be a straight line either. Paraphrasing, of course. Originally came out as non-binary, started my journey. Turns out I'm a binary trans woman. Still a tomboy, still gender non-conforming. Give yourself room to be flexible and actually find yourself. Still mixed maxing. And I love that for you, genuinely. Live your best life. I kind of went in this... I started off just they, them. And along the way I realized I like he, him pronouns and a lot of masculine terminology, but I'm still non-binary. You know, like ultimately none of this is set in stone. None of this has to happen in a straight line. You can realize you were wrong about who you are. You can also just grow and change as a person as the world around you does and as your circumstances do. Like, sometimes it's not necessarily that you were wrong, it's just that something in you shifted, and that's also okay. Gender's a fuck. Have fun with it.
And ultimately, I came to the conclusion that I want to keep seeing where this path takes me. To be frank, my interest in the subversion of gender, both its existence as a broad social category and the ways it manifests within our communities, is very personal. I've never particularly cared about passing. Well, never might not be the right word. There certainly was a point in my life where I desired to conform. There is safety, after all, in being understood as cis.
I had a really interesting conversation with myself when I was like 14 or 15 about how, like, if I had been born a cis man, I would probably be closer to where I wanted to be, but I still don't think I would be happy. Which is a conversation that I think has, in certain ways, come to define a lot of me. And a lot of the way I navigate and understand my own gender. This sense of, you know what, if I was born in the opposite direction, it'd be better. But I still don't think it'd be right. And that's, one, how I know I'm not binary, to a certain extent. But also, I think, has given me a lot of the spirit to play around with gender. I wanted to pass and to be perceived as masc for the safety and not necessarily ever for myself. You know? I think my life would be worse if I was cis weirdly enough, and that's also okay. Straight up. Like, I hold to the fact that I think I would be happier and closer to my goals were I, like, born AMAB, but it still wouldn't be right, and I would still have an amount of transitioning to do. You know? And if your perspective is like you'd be worse off, that's totally fair and fine. You know, real. You're not the first time I've heard someone say something like that by any means. You know?
But as I've grown, found community, and come to better know myself, that pressure quickly faded. To let myself, a year ago, say it. Transgression is in my nature, and I have no desire to put
the
myself
voice
back in the closet.
change is so good.
I know, once I make this choice, there is no
going back for me. Passing. Now, at this point in the video, there was supposed to be a song that would start to build up in the background. That was supposed to play through to the end of the video. Around here is where it would have started. It was going to start off with an instrumental track for the song Never Pass by She, Her, Her. Building up as I go through the final lines of the video, laid over with footage from various punk shows I've been through across the last year. And it would culminate with the lines of the song, I'll never pass, not that I would want to anyway. Because that's how I've always felt about gender, and that's what I meant with that line in the original video. It's not necessarily that me starting HRT would be opening, would mean that I could never go back on that decision. It was more so for me that once I started really and truly presenting as myself in a gendered sense in every element of my life, because there were admittedly a few contexts where I tried to cover up or hide or minimize those parts of myself. I knew that once I started doing that, I would not be content to be anything other than loud and transgressive. I would not be content to let myself pass as anything. If that makes sense. To me, feels like forcing myself back into the closet. In my mind, it is the equivalent to voluntarily erasing a fundamental piece of my selfhood.
This is
There
such
may
a
be
funny
safety
music
in
choice,
passing,
actually. Why did I do
But
this?
my greatest joy in transness has come from openly and loudly transgressing every boundary and expectation I can. In pushing the bounds of what gender is allowed to be. A few days after my first HRT injection, I started a rat tail. The hairstyle, not, you know. And sure, it is a measurable reminder of the passage of time.
Okay.
and the way
I've been bullied for the fact that my rat tail is on the side of my head. And I only have one. So it's not like I have twin rat tails on either end of my head. I have one asymmetrical rat tail at the side of my head, and I've been bullied for this. And anyone who has a problem with it can fight me. It looks cool. I like having asymmetry in my shit. It's called having good character design. Chat, it's called good character design. My rat tail is on the side of my head. It makes my hair asymmetrical because I only have one. I don't have twin rat tails. And I think I look cool. I think I look like I could be in a video game. I feel like I look like I could be a fictional character in a fucking video game. It's cute and nice. It's indeed good character design. Thank you. I feel like I have peak character design. I think asymmetry honestly goes hard. More people, especially alt people, need to embrace asymmetry in how they dress, you know? I think especially if you're interested in alt culture, too many people are too symmetrical in how they dress. Get some asymmetry in there. I think asymmetry is peak character design. You will notice, by the way, just like complete side tangent, you'll notice that almost nothing on my model is symmetrical. Like the basic layout for the top half of my body is symmetrical, but you'll notice aside of that there is almost no symmetry in my body. I got my ears, sure, but my everything is so full of asymmetry. My hair, incredibly asymmetrical. Fucking the jacket is not even on the shoulders. The asymmetry is extremely. I got the gun off one shoulder. Like the asymmetry is very central and very core to the way that I dress and design. Both character design and just how I dress in the real. And yes, it is hell to draw. Yes, it makes me extremely difficult to draw whenever I'm producing art for myself, and I feel so bad for anyone who does art for me. But you can't tell me I don't look hot as fuck. You can't tell me it's not peak character design. Sorry, I get very passionate about how cool asymmetry is, and I need more people to embrace asymmetry in their designs and in their work, you know? Feel the same way about how my hairstyle turned out to be ponytail over the shoulder, like that one stereotypical anime mom. I mean, real and valid.
As we grow and change. But it is also even more.
Yeah, I will say, yes. Whenever you're dealing with asymmetry, having asymmetry with balance is pretty important. So like for example, I have the rat tail on one side of my head, and the other side of my jacket, the other shoulder is where all of my spikes and studs are. So it balances itself out visually when I'm wearing that outfit. If I ever have dangly earrings, I will do a dangly earring just on that ear and not on the one with the rat tail, intentionally for the balance. I like to think I'm pretty good at dressing myself.
So, I'd argue.
I'm passionate about this,
a
okay?
show of myself as
Asymmetry is beautiful,
punk.
yeah. It's great.
Because
You just
well,
gotta learn how to
yes,
balance it.
I may be transmasc and non-binary and queer. There is something about punk that captures my identity in ways that no traditional label ever could. It was the punk scene that enabled me to start HRT, which gave me the space to explore and redefine gender on my own terms.
I'm very proud of this
Which
section,
gave
actually.
me the freedom to express without regard for cisgender sensibilities.
I'm gonna go through
In
and explain
dingy
who all of
dive
these
bars
bands are in
and
a
rundown
second.
venues filled to the brim with colorful freaks who stand against all authority, who embrace transgressive art, who refuse in so many ways to conform, I find myself. I have a lot more to say.
Okay. I want to go through real quick and tell you who all of those bands are and give you some context for each of those clips, okay? So this is my favorite band, Pigeon Pit, playing my favorite song in Jacksonville, Florida. This is my favorite band, Pigeon Pit, playing my favorite song at the Walrus in Jacksonville, Florida. Hello, index page, bark, bark, bite, bite. It was my second time in Jacksonville, I think. I drove really far for that show. I had actually seen Pigeon Pit previously that week. They did not play my favorite song at the first show I saw them at, and I talked to the lead and I went, hey, if I'm gonna be at your show in a couple days in Jacksonville, if I go to that show, can you play Keys to the City, which is my favorite song? It is my favorite song by my favorite band. And this is a recording of it. This is an excerpt from it. And it's so beautiful and so fulfilling, and I believe this shot was beautiful. That's not a pigeon, it can be. I also have a traffic reflector that I found outside the venue that I had all the members of the band sign, and it's one of my prized possessions. It's hung up on my wall.
The punk scene that
Love Soup for My Family by them. I've got to listen to more of their stuff. They're really good. They're a little more like country influence, which I think is really interesting. I adore them. Amazing band. Their latest 2 albums are incredible.
enabled me to start HRT, which gave me this.
This is the wonderful, the classic Apes of the State performing at Will's Pub. This was earlier this year. This was, I think, January. This was January. This was January of this year. I crowd surfed at this show. Really good night. I was also just extremely inebriated. I think, was this the night I met? No, this was not the night. This was the second time I ever met my roommate. This was the second time I met my roommate. Amazing, incredible night. One of my favorite shows I've ever been to. I think it might honestly be my favorite show.
Redefine gender on
at least
my
of
own
this
terms,
year.
which gave me the freedom to
All right, so this is Sister Wife Sex Strike at Stardust from February. I am going to be so honest, I have very little memory of this night because I was crossfaded the entire time. I was having a really bad day. I also saw Frog Legs that night. I have a set list for Frog Legs from that night. I wasn't chillin'. Anyway, this is from a Wall of Death that we started. This is before we all started running at each other, and the blonde figure directly across. The blonde figure directly across in the black shirt is my roommate. Crossfaded as in weed plus alcohol.
express without regard for cisgender
The one who just
sensibilities.
clapped, that's my roommate.
In dingy dive bars and rundown.
This is Wormworld playing in a parking lot. That was cool. That was fun. Gotta check out Frog Legs. Yeah, they're really good. I love them. This is Wormworld playing in a parking lot. They're a local Orlando-based band.
Venues filled to the brim with
My
colorful
roommate
fruits
used to say
who
them,
stand against all
but no,
authority,
not necessarily.
who embrace transgressive art, who
Oh, sorry, I skipped over a couple people there.
enabled me to start HRT.
All good, all good.
Which
You didn't
gave
know.
me the space to explore and
Arr.
redefine gender on my own terms.
Cool.
Which gave me the freedom
So
to
this is
express
Sister Wife Sex
without
Strike.
regard for cisgender sensibilities. In dingy
This is
dive
Wormworld.
bars and rundown venues filled to the brim.
This is X Dirty Fingers, who I've talked about a few times this show. Really incredible Florida-based folk punk band. Taryn, who is currently holding the guitar, is like the reason I'm on HRT right now. She's incredible. Heavily recommend their music. Heavily recommend their shows. They're all such sweet people. Taryn's the only one I've really spoken to personally at any length, but like I adore their work. I literally was chatting with Taryn at a show last night.
With colorful freaks who stand against all authority, who embrace transgressive.
This is this is Paul Petrol. This is Paul Petrol playing at the old location of my sister's house, which is a Central Florida venue. They're cool.
Shit.
I don't got much to say about them except that they're cool. Thank you for the follow, Barbara by Bite. They're very cool.
Art, who refuse in
This is Confession Kids, who was also at the show I was at last night. They are probably my favorite Florida-based band. They're incredible. I check them out every time they play in the area. Adore their work, and I heavily recommend them.
so many ways to conform. I find myself.
And this is Jer performing at the Conduit, literally a couple weeks ago. This is the second most recent show I've been to. So aside of the one last night, until last night, this was the most recent show I had been to. This was incredible. That the person crowd surfing in that video is Jer themselves.
I have a lot more to say about the nature of gender. While I may be no expert in queer theory or philosophy or anything, really, what I've shared today barely scratches the surface of a much larger conversation I want to have. But I'll need to save that for next year. For now, my gender is punk. And if that bothers you, good.
I am gonna give a little reveal here. Oh, right, I forgot about the Narcissus Cookbook. I forgot that I went to that show on my HRT anniversary. If I can provide a little bit of a spoiler, though. The video that I'm going to release in a year is going to be most likely titled My Gender is Punk. And it is going to be a bit of a gender abolitionist piece. It is going to be talking more about the disruption of... It's going to be talking a lot about how destroying gender hierarchy to a certain extent requires us to destroy a lot of the social construction of gender. It is going to very heavily dig into a lot of the themes and theory that I introduce here. It's going to go into a lot more about the social construction of gender, why it's not real, and about the forces that are upholding it. In many ways, it will be a very gender abolitionist kind of piece. And I know there's going to be some people who are definitely uncomfortable with that, because it's a difficult notion. But I do believe that disrupting gendered hierarchies to a certain extent does require us to disrupt and abandon a lot of what we understand or perceive gender to be. And I want to expand on what that means. I want to expand on what it means to me for my gender to be punk, and what it means to transgress and to challenge gender. Next year. Content warning for needles for this next portion here.
Today is
June 29th.
That's a lie, by the way. Chat, this is some video producer magic, by the way. That is a lie. Let me check what date this actually was. But I did not actually record this on June 29th. I lied. I recorded this on June 20th. The like 3 injections before this video was released, I recorded all of them and was just going to use the footage from whichever one looked the best, had the least errors, and was the most viable. That is fucked up. I know I lied to you. I'm so sorry, chat. This is my official apology video. Because it's kind of a one and done thing. Like, if I inject my testosterone, I can't exactly pull it out of my body and uninject it. It's the kind of situation wherein I needed to get the footage right on the first try, and I didn't want to leave myself with only one take. So on the 13th, 20th, and 27th, if I recall correctly, I did my injections. Because I do them on Sundays, actually. And I recorded all of them and used the best take of those. Which happened to be the 20th. Bro, I think the linoleum is darker than you. I'm gonna bite you so hard. Also, there will be an ad hitting soon. Nah, it was one of the situations, again, where, like, you know, I needed to make sure I got a good shot, and there was so much risk of, you know, for example, the phone slipping and my face ending up in frame, or of it being a really difficult injection that bled a lot, or, like, of me even fainting on camera or something. I needed to make sure I would get a good shot. Teehee. Movie magic.
And tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of the day I started HRT.
I love how animated my hands are. You can see that I talk with my hands a lot in this.
Life. In many ways, it has helped me live in a way that is more fulfilling.
This is also unscripted. Nothing in this is scripted. I did not read a script actually until the 3rd take, and I decided I liked the unscripted ones better than the scripted ones. I decided that the unscripted ones were higher quality and vibed with me better. I think because you can tell that I wasn't reading off a script. Also, no worries, do what you gotta do, folks.
It has brought my body closer to where I want it to be, but I have been living my life as myself for a lot longer than I've been doing this. Here goes.
I felt like, okay, I know that needles make a lot of people uncomfortable, and so I, of course, do not blame people for dipping right now. I had a really long conversation with myself about whether or not to include this clip, and about whether or not to even put a needle into the thumbnail. And I ultimately decided that not doing so felt a little bit too much like censoring my transition. Like trying to make the process of transitioning more comfortable for others. And that felt very out of line with the very core, or rather, that felt out of line with the very core of what this video is supposed to be about, you know? Making this video, or rather, censoring some part of my transition, or rather, how do I say that? Softening an element of my transition by, like, you know, not showing an injection, by removing any mention or reference to needles, to me felt like trying to make my transition softer and more comfortable for others' sake. And that felt very out of line with the core of the video, a video that is ultimately about how transition should be about our personal contentment, that it should be allowed to be simultaneously something messy and at times difficult and painful, but more than anything about personal fulfillment and contentment. I included this clip ultimately because not doing so felt like hiding a very important and real part of the process. How do you decide which injections go in your arms or thighs or butt? So when it comes to injecting HRT, you are always going to do it either intramuscularly into the thigh or into the stomach.
I do mine into the thigh because that just feels more comfortable to me. There's no difference in the like HRT itself. It's just a small difference in the needles you use. But yeah, I didn't want to try and sanitize my transition. I do it into my thigh because that's less scary to me than doing it into my stomach.
Just one step of that journey towards selfhood.
I feel bad for not reading the fucking YouTube members out loud, but I kind of was running out of time. So while I'm here, thank you so much to August, Russ, and to Omega Scales for being my YouTube members on the main channel.
Towards selfhood.
Shout out to the friends and punks who made this possible, including X30 Fingers, Dumpster Meds, Lycanthropic, all the amazing friends who have given me the courage to be on this journey. Making this kind of video sanitized would be an awful decision. Exactly. And there it is. For anyone who is looking away for the needles, you can look back now. All is good is off screen. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to talk about or address for that follow-up video. Or rather, for the commentary track. Teehee. For I'm consuming the art. Thank you. I appreciate it. Was there anything in the comments I was particularly interested in addressing? Let me peek. I do really, it makes me very happy how many people are really brought in by my notion of punk as gender, and I would love to see more people pick up that notion of understanding gender. A lot of people also didn't relate to it, and that's okay. It's totally, like I was very clear, I think, in the video that, if you're trans and your transness is heavily based in dysphoria or discomfort, that's fine. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all on our own journeys. I just want to open the floor and the table for more nuanced discussions and for gender to become more than that. That's okay. Let me see if there's anything else interesting in the comments that I wanted to address. I need to respond to more of the comments. A good comment that was made just a couple of days ago. I often wish transition was like getting a piercing. I don't need to go to the doctor to prove I need a piercing, to cure the discomfort of not having one. I can just decide as how I want to look and go do it. I can grow up and change my mind without anyone saying, oh, you were faking it. At the end of the day, they're all external changes we make to align with the image we have in our heads. And yeah, I fuck with that. I vibe with that. I feel like you give me more thought than I can voice in a moment, and I love that feeling. I'm glad for it. I put a lot of work into this shit. I really, really love this shit. Welcome back, Druid. Bark, bark, bite, bite. My brain is full of thoughts, and I need to put those thoughts into the world, and I'm glad that these thoughts in some way, vibe with and push others, you know? I want my art to challenge people. How do I say this? It's always been really odd for me when people view my streams or my content as being cozy, because of course I do want these spaces to be comfortable, and I want them to be filled with hope. But I admittedly also revel in challenging people, you know? I don't necessarily want to make others upset, but I think sometimes I wish to challenge others in a way that makes them uncomfortable and then makes them question why they're uncomfortable. I want to get people thinking, and sometimes getting people thinking more deeply on subjects requires hitting them with information or with thoughts that may be disconcerting at first glance. You know? That's where I'm going with it. Punk was always my gender, I just never knew it. Hell fucking yeah. You at least give me plenty of stuff in the new tabs I opened to read that does quite well. TT. Teehee. I like it. Like, why does it was a phase... Why does it was a phase get said so derogatorily? I had a phase where I would draw me with the Dark Magician Girl armor. Yeah, and that's valid. Sorry for the cough there, damn. I think that there is value in having more nuanced conversations and deconstructing these things. I think even in the trans community, sometimes we hold way too strongly to this idea of what gender is supposed to be. And I'm kind of tired of it, you know? Especially to fellow trans people, if my gender makes you uncomfortable, good. Think about why, you know? If my gender makes you uncomfortable, cool. Why? Quick, scuff them back. If my gender disconcerts you, why? Let's have that conversation. All right. I think I've done my task, chat. I think we went through the video. I need to respond to some of the comments when I get a chance. I had a lot of fun with that video. I'm looking forward to doing the one in a year already. I've already started planning it. I'm gonna lean more heavily into the narrative elements. I've got plans. I've got thoughts. I got feelings. Rah, 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 rah. But I'm so close to paying for VIP. Ooh, fancy. I need to check how many VIP slots I have left, because I don't know how many VIP slots I have left. I need to check that at some point. I might need to up the price sometime soon. Chat, I have such a love-hate relationship with gender. Okay. One last note, actually. I'm pausing the music for a moment. One last note that I think is important to mention amidst all of this. The end goal of transgression is always that the thing you transgress against eventually stops being so. If that makes any sense at all. The ultimate goal of transgressing a societal boundary is that eventually the thing you are doing that is transgressive starts being acceptable and stops being an act of transgression in the first place. Me transgressing against societal boundaries of what gender can or cannot be, of what transition can or cannot be, is an intentional move I make not only for my own happiness, but also because doing so allows me to weaponize my identity in ways that open the grounds for everyone. I transgress with the full knowledge and hope that someday the things I am doing stop being so weird and start being a little more normal. In the same vein, the end goal of punk is its own decimation. In an ideal world, there's nothing left to be punk about. Punk becomes nothing more than a fashion statement and a music genre, you know? And I'm okay with that, I think. I want to make a video on that in and of itself eventually, actually, about how, like, the end goal of punk is its own destruction. Or rather, its own non-necessity. And I think that's okay. So punk will die one day? Yeah. Punk will die someday, but punk will only die when there are no hierarchies left to rage against, and when there are no powers left to subvert, and when there are no boundaries left to break. And while I hope I will see that day with my own eyes, we'll see. If I ever see that day come to pass, it means that I have won. You know? If I ever see that day come to pass, then that means I've won. At the very least for the moment. Like, realistically, we never run out of things to fight against. Even once anarchy is a thing, there will be a need to prevent, power and, how do I say, marginalization and bigotry from festering again. There will always be some need for it. But it stops being subversive, you know? Oh shit, did you redeem VIP a couple weeks ago? How? One sec. I don't know if there's a way for me to check that.
Give me a second. Fuck, I hate this because there's no way for me to verify. Can look it up in the VOD if it is and send it in the Discord later. If you wouldn't mind doing that, that'd be great. Like, I'm willing to take you at your word for it. You've been a consistent community member for a long time. I probably completely missed it and deleted the notification on my end. Can I see redeems in the chat log? Give me a second. Is there a way to see the redeem history in the chat log? No. Chat, I feel validated right now. I'm so sorry, because like you are a longtime member of the community, and I do like I don't think you'd lie about that. I'm just genuinely like, wait, did I accidentally delete that? How long does this go back? This only okay. Yeah, this only goes back 5 days. Fuck me. This he makes me want to do nothing besides watching Twitch, and that's so valid. I don't know if it'll show up. I wonder if you could see a massive drop in channel points somewhere. I have no clue. Yeah, I don't know if I have a way to validate that. If you remember what broadcast it is and would be willing to look back or something, cool. Yeah, if you can look it back, like, even if you can't find, like, any on-screen evidence of it, just give me a timestamp. If it was within the last, like, 2 months, I should be able to check the chat history, within the stream. I believe you. Don't worry about it. But, like, if you could, it would be helpful. I'm so sorry. But no, I get that. Listen, the heat's rough sometimes. I can send a screenshot of my CP if it works for you. Yeah, sure, honestly. Needed a break for a while, but Rowan has returned. No worries. Welcome back, Rowan. It's lovely to see ya. We were going through video shit anyway. We finished recording for the commentary video that I now need to edit because I love putting work on my plate. I love making my life harder. You know how it was said AE is unkillable? They appear to also be unscuffable. Oh shit, am I unscuffable? Oh, I know what happened. I broke something. It should be fixed now. God damn it. Chat, I'm doing my best. Chat, I'm doing my best. I'm just a little guy. Chat, professional streamer. Professional VTuber. I'll figure out how to be good at this shit eventually. I promise. Someday I'll be not terrible about this. You're very good at this. I'm glad that people think I'm good at this. I enjoy it quite a lot. I do enjoy it. Chat, I have to wake up. Wait, what time do I have to wake up tomorrow? Oh, I don't have to wake up until noon tomorrow. Chat, tomorrow's gonna be a good day. I don't need to wake up until noon. No one in the history of ever knows what they're doing. I don't believe that. I think there are people who are experts in their fields and know what they're doing, and I'm not one of them. I firmly hold to the statement that I'm not an expert on anything. But I'm doing my best to be okay at a lot of things. I don't call... Okay, actually. Real branding I used to have. Something that used to actually be part of my branding, was self-proclaimed jack of all trades. And I had that in, like, all my bios and whatnot. And I removed that just because of character limits and whatnot. But it is a true fact of mine. Of myself. I am not a master or expert on anything, and while I wish to be proficient in many things, I very much understand myself to be, and am honestly okay with the fact that I am a jack of all trades. Awesome balance between being good at streaming and a mess of a streamer, yeah. I think I hit the level of scuff that keeps me relatable.
you know? I love being a jack of all trades. Alright, I do need to set alarms on my phone for tomorrow, though, real quick. One second, I gotta grab my phone. Is Boozle screaming again? What's his problem? I fed him. He's eaten food. He shouldn't be hungry. Fops of all trades, Boozle counter. I heard him meow in the background. I'm like, are you good, buddy? Are you okay? Are you chill? Do you need help? Do I need to call a doctor? Do you need something? Alright. What time do I have to be up tomorrow? I have to be out the door at 12:15. So, first alarm at like 10 a.m. Cool. There we go. I'm just setting my alarms for tomorrow real quick because I need to make sure that I wake up at a reasonable hour. Perfect. Alarm set. Boozle plus 1 equal 2. It actually equals Toozle? Yeah. Get it good. Get better. A is like Batman in arts. You mentioned some obscure art form and A is experience and training by the Great Master. Yo, I'm just okay at a lot of things. Like, what do you mean, Darkwood? I'm just vaguely okay at a lot of stuff. Chat, name a creative hobby, and I've probably done it. This is an invitation. Name a creative hobby. Alright. Let me fix Katie Reedy with the thingy. Let me grab that. / VIP at Katie Reedy. There we go. Yay! AE Nosy Guy, have you done wood carving? Yeah, I've done that. I've been doing that since I was like a kid, actually. I've never done fencing. I do know someone who has. I know someone who used to do like a lot of sword fighting, like sports-wise, and ended up at one point on ESPN for it. Basket weaving? No, I've tried. I'm not good at it. I've tried, but I'm not good at it. Scale model building? No. No, not on that one. He's just a weirdo and we should all beat him up. Joke's on you, I'll kill you with a gun. I've never done Warhammer 40k because I'm scared of the fandom. I have done pottery. I actually have a lot of experience with pottery. There's multiple items in my room that I made myself out of clay on the wheel. More than one. Hello, Grabby. Bark bite bite. Have you ever tried fly tying? Actually, yes, once. Why do folks always choose AC? Why not a fan? Because the fan doesn't actually make the air colder, it just moves it around, and that doesn't do much when I am living in Florida and it is 95 degrees outside. I have had my air conditioning finally got fixed today after being broken for a full week. And it was, even with a fan and closed windows, over 100 degrees Fahrenheit in my apartment. I'm telling you, with a fan on, and all the windows closed, it was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit in my apartment. I had to open the windows, and it got colder when I opened the windows, because it was colder outside than it was inside. Hello, Cool Game, thank you for the sub, how are you doing? Hope you enjoyed your lurk. You're like Batman, he was trained in stealth by freaking Santa Claus. I I love Florida. It does get absurdly hot here. Hello, Napalm Iguana. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bye, bye. We will probably be video gaming soon, but chat, I wanted to get y'all's thoughts and opinions on what we video game tonight. Because we have Instars at a time on the schedule for tonight, but we didn't get to play Deltarune the other day because my internet decided to kill me with a gun. So I wanted to get y'all's thoughts and perspectives on if we should Deltarune or Instars in time tonight. I'll probably put up a poll soon. But I'm looking for opinions. Imagine Vor, you would do that. One sec. Damn, chat, we're slacking on the Vor mentions tonight. Get better. Vor. Thank you, Joe. How are you doing tonight, Joe? How are you doing as well, Kirator, by the way? Barker bite bite. I have done origami before. Are there any other creative tasks that people recommended? Doesn't seem so. Or mentioned, rather. Totally not going to keep doing it? Have to stop telling people I'm warbling and then not explaining. I'm doing alright, pretty tired. Need employment? God, if that's not so real. I hope you're able to find employment soon. Hang in there, my guy. Do what you can. Chat, being employed sucks. Stitching, if you mean cross-stitch, I've actually never done cross-stitch, surprisingly. But chat, I used to make my own cosplays. I used to cosplay and make my own cosplays. Like, from scratch, fabric and everything. Including props. I'm not normal. Chat, just say an expensive form of art and he probably hasn't done it. God damn it. Katie has figured out the secret. Katie's figured it out. Meant like, drawings on thread and fabric. Okay, so cross-stitch. I've not done cross-stitch, I have done embroidery. So if like embroidery counts and embroidering images on the fabric, yes, I've done that. My first ever patch on my jacket was hand embroidered. Teehee. I'm very normal, chat. I'm a very normal guy, as you can see. As you can tell, chat, I'm extremely normal. What's the difference between embroidery and cross-stitching? Give me a second. I can pull up an example. Why are you so cool? As a friend of mine has told me, I've lived too many lives for someone my age. It's called I didn't have internet access until about 2016, and so I spent the first, like, 15 years of my life, with nothing to waste my time with. And so I filled that time by learning how to do things. And even when I did get internet access, I had already built up all of this skill and passion for crafting, and writing and drawing, and I was able to use my newfound internet access to further harness those skills and to build upon them. You know? It's called I had, like, no fucking internet access. What did you cosplay if you had no internet? So I wasn't cosplaying before then. Or rather, actually, I did do one cosplay before I had internet access, and that was an anime that a friend showed me when we were, like, 14, a little bit before I got internet access. But a little bit before I got internet access, it was Sword Art Online. I'm not gonna say who from, but cross-stitch versus embroidery is gonna be this. So embroidery versus cross-stitch. Cross-stitch is more blocky in shape because you're doing it on squares. It's called being poor. I mean, partially, yeah. Had internet access early, but I was always a woods kid, so I learned wood shit. Also valid. But yeah, like, I just didn't have internet access when I was young, and so I spent a lot of the time that I would have spent, like, playing video games, or, watching shows, or watching YouTube, like, getting crafty and making my own fun. And then when I got internet access, I continued building on those skills. The reason why I'm a cool creator who has done so much with my life is because I already had those skills. And I've continued to harness them every day. It's a never-ending process. I will admit, I had the... How do I say? I thought there were synonyms there, not in fact. Learn something new every day. I, for a while, managed to have internet access without ever doom scrolling or, like, developing the procrastination habits, and I did eventually develop them. But I'm actively working on curbing them so I can create as fervently and feverishly as possible, you know? I'm not normal. Chat, I'm not normal. I became punk, like, immediately after finding the internet, and I think that's really funny of me. I think it's really funny of me that I got internet access, started listening to music, and pretty much immediately became punk. I was very anti-authority, even as a young kid. Lol, Lamau. But yeah, being poor didn't help. It probably didn't help that my primary form of social media back then was also Tumblr. Super EP, watching this plus class of 09 gameplay to pass out. Enjoy, enjoy, get some good sleep. You got this, Napalm Iguana. Bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Good eeps. Alright, alright. Chad, do we want to run a poll to see what we're playing tonight? I was raised very leftist when I was with my mom, which was most of my life. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Poll. Chat, it might be poll time. We gotta decide what we're playing tonight. Cooked on the opposite end, had unrestricted access when I was like 11. I've noticed most of the people that I run into on the internet got internet access very early in life, much earlier than I did. Because I was like, you know, 15 turning 16 by the time I had internet access. I don't know if I'm a better or worse person for it, to be perfectly honest. I don't know if I turned out to be a better or worse person because of it, you know? I'm definitely a more productive and more skilled person because I didn't have internet access, but it very much stunted me socially. I, to this day, do not know how to talk to people. I am not familiar with most memes or media. I don't know how to interact with people my age. Most of my friends are older than me. I never knew how to talk to people my own age. Alright, I need to start a poll. Poll. Where's the poll button? Hello, I know how to do Twitch. I'm good at Twitch. I'm a professional Twitch streamer. Chat, how the fuck did I become a professional Twitch streamer while knowing nothing about the internet? How did I do that? What's wrong with me? How did I end up in this situation? You're hot? I want to hope it's more than just me being hot. I'd like to hope it's more than that. In my opinion, it probably helped a lot. It definitely saved you from a lot of trouble in childhood. Having access so young is so dangerous. I mean, I agree, yes. But you know. Also, leftist creators are far more sustainable. I don't know if that's true. I don't know, I spent most of my earlier content creation, like, scared that being an openly political person, because I can't not talk about politics, it's so core to who I am. I am an anarchist, I'm punk, like, leftist action is so core to who I am. I cannot, like, not talk about being openly queer and talk about how police are a a fucking occupying army that, you know, lived to essentially enslave anyone that they deem a criminal, or about how the very notion of nations and borders is bullshit. I was scared though for a long time that being so would like make it a lot harder for me to succeed as a creator. I don't know. Anyway. I'm putting on the poll Deltarune because we did not get to do that on Wednesday on account of my power going out, instars, and time. Is there anything else I should put on the poll, chat? We're the first we're the first cop slave catchers, pretty much, yep. Modern policing started out as a means of trying to capture runaway slaves, yeah. I indicate if it was a coincidence or not, but you became more active in politics after your model redesign. Yes, I did. At that point, I was actively homeless, and as I was recovering from homelessness, I was talking a lot more about, like, capitalism and its ills, and I ended up, like, as I was escaping homelessness, seeing a lot of growth the more politically open I was. I learned very quickly that I had found an audience that really enjoyed hearing me talk about these things, and the more I leaned into it, the more success I garnered. And so it was this wake-up call for me that being openly political was not a death sentence for my channel, and there was an audience for this, even if it is relatively niche. There was space for people like me to exist on the internet, even if not necessarily mainstream. Sorry to hear you had to go through homelessness, but I'm super glad you made it out. I continued streaming while homeless. I escaped homelessness on December 16th, 2024. So about a year and a half ago now. And life has had its ups and downs since, but I am glad to say that I am in a much happier place now and a much more stable place, if still struggling some months. We do our best. All right. Anything else I should put on the poll for what to play tonight? Because we are we're coming up to the 4-hour mark. And we've just been yapping. But yeah, honestly, with my redesign, I did very intentionally, with my 3.0, sorry, my 2.0 debut, I did very intentionally get louder and more authentic, because I really wanted to pigeonhole, or rather not pigeonhole, but I really wanted to settle down on like what my brand and bit as a content creator is, and I learned very quickly that people liked me on this stuff. I will not be doing Minecraft because I'm participating in the active ongoing boycott due to Microsoft's support of the... My brain just forgot words. I will not be playing Minecraft. Despite the fact that it's like one of my favorite games and I have a long history of streaming it, it is owned by Microsoft, who are actively participating in the genocide in Palestine and have been providing technological and military support to the Israeli government throughout their genocide. Unfortunately. I love Minecraft. I yearn for the day that I can someday play it again, but for now, it's been off the table for a bit. As a content creator, I feel an amount of responsibility to like not give screen time or any positive press towards media that is benefiting genocide or like other severe cases. Not aware of a boycott? Holy shit, that's evil to hear about. Yeah, it is rough. Unfortunately, Microsoft owns a lot of media, but they're one of the biggest targets currently of Chad, I always forget the acronym. Is it BSD or BDS? I'm really bad at acronyms, if you haven't figured this out yet. Thank you for the Curse of Scuff, Sunsweet. Bye-bye. BDS, probably. BDS, thank you, chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, they are one of the best resources for, like, finding out what's the current primary boycott targets. Microsoft will do anything to not put money towards their actual games. Also true. Boycott, divest something. I'm not good at acronyms. BDSM. No. Love the Automod killing me for being anti-Israel. Yeah. Chat, fuck genocide. No one is free until everyone is free. Keep on loving, keep on fighting. But no, like, I'll be so honest, I don't care too much what everyday people are doing with their time. Like, if you already own a game, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. But as a content creator whose like engagement with a piece of media can drive sales or can drive public discussion, I feel a need to be and desire to be careful about what I platform, you know? That's the way that I view it, at the very least. I've had a lot of people buy games because of me, and for that reason, I want to do my best to not platform games or media that is propping up genocide and shit. Doesn't matter when you just sail the seven seas for them. Yeah, straight up. Like, there have been times where people will tell me that they love a piece of media that is made by a shitty person or that's, you know, actively under boycott, and my response to that is, okay, pirate it and don't talk about it on social media, you know? Completely agree with your opinion. You're genuinely so cool for that. I try to be cool. I do my best. All right, chat. Deltarune in Stars and Time. Let me check my game list. Chat, do y'all want to see the game list? For those who are newer around here, I have a list of every game I'm currently streaming, every game I want to stream, and every game that I've completed on stream. It's not up to date right now, but for the sake of pulling it up, let's see. I do need to pick back up Pokemon Ranger at some point, actually. I forgot that that was a game that I had started on stream. I'm gonna add that to the list. I need to put Deltarune and In Stars and Time on here sometime. I need to also pick back up, I'm not sure, because I love Tomodachi Life, but I feel like the hype's gone with it, and I've been mostly playing it off stream. I don't know. Anyway, here's the completed game list. These are all of the games I have ever completed on stream since the day I started. You will notice it is a very short list. I get distracted. These are all of the games that I have abandoned or are for some reason incomplete. And here's my 2 playlist. Suffice it to say, we have a couple decades of content here. You know. You know. Anyway, I'm gonna put the poll up with Deltarune, In Stars and Time, and Pokemon Ranger on it. Feel free to vote. We'll probably, at the hour mark, jump into the video game, most likely. I'll give y'all 5 minutes to vote. There you go. Enjoy. I think it is on there, yeah. Bloodborne, I'm pretty sure is. Some of those games will be on hold for a while because of boycotts and whatnot, but I like how long the list is. The list to rule all lists. I'm very normal. Chat, I'm a very normal person who is definitely not autistic at all. What are you talking about? Teehee. Bro made a spreadsheet? Yeah. I'm neurodivergent. Chat, why is this surprising? I'm openly neurodivergent. Y'all know this about me. You need to put Pine Point on there for real? I think that, is that the dating sim question mark? Oh, wait, never mind. You've talked about this game before. I need to update it with stuff that's currently in the suggestions channel because I've not updated this in like 2 months. Teehee. Still struggling to explain boycotts to my Mormon relative that's willing to listen. It's definitely a difficult concept to describe to people. I think it's honestly easier to describe to conservatives than it is to like people who are uninvolved in politics, because like they'll talk all the time about voting with your dollar. A boycott is essentially voting with your dollar. It's like it costs $0 for people to not actively display themselves playing shit made by just benefiting terrible people. Yeah, straight up. Like, for me, I know people have their hyperfixations and their comfort media. My thing is just about things that are going to either drive sales or public attention, you know? I don't care what you do if you're not like streaming the video game or making YouTube content about it or actively promoting it online. People are gonna do what they're gonna do, especially with things they already own. I just ask people try to not put their money or other people's money in the hands of shitty people. You know? Welcome on in, Blaziken. Bye bye. AE in an alternate universe grows up to be a pencil pusher that has customized their Excel to the point it's functionally another software. Y'all should, sometimes I wish I could show y'all my budgeting spreadsheets because I get neurotic with it. I keep extremely detailed budgeting spreadsheets. My comfort media is Pine Point and Pup. Pup is so good. I love Pup. Peak Band. Peak Band. This can almost rival my organism idea list. Teehee. People don't understand boycotts. I thought it was a really simple concept. I mean, a lot of people don't understand a lot of things. Like, I have to okay, chat. Context for people who aren't familiar. I work with animals. Just context for that. I had someone walk up to me the other day and go, are these animals rescues? I mean, I know fish aren't animals, but are they rescues? And I paused, and I stared at them for at least 15 seconds. She had not misspoken, mind you. This woman was genuinely convinced that fish weren't animals. I don't think I answered her question. I was a little bit too flabbergasted with the statement that fish aren't animals. My point being that, like, unfortunately, I think people are very often a lot less, like, the average person is a lot less aware of the world than we oftentimes give them credit for, and that's not their own fault. That's not their own fault. Like, the education system hides a lot of these things and obscures them. It does not teach us how to engage with the world. I'm not gonna, you know, consider people failures for not having knowledge that has not been given to them. But a lot of people take a lot more of the world for granted and have a lot more incorrect assumptions about how things work than you probably think. I would posit that the majority of people have never even considered that alternatives to capitalism can viably exist. And if they are aware of it, their only exposure to it has been Red Scare propaganda, you know? I don't even think that's just an American thing. I think, unfortunately, a lot of people just have less self-awareness and critical thinking than we may want to assume, you know? And I don't take that as an issue with those people. It doesn't matter, it's a matter, I think, largely of the resources we're given, and, like, there are intentional efforts to exhaust us and to obscure a lot of this from us because you can't fight fascism if you are not given the tools to do so. Why did you all tie the vote? I'm going to kill you with a gun. Every day I learn that common knowledge is a myth. Chad, I'm gonna shoot you with a gun. Alright, second poll. New poll. Between In-Stars and Time and Pokemon Ranger. Gun emoji. This one's gonna only be 3 minutes long, okay? Pool the sequel. Can we get into a 3-way tie this time? Nah, it's only the 2 options. Fuck you. Fuck you with my gun. That came out wrong. Rip Deltarune. Rip Deltarune indeed. Like, come on, guys. No Deltarune love. Listen, chat, I misspoke. Chat, I misspoke. We're not going to address it. Oh, chat. I need to refill my water, fuck. You know what? I'm gonna refill my water while y'all do whatever this is. Alright. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back. Okay, it's your problem. I'm biting you. I'm biting you. I'm biting you. I'm biting you. So how's the poll going, Chad? Chad, Bozo's evil and he hates me. Can't bring myself to ruin the balance. You poor thing. You poor thing. Hello, Mischief. How are you doing? Welcome on in, M. I appreciate the lurk. You take care of yourself first and foremost. Lovely to see you as per always. Sorry I haven't had a chance to poke around much. My sleep schedule has been interesting. But I miss you. I hope you've been doing good. I'm doing my best. Chat, what the fuck? You know what? You know what? I'm going to enable channel points. You can now vote with channel points, chat. Fuck democracy, I guess. Chat, who needs democracy? Am I right? Who needs democracy when you can just do a capitalism? Chompa chompa chompa. What if I chomp you first with my teeth? Bark bite bite. Also, welcome back, Peru. How are you doing? Bark bite bite. They've tied this poll 2 times now. AE, you taught us how to fight authority. Chat, am I authority? Chat, am I an authority figure? I don't know how I feel about that. I didn't ask you for this. I'm just a guy on the internet. I'm just a guy on the internet, chat. We a plutocracy now. Yep, fuck you. And they scuffed me. Chat, I'm just a guy on the internet. In your channel, you were the authority, something along those lines. I don't fucking know. I don't really use my authority much. Which reminds me that I do need to read... Oh, chat. Some of my next priorities, when I have free time. So tomorrow... I don't have much free time, like, this week, but next week I'm gonna have more time. I am planning on, like, refreshing the Discord finally, getting a new rule set in place, adding some new channels that people, wanted. Finally doing a lot of the things that have been on my to-do list for over a year now. I need to finish a couple commissions as well. And after that, I will be getting to work on my next video. What are you all doing? Why are you like this? Why are you people like this? Why are you guys like this? I'm gonna cry. What the fuck, chat? Feel free to send a list of moonshine and whiskey flavors I saw at the beach. Chat, I want alcohol. Chat, I want alcohol. We're unionizing and understanding our combined power. What are your... If you're unionizing, then what are your demands? If you're unionizing, then I need to know your demands, chat. You can't unionize if you don't give me a list of demands. I can't give you cheese. I can bite you more. I can do that. I can't give you... Do you want this to become an art stream? I could do that. It would just take me a few minutes to set up. I don't really have any art to work on right now though, because I don't have the thumbnail for my next video planned out yet, and like I need to work on a model, but like in Stars in Time 1, alright, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, no. Suck my dick, anyway. Fuck you. You want to be Vor, you want to become the concept of Vor. God, that was so funny. Alright. The one I'll share here is a pickle flavored moonshine sold in jars with actual pixel slices in the jar. It's fascinating. I kind of want to know what that tastes like. We shall unionize again another day. The capitalism got us this time. As I knew it would. As I knew it would. Fuck you. Thank you for the hydrates, chat. Hey, you're free to buy grace or myself anytime. Noted. Teehee. Classic anti-labor tactic, defining the objective of the union. It's literally... Oh, teehee. Listen, I don't mind when people bite back, but, you know. Alright. Chat, I'm gonna kill you. How would you feel about that? How would you feel if I did that? Next ad break's gonna be in 5 minutes, so we're just gonna yap until then, and then we're gonna hop into some Stars in Time, alright? Does that sound like good? Does that sound like a good time? AE plays leftist infighting, and it's very effective. What can I say? I know politics. What can I say? I know politics. Fine, I'll drink water. Fine, I'll drink some water. I love how low the water bottles hit me on this model. Can we bring back those cool-ass union pins? One brass union pin, hello. Shout out to the International Workers of the World logo for genuinely being really cool. Okay, chat, that's enough hydrates. Okay, chat, I'm hydrated. I'm hot. Chat, I've already in this one sitting drank more water than I think I've had in days. Sure, you can in fact be overhydrated. This is a thing that can happen. Not that that's what's happening, but the water has organized now. I'm not a guinea pig. I'm not a guinea pig. You're misspecieing me. Hi, Reki, how are you doing? Barper bye bye. Chat's deciding that I need to become moist. We demand hydration and biting. Your union attempt fucking failed. Suck my dick. Yeah, guys, he's just an opie. I'd prefer that over guinea pig. How are you doing, Reki? It's lovely to see you. You won the battle, but the class war goes on. I love you guys. I love you all. What the fuck? Chat, I think this has been one of my favorite bits in a bit. Not gonna lie. I'm relaxing, I'm loafing. Hell yeah, enjoy your loafing. I'm gonna light a candle. Chat, I am slowly working my way through this this library scented candle that I was given by Omega Scales, and it's so cool and so pretty and it smells delicious. It's just really... Why is it so expensive? It's so nice. I love it. And I have been trying to fight the urge to not use it because it's expensive. So I've been trying to like actually force myself to use it because there's no point having something nice if you're not gonna use it. But Jesus Christ, this is so kind of you. Why is it so expensive? I'm gonna light this real quick. I'm relaxing, I'm loafing, hell yeah. We do enjoy some loafing around here. Every now and then, you just gotta relax and loaf and rest for a bit. That's okay. Oh, that burnt my hand, fuck. Chat, I'm very good at lighting candles, as you can see. Oh, fuck. Cool, what are your hand? What if I don't? Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, Mark's never considered the streamer and to chatter. Cool, what are your hand right now, guinea pig? You would hate if I actually showed you my hand right now. It's actually probably a good idea I didn't do a hand stream today, given there's like an open wound on my hand. That'll be hitting in 1 minute, chat. Oh, fuck. I really need to light this other wick. God damn it. I really need to light this other wick, but it's- and I just accidentally unlit the- oh my god. Chat, lighting this candle's been really hard. That you were supposed to start with lukewarm water and slowly add turns to cold. I don't know what I'm doing. The streamer is so good at being a person, chat. Exactly. You understand, Peru. A bit of bits, thank you. I appreciate it. Not. This candle is like a $45 candle, and that's so sweet, but it's so expensive. Also, congrats on the new badge, cool game. Barber bye bye. My hands don't look normal if there isn't a random wound on it somewhere. Exactly! You understand me, Grace. You get it. It's part of my aesthetic. I've honestly been really tempted to get some of the wax melts from this company, cause their stuff smells really good. Chat, I want my candle. Chat, I want to light my candle. It's so fitting for this game. I want it. It fits this game so well. What the fuck? Chat plays doctor with AE. Hey yo, gay sucks. No, my actual doctors would be so disappointed with me all the time. Okay, I got one of the wicks to light. Can I do the other one real quick? I don't think I can. I think it's too low. I need to get one of those longer lighters. Yeah, I need to get one of like the big lighters with like the long noses, unfortunately, if I'm gonna keep doing this candle. That sucks. Alright. Alright. Chat, I'm gonna start getting the game open. There we are. What do you mean gay sex? There's nothing less, exiting than hospitals. Alright. Listen, I don't kink shame. Be into whatever you're into. Have fun with it. Life is your oyster, whatever the fuck that means. Alright, can I get the game to capture? Please be nice to me. I'd like it if you were nice to me. Please? Where's my controller? There's my controller. Alright. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Destroyed all King Shamers chat. Kink is cool. Big kink enjoyer. Why do I have a Harry Potter ad? I mean, hey, fuck Harry Potter, but being so real, I would rather these companies waste their time showing ads to an audience that is not going to respect or fall for their bullshit, you know? Like, as much as it sucks, I would rather my audience get hit with those ads because I know y'all aren't going to fall for it. And I appreciate that about y'all. You know? There we go. I think I'm set up correctly now. Perfect. Let me know if game music is too loud, too quiet, anything of that sort. The right wing is surfing our channels. Fuck Harry Potter, fuck J.K. Rowling, fuck right wingers and whatnot. Like, I know everyone gets upset when they're faced with like the military ads or AI ads or Harry Potter ads or whatnot, but I would rather those companies waste their money showing their ads to people who aren't going to fall for it than show it to people who might actually be susceptible. Especially the military ads, you know? Especially the military ads. Like, that money could be going to showing that ad to someone who might actually fall for that shit and end up ruining their life over it. But instead it's being shown to you all who know better. Chat, I trans my gender on Gmail and now I get gender affirming ads. Congratulations! Alright, welcome everybody back to In Stars and Time, a video game that I like. We just started a fresh little life here, and we've got some work to do. So we need to figure out what's up with Mirabelle. And we need to do the plot line for little guy. Little non-binary disaster. Bonnie. There we go. Alright. Anyway. Here again.
I was actually just thinking about it. What do you think? Absolutely, I'll let everyone know. You're right. We don't have a moment to lose. But wait, do you know where everyone... Talk to you later, Mira. Okay.
YouTube seems to think I'm interested in top surgery already based on some of my ads lately. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. You told Mirabelle about the carrot method, so she can learn that one skill.
Wait, how did you know about...
And wink.
Okay.
Sifrin is such a silly little guy. Alright. Let's see if we can figure out what she's up to. Mirabelle is here, sitting on a bench and looking at papers.
Hi, Sifrin. Do you need anything?
Okay. So apparently we can't do this here. How do I find out what's up with her papers? Oh. Wait.
So, which one will you choose? Huh? Sorry?
You planted her pile of papers.
What? Huh? What? How? What do you know? Answer me.
She has her hand on her rapier.
You're choosing someone for something, right? It seems important. Maybe I can help. Huh. I suppose you must have more experience than I do. All right. I would like your help, if you'll give it.
experience.
Sure.
Thank you, Severin. But, this might take some time. So, make sure you have time?
I have time now.
Oh, okay. Okay, how to do this? Sit down next to me, maybe?
You sit down. Mirabelle looks at you without saying a word. She looks worried. Maybe you should take the lead?
So, what are those papers really?
Bonding proposals? Bonding, like when you promise to stay with someone forever? Is Mirabelle looking for a partner?
No, wait, that's not exactly it. Please stop looking at me. It's more like, dating? Dating profiles. I'm not thinking about being bonded yet.
Dating? You didn't think Mirabelle cared about that. You're still confused.
Oh, alright, well, before all this started with the king, I decided I wanted to, try.
Enjoy your lurk, Dragon's Horde, get some good eeps. My answer's so confused about my identity and it's oddly reaffirming. I feel that. I don't know what gender my ads think I am, and I find that quite funny.
Before this all started with the king, I decided I wanted to, try to date someone. So I asked a dating company, and they gave me a bunch of folders of people that I could meet and that I could date, but I haven't gone through it yet. So I figured I could at least get that done today, and look through all of them and make a list of people I could see myself dating. And I suppose I need help? I'm choosing someone I could spend the rest of my life with. So I'd appreciate another pair of eyes. Or, just one eye. As long as it's not my two eyes looking at this. And I also need a distraction from tomorrow very badly, so I figured I'd replace my anxiety about our possible defeat with, this.
Oh. Wait, is this like how my great-grandparents met? Could be. Could be. For some reason I thought you finished this game. I have not. We're still working our way through it, slowly but surely. I'm really liking it so far. How are you doing playing Burger by Bite? Choosing someone to date is a little out of your comfort zone, but you think you could try and find someone who would fit Mirabelle? Maybe.
Let's have a look then.
Alright. I have a few profiles right here.
She removes an immense folder out of her dress pocket. Was she carrying that with her throughout your entire journey?
Here's a few of them. So, you can go first and tell me what you think. And I'll go after. Tell me what you think about him.
She shows you the file of a strong, buff-looking man. Is that Mirabelle's type?
We have one of those at home. Wait, no, my controller reconnects. We have one of those at home.
Do you mean Isabel? Ew, you're right.
Is that worth an ew? Either way, sounds like masculine people aren't her type. Probably. Maybe she would like someone more feminine? Do you have someone more feminine looking? She looks through her files.
How about her?
She shows you the profile of a gentle-looking lady.
She looks like you.
Ew, you're right.
Is that worth an ew? So, well, not into feminine people either, apparently.
What kind of person are you into, then?
Oh, I don't have a type. I like all kinds of people equally.
But if you had to choose...
Someone... nice?
You nod.
And someone... pretty?
You nod.
And... someone who... likes me?
You don't nod.
Mira.
No, wait! Let me think a bit more. I want someone who...
She thinks for an awfully long time. Oh, is she Arrow? Oh.
But, well, what about you then?
What kind of person are you into, Sifrin? Well, you think about how to answer this for an awfully long time, but then catch yourself. Wait, are you just gonna copy my answers? No! Okay, fine. You got me, Sifrin. I'm not interested in that dating stuff. Oh, I love her. Chat, I love her. Chat, I love her. Oh, sorry, I just immediately got so much more fond of Mira in a matter of seconds. Oh. Oh, baby girl. Oh. The entire gang is so completely adorable, I can't. I love just the little casual rep, you know? Oh, that makes sense. But then, why? So then, why worry about it? You know, Zephyrin, the change belief is very, very important to me. It's all around changing. Changing with a capital C. Bettering yourself. Becoming a better, different person. And one of the ways to change is to try new things, you know? That's part of the reason the house offers so many different classes. And so I'm trying. I'm trying new things. And some are fun and fulfilling and easy. But you can't just go and only try the new easy things, can you? Sometimes I have to try scary new things. Things that make me uncomfortable. The things I don't want to do at all. Things she doesn't want to do. Like dating? Yes, like dating. But you know, romantic love is one of the biggest ways to change. It's supposed to change you, to bring you new experiences, and so I have to do it, right? I have to be a good housemaiden. I have to do it. I have to date. I have to love someone in a romantic way. I have to do things with them. I have to bond with them. I have to sleep with them. I have to have children with them. I have to love them in this very specific way. And you don't want to. And I don't want to. I don't want to do it, Zephyrin. Not at all. Dating, the idea of being in a romantic relationship, of being with someone like that, I hate thinking about it. I hate the idea of it. I really do. The idea of it alone is just awful for me to think about. I can't love someone like that in the way I should love them. It never happens, and I don't think it ever will. And I need this to change, don't I? So I'm pretty open to the fact that I'm aromantic. And that's something that took me a while to kind of come to terms with and realize and recognize in myself, because I know that I form really strong bonds and attachments to people, and I know I experience sexual attraction. And it took me a while to recognize and find the distinctions between like romantic love and this thing that I was experiencing. This ultimate, like, I have a desire to be close to people. I have a desire to be able to build my life around others. But I always got caught up on the romance parts. I always got caught on the parts that expected me to act in certain ways. The part that expected me to engage in physicality with people or to be limited and controlled by it. The parts wherein I think I'm capable of loving people, but not in that way. You know? I'm very, very full of love, but I don't think I love people in that way. And it took a while to understand that that was okay, and that the ways in which I love people are still valuable and meaningful, and real. But I don't love people in that way. desired to have the security of building my life around another person, but the thought of limiting myself within it and having to perform the roles and expectations that come with it, of having to... I like the security of existing alongside one, but having to modify myself for it and having to... It's a difficult thing to communicate, honestly. I don't like physical touch or the expectations that come with it. And while I like the notion of sharing many elements of my life with someone, I am so disconcerted and discomforted by the romance of it. The notion of going on dates, of holding hands with someone, of kissing someone, of having to perform a heteronormative expectation of engaging in a romantic relationship, of having to love someone in that way. I can't. I love my friends so deeply. I'm very invested in my friends. I give all of myself to them. And if a romantic partner were just that, were it just me giving parts of my life and my time to the people I care about, then perhaps it wouldn't be this thing that feels difficult and scary and insurmountable and wrong. But at some point I had to come to the conclusion that I don't love people in that way, and that that's okay. You know? Wow, I wonder why you have Kinsifrin so much. Gun emoji. Got set back many a years because I couldn't wrap my head around what my head's doing. Even me and Kat have is not that a romantic partner in the senses, and that's also okay, you know? I think I like the notion of even having a platonic life partner, but it's such a messy thing to have to engage with. And anytime the notion of romantic relations comes into my life, it is something that I run from because I cannot handle so heavily tying myself to someone else. I don't know. It feels like a cage to me. It always has. Oh, stars. This is heavy. You're not sure what to say. Maybe, well, why do you need to change?
Because I have to, Sifrin. I'm a housemaiden, and I love it. I love helping people, getting to know them. I love learning new things. I love it all, but I have to change in that way, too. I wish I could just not do it. Not be with someone that way. But, Sifrin, there's such a pressure to force us to do that. And not only to do that, there's such intense pressure that forces us to change. We have yearly festivals all around showing yourself as a new person for crap's sake. Most housemaidens have completely changed at least once, and I haven't. Izabi isn't even a housemaiden, and he's changed, and I haven't. And I don't want to change. I'm happy with who I am. I'm comfortable with who I am. I'm comfortable with the idea of not being with anyone. I'm comfortable with the idea of staying the same forever. But we have to change and bring new things into our lives and change clothes and hairstyles and even part of our personalities. To appeal to a deity that I don't know if they understand that sometimes I just like to stay the same. Or maybe they do. Maybe that's why they haven't. And now I have a list of people that I could meet so I can fall in love with them, which I can't do.
and do things with them, which I will never ever want to do. Also, I can change. And it makes me feel like a mistake. That I must be broken for not being able to want these things. Because everyone else can. Fucking hell. Yeah. It bothers me deeply how much of society is built around the expectation of amatonormativity, that you are supposed to desire a romantic relationship and a partner, and to find fulfillment through it, and how many like social and financial systems are built with that in mind as well. How much harder it is to navigate life alone. Pretty much everyone I know who has ever successfully filed for disability has only been able to do so because they either had a partner or parents who were able to financially support them during the process. Shit like that, you know? And it's... I had an argument with a friend once about this, about how frustrated I am about how much harder my life has to be, in part because I'm aromantic, and I don't think they ever fully got it. But it is a thing I feel, you know? It is very, very much a thing that I carry at times. So much of the world is built for people to be in romantic relationships, and those are supposed to be your safety nets and your security. And when that breaks down, life is so much harder. When you cannot engage in that, life is so much harder. Thank you, Plank. I appreciate it. Hey, $1 means a lot to me with how stressful life can be. Thank you. It's hard at times, and I don't know if anyone really understands this, but it is scary and frustrating and difficult at times to face the fact that life is fundamentally harder when I not only do not have, you know, someone else to base large swaths of my life about and to give me security, but actively am disconcerted by the idea of having it, you know? Fuck, man. Well, I don't know about the romantic part, but I don't want to do things with people either. Huh? Why not? It's weird, right? Yes. Mirabelle takes hold of your hands. You jump a little, but she doesn't notice. I'm also in the very weird, case of, sorry. I'm even in this really weird space of being, Arrow but not being Ace. I'm admittedly a little bit of a hypersexual person, and I desire for connection in those realms, but I'm really only able to interface with that through the realm of kink, and I have a lot of insecurity. I'm not the kind of person who can just do casual hookups with people, but I'm also so adverse to relationships, to the notion of being in a relationship, and to the how do I say, there's a word I'm looking for. Obligation is not the right word. What word am I looking for? Fuck. What's the word I'm looking for? People who, like, get into relationships but then leave them because they get too anxious and complacent. What's the word for that? Commitment. I am so deeply disconcerted by commitment and the notion of being in a relationship. that I will frequently find myself, even when I enter more casual engagements, if they become more than just these occasional things that I can opt into. If they ever become something more serious, if they ever exist beyond and impact my relationships beyond the brief moments that I allow them, that I get anxious and I want to run, you know? So I end up in this weird catch-22 situation where, while I have no desire for a romantic relationship, I'm still someone who wants to be able to have casual intimacy with people I care about, but I can't do so with strangers, and the moment something becomes more serious than just the occasional give and take, the moment something starts to exist outside of that brief context, I want to run, you know? And it's fucking hell. If I can so call it, chat. It is actual hell. But you know. I've had this bad habit where, like, I will get involved with people in like, you know, the kink community and in those, like, casual ways sexually, and then it will start to evolve beyond where I'm comfortable and start to impact other elements of the friendship and dynamic, and I immediately run. My response to that is to flee. And that is a problem that I admittedly need to work on in my communication. Because I'm in love with it in the early phases, and so I don't stop it sometimes. This is like genuinely a problem I acknowledge in myself and I'm actively working on addressing. Because I love the feeling of it in the early stages, but as soon as it starts to get too serious, there's a threshold where I just want to flee. And I have admittedly fucked up a few relationships through that habit, through hitting this point where suddenly it has become too much for me and it has crossed my lines, and people don't always take well to being told that, like, a new line exists, especially when that line infringes on something that was previously okay, you know? When something was okay in the past, but suddenly it's not. Some people don't get very chill with that, which is bad on them, but also bad on me for not being better at communicating that shit, you know, more upfrontly. Shit's messy. Shit's hard. Relationships are difficult in the arrow space, you know? My instinct to flee has had me unable to even cross the boundary in that space. I'm working on getting more confident about it, and I hope you do, genuinely. It's difficult. It's very difficult. These are things that I am still working on in myself. Is it fear of being abandoned or commitment? I do have a fear of abandonment, but it's absolutely a fear of commitment. Or at least something adjacent. Fear of being trapped. Because I'll end up in situations like a problem I had with someone recently where there was a casual dynamic. We engaged like 3 or 4 times, and then there was a situation where, like, outside of a sexual context, they started talking to me with some of those, like, terms and behaviors that I associated with it. And when I said, fuck off, stop, I don't think they took it as serious initially, and leaned more into it. And that caused a problem that I took a little too long to voice. And, you know, that's a complicated kind of situation to be in, you know? Those are complicated fucking situations and complicated cases of boundaries, and it's something that I need to admit that I need to work on in myself, you know? All this to say, God, fucking, the mess of being Arrow is rough sometimes. Also, yeah, you can revoke consent whenever you want. But sometimes trying to communicate the nuance of when or where something is okay gets fucking messy. Like, I don't blame people for struggling to figure out boundaries when they are not always as firmly or clearly communicated as they fucking should have been. And again, that's a thing that I'm actively working on, you know? We are constantly growing and changing as people. I'm a weird flavor of arrow. Not like there are absolutely, like, I firmly believe it is possible for conflicts to exist without either party necessarily being in the wrong, or that situations can happen where people make mistakes and fuck up, but no one necessarily did something wrong. It was just a lack of proper communication, and that's a thing that needs to be addressed and worked on. Again, these are habits that I recognize in myself and am actively working on and have been working on. But you know, being a person's hard. I'm just a very weird flavor of arrow where I cannot handle commitment or anything becoming more serious than casual and in passing, and finding the lines there can get messy.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow. Or sorry, not the follow. Jesus Christ. Oh, I autopiloted on that so hard. I heard the sound effect. Welcome on in, thank you for the raid. How goes it, Fruited Gear Phantom? Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello everybody, hi, I'm Archivist, I'm your resident loud punk bastard. We're currently enjoying In Stars in Time, yapping, causing some problems, as we're oft to. We're in the middle of a heavy cutscene right now, but we're chilling. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, mods. What were y'all up to tonight? Feel free to fill us in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hope that none of my rambling there makes me come across as a worse person. It's shit that, like, is hard to navigate, you know? And we're constantly growing and changing and working on ourselves. I acknowledge myself to be a constant work in progress. I am by no means a perfectly put together, complete individual. But, you know. Did not expect this to resonate with me. I have a lot more to think about now. Congratulations! I'm so glad I could cause you to self-reflect. Oh, a heavy cutscene. There's a heavy cutscene on screen right now. You know. Welcome back, Rowan. Congrats on sleeping through my heavy personal bullshit. Nah, I hope that doesn't make me come across as worse of a person. You know, we're all doing our best. Yeah. It's just weird and gross. It's awful. I don't want it at all. Oh, Sifrin, you mean it? You really mean it. You understand? Yeah, of course. What a relief to have someone who understands this, at least. There's no way in hell anything you say would make you sound like a bad person. I appreciate that, because I worry about it. I think my concern is that, like, people will see that and be like, you are not communicating your boundaries, you're the problem, and ultimately, like, it's shit that, you know, it's skills we're all learning, and sometimes we don't recognize boundaries are there until the moment they're crossed. Like, it's fucking... We're all works in progress. Sometimes, I mean, also, yes, sometimes we are the problem and we need to better ourselves, and that's okay. Boundaries are sometimes fluid too, true that, and they can be hard to find. And I, again, firmly believe there can be situations where no one is in the wrong, but something still happened, and those are situations where we work on our communication skills and try to learn about ourselves and about how to respect the people around us, you know. But that doesn't fix anything. I need to change. And dating, it's part of it, so... Mirabelle sighs. This is also normal, like not being a perfect person, that's normal. However, doesn't make me think any less of you, AE. What if I killed you with a gun? Would that make you think less of me? Sorry, I think I'm fucking hilarious. Sefren, I know you don't follow the change belief, but... Setting a hard boundary. Don't trap me in a giant CRT. Sorry, but I need that, okay? I need to trap you in a CRT for my mental health. If it was an M19, I'd be so fixated on its beauty I wouldn't notice. Good to know. Good to know. You can shoot me, and well, personally, let's just say that it'd be a little hot and cool. Thank you. Glad to know, like, half my chat has a gun kink. Chat, today I walked up to one of my friends while she was standing in front of, a shark, long story. And I went, do you think that shark's gay? And walked away. I think I'm the funniest person ever. I specifically said, do you think that shark's a lesbian? And then walked away. Sefren, I know you don't follow the change belief, but do you have something like this? Something that brings you joy and community and faith, but some other parts you don't know how to follow? Some other parts you don't know what to do with? Some other parts just bring you grief? Something that brings you both joy and grief? You think about the stars. It's more complicated than that for me, but... yeah, I have something like that. So, you do too? I recently learned the raccoons can be gay but not lesbian. I need more information. Well, did she think the shark was a lesbian? She broke down laughing as I walked away. I don't have a gun kink, but a twin can get away with a lot. I'm just that cool, chat. I'm just that hot. I'm just that hot. How do you deal with it then? You don't. I just try not to think about things that bother me in general. Avoidance, huh? That feels a little too cowardly for me. Ouch. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say. You laugh. You know she didn't mean it that way. Of course not. You didn't know Mirabelle held those feelings towards the change belief. She always seemed so passionate about it. But the belief she loves so much is also the same belief that forces her into a box she doesn't want to be in. Why doesn't she leave it behind then? You suppose it's not that simple. I don't know anything about your belief, but... you could always game the system, right? Game the system? Change things by deciding not to change? If everyone changes in that way, then you'll change by not changing in that way. There's more than one way to become a better person, right? You can get with anything on me. Ayo, ayo, ayo! Changing by deciding not to change? Sifrin, that's not how it works. But no one needs to know. Change myself by deciding not to change. Sounds challenging and fun to me. Right now, you mean it. It does. It does sound challenging and fun. Mirabelle smiles at you brightly. You smile back. Thank you, Sefred. Thank you for talking with me. Basically, female raccoons don't mate or form relationships unless to have kids. Fascinating. Huh. Male raccoons, on the other hand, are down to fucking form relationships constantly, but since female raccoons won't unless to have babies, male raccoons will do with each other. Yeah. I've seen gay sharks try to have sex. Anyway.
Look at the time. You probably have other things to do, don't you? Go. Don't let me keep you. I need to be alone for a bit. I have a lot to think about.
Hi, Nico. Doing quite well. How are you?
I'll see you later, okay?
You got a memory of faith. You'll always remember this.
When equipped, Memory of Faith boosts all of your housemaiden stats by 30. Wow. Your housemaiden also learned the skill Holy Care Shield. Holy Care Shield is amazingly strong. When used, it creates a shield that makes everyone invulnerable to attacks for 1 turn. It's so strong you'll only be able to use it when you and your housemaiden have had this exact conversation.
Cool. Alright. Cool. Alright, so, what else do I need to do? Is there anything else I need to do before I continue on to the next loop? Bonnie is here, looking morosely at the fields.
Bonnie! Hey, friend. What do you want?
Okay, I don't think there's anything new we can do with Bonnie right now. Yeah, this is a whole time loop game. It's honestly really cool how it handles some of its shit. I'm a little unclear on some of the rules with it, but you know, it's pretty cool. Where the fuck is my man? Where is Isabeau, my beloved? Where are you? I'm definitely pronouncing his name incorrectly as well. Hi! Hi, Issa. Isabeau is here, probably pondering what to pronouce the tree.
Issa!
Ziff. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I get it. Anyway, I was just looking at the favor tree. Isn't this tree cool? Key joke.
Yeah, it is.
Glad you agree.
One could say it's a pretty
Uh-huh.
tremendous tree.
Yeah.
Yes.
You both laugh. Laughing uproariously, he raises his hand towards your shoulder. You get it now. This is him trying to touch you. You freeze. His hand is in the air. And goes closer. Closer. His hand abruptly stops above your shoulder. And goes back to his side. That was funny. I'm gonna go so you can do your thing with the tree, but do you want to talk before I go?
Can I help you with anything?
Do I need help with anything? Well, maybe, kind of, but it seems serious. Does he have a big problem he needs help with? You steal yourself. Okay, well, I'd rather you ask everyone else if they need help first. Mine might take some time. A task so long, it might take a lot of time. It must be really important to him. You nod seriously. So serious. So, yeah. Make sure to help everyone and do whatever you need to first. So, we still need to solve Bonnie's thing. We need to solve what's up with Bonnie. Which at this point we've eaten all of the foods. Which means it's something that we've already eaten that is Bonnie's favorite. And I might just cheat to find out if y'all don't mind. I'm just gonna find out which one I have to be so I can... Okay. How do we do this? how do I do this? Okay. One sec, let me see if this will allow me to do the thing. I don't know if the game will allow me to do the thing yet. I do not need someone to backseat for me. I'm just trying to figure out if the game will let me do this or if I have to go and rewatch a bunch of cutscenes. Because that'd be inconvenient and annoying, you know? No worries, Rowan, you get some rest. Bye bite. Bonnie is here. I'm looking morosely at the fields. Do you want something? Can I help you with anything? Help me? Then I don't want your help. I don't want you to help me with anything. You don't? I don't. You're stupid and you don't even know me, so I don't want you to help me. I don't know you. You really don't. Not even a little bit. You don't even know my 3 favorite foods, stupid. Okay. Alright, I got this. I don't want to go rewatch cutscenes, so. One sec. I do. Huh? You love rice? Yeah, that's true, but... And? Pineapples? And the last one is... samosas. But which samosas? Yeah, I bet you don't know that. Which samosas are my favorite, stupid? It's samosas. It is with potatoes and without cheese. Okay. With potatoes, without cheese. Yeah. That's all my favorite foods. Success. If you remembered them all, you do pay attention to me? No, that's stupid. Of course you do. Or else you wouldn't have. There's something you can help me with. Can you come with me? If you have time. I have time now. Okay. Then come on. Aww. There we go. May or may not have save scummed at this part. Listen, valid, understandable. We did it! I didn't know my best friend had 20 years favorite foods until 2 years ago. I don't know my best friend's favorite food. I don't think I know. Chat, sometimes I wonder... Sometimes I wonder if y'all know and remember more about me than some of my closest IRL friends. Anyway. Monty brought you outside of Norman. You can see some weak sadness roaming in the distance. Friend, You said I could ask her anything, yeah? Not exactly what you said, but... Sure, whatever you want. Okay, well... I need you to teach me how to fight. Oh. I know Dia's gonna say I can help you all in battle tomorrow. But it'll be from far away, right? I want to help. To actually help! And for that, I need to learn how to fight. So you're gonna help me. Let's go. Bonnie ran away. Towards the sadness. You run towards Bonnie as fast as you can. Look! I'm not scared. Come on. Do people actually have favorite foods? Yeah, I have a favorite food. My favorite food is country fried steak. I'm a southern boy. I'm not scared. I can do this. Oh, he's such a little guy. Ah! Bonnie, without thinking about it, you strike. You breathe in and out. Uh, you can't help but yell. Be more careful, Bonnie! I'm sorry. You look at Bonnie closely. Miraculously, they don't seem hurt. Bonnie is trembling. I shouldn't have yelled. Breathe with me. You breathe slowly, in and out. And make sure Bonnie breathes with you. I don't have a favorite, but chocolate, peanut butter, fried chicken, or cheese are always appreciated. I mean, real and valid. You need to calm down too. Slowly, they stop shaking. That didn't go super well. It did not, no. It's your fault. You weren't there. You weren't there to help me and tell me what to do. You frown. I'm sorry. I can teach you, but don't go on ahead on your own. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll listen. Tell me how to fight. I want to learn. You look around. There's another sadness in the distance. You put your index finger in front of your mouth and tell Bonnie to stay silent and point towards the sadness. Bonnie looks over and nods. You jump in. Okay. Ready? Ready? Yeah. Yes. What do I do? You smile. Teaching time. You tell Bonnie to look at the sadness's hands. That's a scissors sign, right? So that means they're vulnerable to rockcraft. Yeah, kind of rockcraft. So I can hit them, right? You nod. Okay, here I go. You take an attacking stance. Bonnie follows suit. Oh, I did it, friend. You clap. You breathe in and out. 150 XP received. Yeah! You defeated the sadness. You breathe out. Bonnie's looking up at you. You look back. Hey friend, why aren't we allowed to touch you? What? What? Dylan, Zaw, and Bello said we're not allowed to touch you because it makes you jump and because they said so. It's true that you jump, but I was wondering why, because it means we can't high-five or anything. Why? None of them are touching you. On purpose? Because it makes you jump? For such a simple reason? I don't mind being touched or hugged. I'm just not used to it. You're not used to it? Oh! Maybe it's because you're not ready for it when it happens. That's how it is with Niall. Niall? Niall? My sister. Her name's Petra Niall, but it's dumb, so I call her Niall. She doesn't like it when people touch her and she's not ready for it. Niall's really cool and tough, but she gets scared easily, I think. One day I touched her shoulder and she didn't know I was there and she screamed really loud, like, ah! But then she said I shouldn't do it again, because when she's scared, she said her scared brain takes over, and she said she might suplex me without meaning to. Which sounds really cool, but she said she doesn't want to suplex me because she doesn't want to hurt me. She did suplex one dude who scared her once, though. So I'm not allowed to touch her if she doesn't know where I am, if she doesn't know I'm there. So I'm not allowed to touch her if she doesn't know I'm there. So I always try to walk really loud so she hears me coming. That's why my shoes are so big, see? Bonnie points at their boots. You nod. Heh. I don't want to talk about my sister anymore. You don't often talk about her. She's frozen in time and she's not here, so I don't want to talk about her. She says talking behind people's backs is bad. And also, talking about her hurts and makes me sad. Oh, Bonnie. Bonnie. I want Niall to be here. I should have helped her when... Why aren't you used to being touched? Did your family not hug you when you were a kid? You flinch. Can't remember. Oh. But maybe that's why. I'm just not used to it, and it takes me off guard, I think. Oh, okay. So if you can see me, and if I tell you I'm gonna touch you, it's fine? It's not fine, but... sure. Huh. Okay. I'll remember that. So, then Bunny jumps up and down, making sure you watch them do it. I'm gonna touch you now. Suddenly, Bunny pokes you hard in the stomach. Ow? You saw me and I told you, so it's fine. I guess so. Okay, let's go. Let's fight one more sadness. I can do one more. You spot a sadness in the distance and attack. God damn it, Bonnie. Okay, I can do this. Watch me, friend. You smile, enjoying Bonnie. You and the sadnesses exchange blows. They're just a kid. Chat, they're just a kid. This is different from usual. You're not used to fighting outside anymore. The ground isn't even and there's rocks and branches to worry about. Oh. You tripped on a branch. Friend! The sadness saw you fall and is running towards you to attack. No! Not this time! Ah! You breathe in and out. Friend! Friend, are you okay? Bonnie is shaking. I'm okay, Bonnie. I just tripped. Really? You promise? You nod. Okay. You haven't called me Bonbon in forever. Only Zaw calls me that now. Oops. Bonnie. No, I didn't mean... You promise you're okay? You nod. Okay. Sorry. I got scared. It reminded me of before, that's all. Before? Before? Yeah. You remember, right? It was a while back. You protected me from the sadness, you know? What sadness do they mean? You can't remember. Which one? Also add... Oh, forgot to mention ads. Which one? The one that got your eye, stupid! Oh. I kind of want to wait until ads to continue this. I kind of want to wait until after ads to continue this, chat. Oh, chat. I kind of gotta wait until after ads for this one. I need everyone to be here for this. Oh no. Oh, that's good. I don't blame you. Folks and ads deserve this. Yeah, folks and ads deserve this shit. On the edge of my seat with this now. Yeah, no, sorry. They dropped that and I'm like, hello. Eye horror? Eye drama? Eye-based trauma? Hello, give it to me. That's my favorite flavor of trauma, chat. My favorite flavor of trauma is eye-based. If that wasn't obvious, I feel like it is pretty obvious. But chat, my favorite flavor of trauma is eye-based. Teehee. Appreciate you waiting. That's why you might go out for real. I need to get better at like waiting during ads. Cause sometimes I get too in the zone and I don't notice. But this one, oh, this one hits. Hi, Wonder, how are you? But for my bite.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the raid, Tai. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can catch me yapping and causing problems, committing chaos. While I have the moment, hi. I wonder, would you like to get drunk and watch The Owl House sometime? In any case, thank you for dropping your brother on me, Hanaki. How are you doing? Bye. How are you? Welcome on in, folks. Everyone give some love, throw some affection. I'm just your loud punk boy here on the internet. You can find me yapping, causing problems. We're currently enjoying some instars in time, and I'm experiencing emotions. I'm experiencing many emotions right now. Most people should be back from the ads right now. I'm eating wonder. Listen, chat, I just want to get inebriated with my friends and enjoy media. I dream of being able to, like, just kind of sit on a couch with all my buddies, with my own blanket so that I'm not, like, having or forced into physical contact with anyone because I'm a not very touchy person, and just like watch a show while inebriated. You know. Welcome back from the ads, Raiders. Hi everybody, I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard on the internet. I cause problems, I commit chaos, I make art, I do video essays. I'm constantly doing too much all the time. Which reminds me, Hanaki, I'm gonna be working on your second outfit very soon. It's like next up on my to-do list. I'm gonna be starting on it this week. I finally completed a bunch of deadlines and projects. Yay! Miss those days in the morning shifts. So it's for me, real and valid. I've been so swamped lately. But nah. Chat, I love my friends. In any case, we are currently playing Instars in Time. The game is a little bit heavy at times. Fair warning, mind the content warnings. There is like injury and death, and those are core themes, alright? You take care, Pyro. Bark, bite, bite. That said, we're having a good time. We're chilling. We're vibing. What if I killed you all with my teeth? What if I did that? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Huh, punk? Huh? Supposed to be looking to avoid spoilers? Of course, please take care of yourself first and foremost. The spoilers are big right now. In any case, love y'all. Alright, let me get back on the plot. Then it would be biting you back, 3 pieces, 2 bites. Ayo? The fuck? Alright. Oh. Huh. Oh, crab, you stupid crabbing. See? I told you. I knew it. You're so crabbing stupid. You don't even remember it. You think it doesn't matter. You keep getting hurt because of me and you don't care. You can't see from one eye because of me and you think it doesn't crabbing matter. That's right. You'd forgotten. It was after you all met Bonnie. Before they started barely speaking to you anymore. They weren't careful, and a sadness was about to hurt them. They're so small. No one else was close enough to do anything. You're the fastest. So you ran, and got in front of them, and... Why did you do it, friend? Why did you do it? Why did you protect me? I don't understand. You could have stayed put. I could have taken care of it. I was fine. But no, Fryn thinks they're better than everyone else, and you tried to protect me like a stupid crabbing idiot. And you got hurt because of me. Because of me, you can't see from one eye. You have a big scar, and you bump into things all the time, and you trip all the time, and you can't see. Because of me. Because of me! Oh no. They seem really upset, but... It's not that big a deal, though. But it is. It really is. You got hurt because of me, and I don't like it. I don't want it to have happened. You should have stood there and let me be hurt. But you would have died. It doesn't matter. If I died, it would have been fine. It would never have been fine. I could never have let that sadness hit you. I know you don't like it when we say you're a child, but you are. And as adults, it's our responsibility to make sure you're safe. Do you want us to go to your sister and tell her, sorry, we didn't jump to save them, so they're gone now? You'll always be more important than any of us. No matter what, we'll always make sure you'll live. And I'll always pick you up over a blinding stupid eye. But friend, I don't want you to be hurt. I don't want you to be hurt. You can reassure them all you want. Say you're sorry. Promise you'll never do it again. But you would do it again. Again and again and again. If it happened now, while you're stuck in a time loop, you'd jump in and protect them every time. You'd protect them all. Every time. Because what's the alternative? Try and find a way to save them without being hurt? But what if you failed? What if you couldn't do it, and they did get hurt instead? What if they died because you tried to get a better ending? You can't take that chance. You would do it again, the exact same way, for as long as needed. I'm stronger now, Bonnie. I can protect you, and make sure I don't get hurt. I can protect you, and make sure I don't get hurt either. You promise? You promise you won't get hurt again? I promise. You super promise?
Oh,
Super
shit.
promise. Thank you for the resub, Vexgal. Barbara, bye-bye. What if I bit you? You super duper promise? Super duper promise. Okay. Okay. As long as you promise, it's fine. And anyway, I protected you just now, right? If it wasn't for me, you'd have been hurt. So, you can protect me, and I can protect you. And we can protect everyone too. Yeah? Yeah. You see me, right? I'm gonna touch you now. Bonnie runs into your side. They hug you tightly. You freeze until you remember what to do. Oh, hello, Zamaki. Welcome on in. Oh. Slowly, you hug them back. See? You do know how to hug. Looks like I do, yeah. You got memory of training. You'll always remember this. Memory of training is equipped. Your kid will never miss when attacking. Your kid also learned the skill, billion blows technique. They'll be able to hit the enemy harder during battle. It's so strong you'll only be able to use it when your kid have had this exact conversation. Why are they... Was kid a placeholder name before they named Bonnie? Was that a placeholder name that they forgot to replace in this text box? Oh no, that's his title, isn't it? Never mind. Or that's their title, rather. Got it, never mind. My bad. The kid is a status like fighter. That makes sense. I forgot that the previous text boxes also you did not use names. That makes sense. Alright, yeah. They're just the kid. So if you loop back to Dormant, you'll have to talk to them all over again. Remember that, okay? Cool. Okay. Let's go back to Dormant. I gotta show everyone how cool I am now. You nod. You both head back to Dormant. That makes sense, yeah. It just was not working grammatically, and that was fucking with me. Alright, so I guess we need to do the thing with Odile again. I wonder if we can rush the thing with Odile. like, speed run this. Because we've done this before. Got it. Oh, so the person who says the stuff in the text boxes is actually a character, Loop, who I've been giving this voice, but it's kind of an annoying voice to do. And I forgot to do it during that box. Okay, can I skip this? I've done this before. We've been through this. Oh, I've heard the Bollinger is one of those. What? What? Huh? Really? You wait a bit for her to calm down. You look at her, repeat the same words over and over. Sifrin, will you come with me to ask them if I can borrow it? It might take some time. Okay. Can I speedrun this now that I know the solution? Wow, you're here again. You don't really have to go through this whole thing again. You can just zone through it and skip it completely if you'd like. You'll even still get their cool skill. But if you do, the skill will be a tiny bit less useful. Your choice. I'm gonna zone out. It's a long cutscene. A long sequence, okay. Alright, so now we can finally go talk to our last buddy. Where the fuck did you go? Where are you? My man. Isabeau is here, looking towards the house. Hi again, Sif. What's up? Hey, I finished helping everyone out. You did. You did! I saw you run around with everyone today, which made me very jealous. So I'm glad I get to spend time with you. Are you ready now? We'll probably have to go to the clock tower immediately after we're done, so I don't think you'll have time to do anything in the village after. So, want to make sure you did everything you needed to? Let's do this. Okay. Well, follow me, Sif. We got everyone's full abilities, or everyone else's full abilities for this one, though, at least. So, you know, you follow Isabeau around for a while. Going through Dormant, then the forest until the field. There's nothing around. What could he possibly need? So, what do you need me to do? Huh? Lay down with me? You lay down. And then, look up. You look up. Gay people, stars, stars, stars all around you. You inhale sharply. You know, when you asked me if I needed help earlier, I wasn't sure what to say. I don't really need help with anything, and I did all I needed to prepare for tomorrow and stuff. But I saw you run around and help everyone today, and that seemed kind of fun. And so I thought, it's just making sure to help everyone today. But I just want to hang out with him. And so, that's it. That's all I wanted you to do today. Let's just hang. Oh. Oh. Why stars? Oh. So, you know how you say this word when you're annoyed or something bad happens? I don't know what language it is, but I always thought it was like a swear word. Like crap. And I looked in a few books, but I couldn't find the word anywhere, and I got really curious. One day I heard someone else say it, so I asked them, and they said it means stars. And I noticed you know stuff about the sky. You talked about planets once, and the sun, and you, like, really knew what you were talking about. And sometimes when we slept outside, you'd spend most of the night looking at the night sky. And I thought that was interesting, because I never thought about what's up there before. But, So I thought maybe, like, you'd like to see the stars together. Automon won't let you say gay. This is so sad. Hello, Markson. Good morning. Broken by Might. Really relate to Odile as a third-generation Holocaust survivor, feeling like a culture and community was stolen from you really hits home, and that's understandable. Absolutely, yeah. I imagine Odile's story is definitely relatable to a lot of people. Or maybe just in general. No, was I wrong? Was I really more of an actual swear word like crab? Where you don't actually like stars and stars are bad and gross? Did I step in it? Did I mess up? No, you didn't step in it. I got scared. Anyway, I've heard people can see stuff in the stars sometimes. Like pictures. They're called... something? Constellations. Constellations. Yes, that. Do you know some? You look up at the stars. You don't recognize any of them. No, I don't know any. Huh. You're saying I didn't step in it, but... Sif. Change the subject. No, you're fine. Tell me something. Something? Something about you. Oh. Oh, Sif. Oh, Sif. Oh, Sif. Enjoy dinner, Darkwood. Oh, okay. Well, okay. You know I'm from Jovente, right? I've lived there my whole life. It's a nice big city. More than one house, too. Way bigger than Dormant. Big enough that you don't know the life story of every person you see. Anyway, you might think it's surprising, I don't know. But when I was Bonnie's age, I was like the smartest smarty pants around. Not like slightly smart or anything, but like the nerdiest kid you can imagine. Huh. What was being implied there? I'm not entirely sure. I'm still trying to piece that together. It is very clear that Sif has some kind of feelings about stars and the sky and space. Supposedly has a lot of knowledge about space. There's something going on. You have trouble imagining his views anything other than the boisterous man he is. Like, really imagine it. Big glasses, super neat braids, always knew the answer to any question the teacher asks. Always getting perfect grades. Always too shy and focused on grades to even know how to make a friend in the playground. That was me. And, I didn't really like myself. Cause, like, I was smart, but I really hated being shy. Being alone. Not even able to ask a classmate for a pen because I was so paralyzed by fear. And I was ready to spend the rest of my life like this. But one day, after years of living like this, I looked at myself and the way I was and the way I existed in this world. I looked at the kid in the mirror and I thought, is this it? I figured out before the game told me when I played, like not to brag or anything, but okay. I have my theories and thoughts, but I'm scared to voice them because of the embarrassment of being wrong. You know? I have my theories and thoughts. Is this really who I want to be? Couldn't I just be someone else? Someone that could make friends, someone people could love. Someone I could love. Someone I wouldn't feel ashamed of being. Couldn't I just change? And that's one of the things people go to houses for, you know? To learn things, to train, to do bodycraft on yourself, to change. You can stay for a bit and come back changed and no one would say a thing. They just accept the new person you become. Uh, you don't watch my VODs. I watch my VODs. Plus, we're not going to tell you whether you're right or wrong. True, and if you end up being wrong, we legally have to crucify you. I get embarrassed being wrong on the internet. It's why I do video essays that are pre-scripted and don't just rant. I say this actively ranting into a camera. It's why I make video essays on the internet instead of unscripted rambles. I say unscriptedly rambling into a camera. But like when I do it this way, there's so much content being generated. It's like, good luck. So I went to one of Jovente's houses and threw myself into it. Trying to be the coolest, strongest, most dependable person around. Lifting weights. Training my voice to be deeper. Oh, I already figured that Isabeau was trans. Like, that was very heavily implied by the game. But I love that. Oh. Yeah, no, I figured pretty early on. I figured like when they first brought up bodycraft, they're like, okay, yeah, Isabeau is absolutely heavily implied to be trans here. But okay, but what about this? I'm experiencing playing the game for the first time vicariously through you, so I want to hear what you think. Okay, but then I'm influencing your conclusions and headcanons. I love the implication that Isabeau is trans. Training my voice to be deeper, louder. Crafting my own body to be cooler, stronger. Looking at myself in the mirror every morning and yelling, I'm the coolest. Change is destruction, you know? So bringing about change, you need to know you might hurt people. Might hurt yourself, even. So you always have to be careful and think about whether the destruction you bring about is worth it. I decided it was. So the person I was before, I made them disappear. Hello, Plague! Killed them with my bare hands. Made sure they'd never, ever come back. So I could live. Yeah. This heavily vibes with me for reasons that I will probably never speak to publicly. But you know. Well, all I'll say is that psychosis is a hell of a drug. It sounds so bad when I say it like that. The kid I was before is still here. I just grew around them to protect them, building an armor until it became the real thing, so I could become someone strong, someone outgoing. Someone comforting to be around. Someone I would have liked to know before. Aw, listen, it's okay, Plague. We're all getting called out by the game right now. It's just that kind of night. Hello, Hunter, as well. Hi. How you been? Meh. It doesn't matter that much. I'm here, is what I mean. And I love myself so much more now than I did before. But even the person I'm now is a work in progress. I want to change still. Become a big and strong and dependable, happy-go-lucky dude, because that's who I needed to be. But lately I've been feeling like I need to let down the airhead facade a bit. Act less stupid, that sort of stuff. It doesn't feel great when people think I'm stupid just because I act a certain way. So I might change again soon, and become slightly new. That sounds cool, right? Oh. You never knew. Isabeau wanted to change, to become someone else, and he did it. He must have worked for so long to make his wish come true. I might change to be a mix between a jock and a nerd. Balancing it out, you know? So you'll change into a jerd? More like a knock. Sounds better, doesn't it? Better mouthfeel. They both sound bad, Isa. No, don't say that. You can be a smart jock. The smart jock. How avant-garde, right? Anyway, after we beat the king tomorrow and go our separate ways, I'll still change into someone else. Someone who can be both strong and smart, both at once. What a concept. Doesn't that sound like someone cool? Doesn't that feel like someone you wouldn't feel ashamed of knowing? Is that what he thinks? Isa. Yeah, Seth? I have never felt ashamed of knowing you. Not even a little bit. You're gonna make me blush, Sif. And, well... You know I feel the same, right? You're like, maybe the coolest person I know. You know that, right? And I really like spending time with you. When we hang out, I always discover new things, like cool theater stuff, or even just something new about you. And I like how you always have a pun ready for any situation. How you breathe in a specific way sometimes, and I wish I could breathe with you to make you feel better. And I like the way your face looks when you eat your favorite foods. And I want to know more about you. Talk with you more. Laugh with you more. And I... You can't look away from him. Whoa, is that a shooting star? Hey, look up! Isn't it cool? You look away from him and look up at the starry sky. There's no shooting star. But you don't mind.
Aha! See? I told you they'd be here.
You heard Issa mumble to himself about it earlier, more like.
Hey, Sifrin. Hi, Isabeau. We figured you'd be here. Can we join you?
Everyone is here. Good to see you, everyone.
Such a beautiful night. Was it your idea to come here, Isabeau?
It was. Under the stars, huh?
How romantic. Very well done, Isabeau.
What? No, it wasn't romantic at all. Just a pals outing. Buddies hang out. I, of course, would bring any of you here.
Uh-huh. I brought our food, so we can eat here. A nightly picnic.
Oh, I can smell samosas. Yummy.
Yeah, I made a lot. Friend, take one.
Take two, even. You deserve it.
Sifrin sure worked hard today, didn't they? Thank you for your help earlier.
You jump. Yes, thank you, Sifrin. You've been a great help today.
Friend taught me how to fight. I'll be able to help you tomorrow. Oh, I'm looking forward to it, Bonnie. Za, did Friend help you today too?
You freeze. Did you? Of course, Sif helped me today. Isabeau is looking at you, smiling brightly. Thank you for spending time with me, Sif. Oh. You hide your face beneath the rim of your hat.
How wonderful.
Thank you. Well, great helper. Here, have another samosa. And have some pate and bread.
I'm sure you want some tea too. And here's some of my curry. Your plate is overflowing.
You see everything on your plate sway back and forth. You eat as much as possible before everything falls down.
Oh.
You burp.
Ew.
Nice reflexes, Sifrin. Everyone starts laughing happily. You laugh too. You're surrounded by your allies. Your heart lifts. You love them. You're glad you got to spend time with them. You're glad you know them better. You're glad.
Friend, you okay? Want more snacks?
You smile.
Yes, please. Then eat. Eat as much as you want.
You all ate and laughed under the stars. Tomorrow, once again. You go into the house and fight the king. But today, you're happy. The house's gate. You play with the orb. The house's gate, huh? It's bigger than I thought. So scary. It really is locked shut. I can see Space Force up at the orbs. This whole adventure, this whole journey, after all this time, I can finally open it. Alright. This fucking game, indeed. It's, oh. Alright, so I don't know how much I need to... Like, I don't know if I die and skip forward, if everything I just did is going to count towards getting to the next act. I don't know if I need to play this straight through. Oh. If anyone knows, please let me know. Let me see if I can find information, actually. Let me see if I can figure out. Okay. So, yeah, we have to go through the entire house without looping forwards or backwards. Got it. Okay. Got it. Yeah, so we cannot loop forward for this. Oh, the game tells you that. My bad. Hello, Reggie. Barper bye-bye. I'm not stinky. I showered before stream today. Thank you very much. We had a nice time yesterday, hanging out with Isabeau under the stars. You got a memory of stargazing. You'll always remember this. Hi, Stardust. Didn't want to interrupt before, but you got a new memory. When equipped, memory of stargazing boosts all your fighter stats by 30. Wow! Your fighter also learned the skill We Will Win. We Will Win. It's amazingly strong. When used, it boosts everyone's attack defense and attack speed for a few turns. It's so strong you'll only be able to use it when you and your fighter have had this exact conversation. Got it, cool. But hey, Stardust, it was nice, wasn't it? Hanging out with all of them yesterday. They love you now. Your bond with them is stronger now. Isn't that neat? It is neat. You don't want to have to loop back to before you spent that time with them. What would happen if you stayed with this version of them until the end? If you went through the entire house without looping ahead, beat the king, and saw the head housemaiden with them, would anything happen? Would anything change? Time to walk all the way up and beat the king. Alright, so we need to very much focus on leveling them all up. I want to see what everyone's current memories are. Memory of Mirabelle, +5 to all stats. Got it. Okay. +30 to all stats. We'll go with that. Yeah. Actually, is there any other stuff I can give? What does this... Yeah, that's just down. Actually, it does upgrade her defense a little bit, but I don't think that matters too much here. What about the big bow? Nope, nothing there. Cool. Alright. What about Isabeau? We're gonna stick with the paper mache hands. What do these change? Decrease defense, increase attack speed. I'm not interested in changing that. We'll replace it with the memory of stargazing again, I think. Cool. Random comment on loop. Love how they say something about the royal we being one of their pronouns at the very start of the game. Yeah, I love them. They're so good. This game is incredible. I adore it. Very good game. Alright, we're gonna grab the plus 30 to all stats. And then Bonnie gets there we go. Alright. There we are. Alright, chat. We got some stuff to do. We have a house to fight for. Oh, up ahead, that's... You breathe in and out. A sadness, huh? The house must be crawling with them. Okay, everyone, let's, Don't get overwhelmed now. Come on. We've seen tons of those already. Don't worry, Belle. We can take care of them, no problem. Okay, but... Here again. So sorry. I'll be okay. Let's go, everyone. Monster time. Honestly, never bothered with opposing memories for the most part, kind of brute forced it. See, I really, really want to make sure that we get through the king on this run. That is my concern. You didn't manage to beat the king earlier, but you feel a little stronger. Cool. I need to also see what I can do to better level everyone up more quickly. We'll figure it out. It doesn't really matter right now. We're in a situation where, like, we deal enough damage that it does not matter. Cool. There we go. Loving up people just kind of sucks. Yeah. Yeah. See, I'm very scared about fucking up with the shields. Because if I mess up the shields with Mirabelle, I'm gonna be in a tight spot, you know? We did it! See, Mira? It wasn't that bad. Going through the house will be a piece of cake. You smile, I'll take the lead. I just need to make sure I do not mess up these shields with Mirabelle on the king, because that's what's been killing me in the past. Oops. Whoopsie. See, I have struggled a lot with the fight with the king. Like, a lot. And I don't know if I'm just not seeing certain signals that I'm supposed to be seeing, but, like, I've struggled a lot with the king, with the king. I also don't know, like, when I do this, does it level us up to the highest level we've been at in this location in the past, or does it just record my current level? I don't know. The storage room, let's look around. I see a few tonics on those tables. Make sure to pick them up and give them to Bonnie before we leave. Cool. You don't say anything. That says I'm a tonics duty. Yeah, we've seen all this before. Yeah, but like, when I save at a spot while going on a run straight through like this, when I get to a new save point that I've been to before, does it bring everyone's levels to where it was when they were at that save point, or is it all just within a loop, like, in a row? Because if so, I'm gonna spend a while leveling towards the ends of this. we don't need this. This dialogue doesn't mean much. I think it's only after looping. That's very irritating in that case. You open the closet. It's full of boxes and papers and a pen shaped like a bell. Aurora. Alright. Warping should always get you to the highest level you're at in that area, but if you go through normally you don't keep levels, which is very irritating as someone who would like to get through the game without grinding much. What's up with circles? Okay, yeah, nothing, I'm not seeing any new dialogue here. Aurora. But the big circle isn't inside anything. It's inside your hands, Sifren. And you're inside this room, which is inside the house, which is inside Dormant, inside Vaugarde, inside this world, which is here. She pointed to the smallest circle on the keychain. It's to remind us that as much as we change, we're still part of this world. And we must all do our part to make it a wonderful place. But the world isn't inside anything. No, silly. What would it be inside of? The universe? They're all staring at you, confused. Ha, funny joke. Funny joke, yeah. Stars, why would you say that? You put the key in your pocket. Are they not aware of the universe? Are they not aware? Guys, is Sifrin an alien? I don't know how else to put it. Why does Sifrin know what the universe is, but no one else does? Oh wait, Sifrin, I just remembered this room is... And press the switch. Huh? You start walking away. Let's go, everyone. Okay. The plot thickens. Like, I've kind of been figuring something along those lines for a while. But, you know. Sif is very autistic. Alright, we need to level people up. So we're just gonna fight enemies for a bit, I think. Because I don't know what else to do. We're just gonna grind for a little while. You breathe in and out. You know what? I need to just grind for a while out here to make sure we're equipped for like the next couple fights. So I'm just gonna hop it out here and grind for a few minutes. It's really funny how everyone else's attacks are like so much weaker. Don't know what to do with the solution is to make a flute. For the ones whose hands, number 2. I don't understand the reference. Oh, those are weak. Why are they weak? Oh, wait. Weak is good. Never mind. Weak is good. We want weak. Good job, Bonnie. You're doing so well. I kin Sif so hard. I kin Sif. Do you know what the little bars at the bottom mean? It's their like timing into their next attack. That's pretty standard for RPG Maker games. They, instead of just using a turn order, it is based off of the passage of time. That's standard RPG Maker fare. RPG Maker games are the games I have, like, the most experience with. Yeah, that's basically just the default, for any kind of RPG Maker thing. So if you're ever playing an RPG Maker game, you're very likely to see that model for when characters do stuff. There we go. Okay. Oh, this is some, yeah, you should definitely check out Off if you haven't already. Off is another game that uses this style of combat. Also, I'm pretty sure a lot of the what's it called? Oh god, what are they? There's another series of games I'm thinking of that also does this. A lot of the Final Fantasy games do it in this way. That is the first time I have killed that enemy type, actually. The Look Outside does as well? Noted. I'm not familiar. RPG makers, except you have a turn order, except it's an algebraic equation. Something like that. Do, 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 do. Don't Look Outside is so tasty, never played it, but I've seen a playthrough. I don't think I've actually done a playthrough, or watched a playthrough of it. I'm gonna be so honest, don't think I have. I miss when we were beating off on stream. That was a good time. God, chat, I love beating off on stream. Oh, whoops. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not that much damage. Recommended, it's so good, but a decently long RPG Maker game? Got it. Okay, okay. I do need to check that one out at some point. Chat, I just think it's really funny to be like, haha, yeah, I beat off on stream. I just think it's hilarious. Alright, honestly, with the plus 30 to each stat, we're probably good to do the one enemy that we gotta do around here. Look Outside as an Eldritch Horror themes, so it's right up my alley, so to speak. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I do like me some Eldritch Horror here and there. It's quite good. Alright, alright, alright. We got this. Chat, we are on the grind. Chat, he's playing video games. Alright, to all enemies. To all enemies. Yay. Well, they've access to desktop mod of you again. Congratulations! Congratulations on computer. What? Well, let's go inside then. I love just casually having this information and confusing the party. It's quite fun. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in here that in this room that I need to interact with. I don't think so necessarily. We still have not figured out what's up with the language that we can't read. Also, I've been scouring YouTube for good videos with this game, but they all just summarize it. Yeah, I will say, I think it's cool that we have interesting, high-quality YouTube content these days, but if I can be so honest, you can't find Let's Plays anymore. I'm kinda sad about the death of Let's Plays. I'm kinda sad that you can't just find a decent quality Let's Play of a game anymore. It all has to be like challenge runs or video essays or summaries. All Let's Plays these days, I'm gonna be honest, are really poorly made. Because it's usually like low effort people who are starting out in content and don't understand the current meta or like how to be a good creator in modern formats. It's people who are just starting out who are probably gonna like quit doing YouTube within a year and don't really know what they're doing and are working with bare bones equipment. So it's poorly edited or like raw files. It sucks. It sucks, chat. It sucks. I miss having decent Let's Plays, and I'm sad that everything has to be a challenge run these days in order to survive on YouTube. Closest thing we have to Let's Plays are live stream VODs. Yeah, and I'll be honest, like, as a live streamer who makes content, I don't think anyone who, like if someone was coming to my content wanting a, like, overview of, or rather wanting to watch a Let's Play, essentially, of a game, they would be horribly disappointed because I spend most of my time yapping instead of actually playing the game. Because growing as a streamer to some extent does kind of oftentimes require you to have more than just that going on. For me, I've got the fact that I am a leftist commentator who makes art that like speaks on these subjects, and that adds something on top of my content. Yeah, if any of that makes any sense. Love the yapping, and I love the yapping too, but I'm also not blind to the fact that like someone who is coming to my content with the desire to like watch a Let's Play of a game I'm streaming is probably not gonna be getting their cup of tea here, and that's okay. But yeah, like there aren't really Let's Plays these days because there's one, less market for it, but because like there's inherently less watchable content formats. If you're doing, you know, 20 episode Let's Plays of video games on your YouTube channel, the first video or two might have a shot at success, but beyond that you're gonna have a very hard time maintaining an audience. Because like people aren't gonna start your Let's Play on episode 15 and now you're making them commit to like a really long road if they want to engage with it. As well as just the inherent clickability and advertisability of challenge runs and whatnot. Unfortunately, the market on YouTube and the expectations that people have of content and the algorithm has shifted in directions that make Let's Plays just a not very viable format these days. And if you're someone like me who is primarily a streamer, my content is inherently less watchable for Let's Play purposes because my focus is on entertaining in other ways. And because in order to build a brand of my own, my content cannot be primarily the game, it has to primarily be centered on me, you know? I have a lot of thoughts and feelings on the modern nature of modern content creation. Hello, Ian! Bye. And, like, I enjoy the current way that I make my content. I enjoy making content that is primarily focused on me. I don't want to be a creator where, like, you're mostly focused on the video game. I want to be a creator where you are interested in things that I am doing and saying and the thoughts I have and the unique angle that I give my content. I don't want people to come to me for the game, I want people to come to me for me, and so I intentionally angle my content in that direction. But even regardless of that, it's no longer really possible to survive the algorithm doing, like, multi-episode playthroughs of games. Even the handful of creators who still do Let's Plays these days, those Let's Plays are rarely more than 6 episodes. you know? If that makes sense. I'm very sad about the death of Let's Plays, but there's so many things factoring into that. Aw, poor Buddy lost his friends.
Wow, this one feels weird.
Boniface, it may look different, but it's still a sadness like all the ones we've seen before.
Still feels weird.
I believe the preteen when it comes to the sadness is weirdness, madame. I'm very curious what the deal with these sadnesses are, actually. Because the game really has not explained it to us. There's just one on every floor. And they're weird and unique, and that's all we know. The power went out on my phone. No worries, I hope you're okay, Fox. I mean, like, I am making content that appeals to algorithms because you kind of have to, you know? I do make content that appeals to algorithms because I don't really have another choice. Welcome to the nature of, like, modern creation. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that because the content I want to make is possible to do in a way that's algorithm friendly. But it is unfortunate for the many people who don't necessarily want to make that content, whose focus is not on pleasing algorithms. What you're saying is that I should make a Let's Play out of spite? It's not going to succeed is the issue. But you know. It's just not the same algorithm as Let's Plays. Like, I don't want to do Let's Plays. That's never what I wanted to do with my content. But I think it's unfortunate that they are no longer algorithmically viable if you don't jump through hoops. Also, there will be an ad hitting in about a minute. I'm going to be standing up and using the restroom during the ad. Bye-bye. Algorithms make me want to poison the watering hole. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the existence and presence of social media algorithms. In and of themselves. You all found me because algorithms understood what kind of content you like and pushed you towards me because they thought I was someone you would like, you know? The issue with algorithms is the ways in which they make it harder for smaller creators to get off the ground, and the ways in which they often encourage some level of, how do I say, censorship's not the word I'm looking for, but they definitely make it harder for more controversial content types to succeed and to get attention due to a focus on profitability and advertiser interests. Anyway, BRB. I gotta restroom real quick. Where's my BRB sign? There it is.
Alright, I'm back. Apologies, folks. Rare AE uses the restroom moment. Alright, let me make sure I didn't break anything real quickly there. Cool. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the ads. I've used the restroom. I'm here. I do recognize a lot of people do find me as well through, like, you know, some amount of word of mouth or through, like, raids and things of that nature. Like, I recognize that's a thing that does happen. But for an example, like, I don't really like using Blue Sky because it's a purely chronological timeline, and the Discover feed sucks, because, like, the built-in algorithms for Blue Sky are really shit at showing you content that actually feeds to your interests. And for me, interacting with the purely chronological timeline, I find very irritating, especially as someone who primarily posts at like 3 in the morning and cannot post in the daytime because my brain doesn't work right. I struggle a lot with like purely chronological content, you know, searching or through, how do I say? I do think that algorithms, to a certain extent, are necessary for content discovery. It's just that very often these algorithms are focused entirely on advertiser interests and friendliness, and make it extremely difficult for smaller creators to get discovered, especially if they touch on anything that is controversial, you know? I just don't like social media in general. You're on a social media right now, Blink. Like, don't get me wrong, I have my problems with modern social media, but you're on a social media right now. We're doing a social media right now. I don't know what you mean is the thing. I kinda don't. I don't know. Like, okay, but, like, why? You know? I don't like posting about myself. That's fair. You don't like using, you don't like sharing your personal life on the internet. That's okay. You're literally my only interaction with social media is why? How? I don't half joke. Sometimes I think I understand how the internet works and how being a content creator works and all of this shit. Sometimes I think I understand it, and then I talk to you guys and I realize I'm clueless and I don't know why I'm successful. Sometimes I think I understand how content creation works and I think I'm good at this, and then I realize I don't know shit. Affectionately. Twitch and Discord have been my only social media ever until last year. Fascinating. Why? So the format of Twitter or Blue Sky just feels weird to use. Fair, I guess? I don't get it, but okay. Just didn't need it. You know what? Fair and valid. I personally enjoy... I've always been an artist, and I've always wanted to share the things that I create and put them out there and, like, get attention on them, you know? I've always loved making things, and just as much as making things, I have loved sharing the things I make and seeing the things I make be appreciated, even by strangers. So for me, like... social media was a pretty natural extension of me engaging with the internet when I first started back in like 2016 to have an online presence. I wanted to take these things that I made and I wanted people outside of my immediate surroundings as an extremely isolated person to be able to see and understand and appreciate them. There's a desire in me to be known through my art. But maybe I'm just content creator brain. I've shared more with you than I have anyone else in my life. I might have a problem, but I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think you all know more about me than most of the people in my life. You know? I think you all know more about me than nearly any friend of mine, and I don't know how to feel about that. You know? A lot of people don't necessarily spend energy in a lot of communities, so I actually totally see someone only using it for a single creator. That's just fascinating to me. Why am I successful? What am I do? I don't know why I'm good at this. Chat, I'm constantly in this loop where I think I figured out why I'm decent at content creation, and then I get blindsided and I realize I don't know what I'm doing, but something about it's working. I don't know.
I don't know, something's working. In any case, you breathe in and out. Thank you for the hydrate, Bug Splat. Look at the star crest. We know what to do. Crest.
Feels weird too. Like the tier we passed by earlier.
Okay.
Maybe it'll be useful later?
Like in a few minutes. Alright. We lived. We did it. We come here. Star crest. Yes. We crest some stars. Well, I didn't know what this water was, but the crest made it go away. Oh, I did not mean to skip that. Whoopsie. Ugh. You hit your hip on the counter and bite your lip really hard. You hit the counter back.
Oh,
Bad counter.
let's beat it up.
Isabeau and Bonnie hit the counter too. You feel better. Ah, they're always so cute. What the hell? That's an egg.
An egg?
Bonnie's making grabby hands. You give Bonnie the key. Ah, so the key. So the next key should be a broken egg, right? A egg is important to the change belief somehow.
Yes, an intact egg and a broken egg.
We're the egg getting out of the. We're the egg getting out of the egg. Change also means destruction. Blah blah blah.
Well, yes, pretty much. Can't make pancakes without breaking a few eggs.
It's omelets, Bon.
You're an omelet,
A terrifying rebuttal from the preteen.
And for every change, something needs to break. Maybe changing yourself will hurt someone.
Maybe changing means leaving a part of yourself behind.
It's to remind us that before changing, we must stop and think about what will be irreparably destroyed. But destruction is just a part of change, and we must accept it.
Yeah. It'd be awful to keep yourself from becoming a person you feel comfortable with just because it would upset some people. Huh. That's a harsher belief than I thought. Bonnie is still looking at the egg keychain. Chomp. Bonnie tried to take a bite out of the keychain. Chomp chomp. It's carved out of stone, Boniface.
Maybe the keychain had a secret, madame.
Uh-huh.
Stupid crabbing rock.
Bonnie gives you back the key. In any case, alright. Perfect. Alright, so we got that key. We need to go to the other door and grab more key. Key, and then key, and then key. Keys all the way down. Alright, we got this. We can do this. Sif deserves to gnaw. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. I want to, before we hit the next floor, have Sparkly Moving Cure. I think that's necessary. I just don't know how I make that happen. Because that is going to be a big bit of grinding, I think. Okay. I'll give it my best, I suppose. Do, 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 do. The one thing that does frustrate me with this game's grind sometimes is the fact that you really can't just tune it out, you know? It is a little bit too manual for you to just autopilot. And segments like this become a little bit frustrating when you need to grind up a lot of levels. At the very least, Sif can one or two shot a lot of enemies, but regardless, it's still requires a lot of like manual doing.
And I don't really know what the workaround for that is.
Oh, look, on the wall there's nothing. It's just a normal, boring wall.
Starting to feel sleepy? You take care. Get some good rest, Zelda. Take care of yourself. If you need sleep, you need sleep. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Your sleep is more important than you sitting here. Nah, I'm gonna be honest, like, I think I might be a little bit too content creator brain to, like, understand people not avidly using social media. But ultimately, as long as people are doing what makes them happy and content with their lives, like, have fun with your shit. It is odd for me, as someone who has been content creating, because chat, I've been doing content creation at this point for nearly a decade, in some capacity. It is just an odd thought to, like, not have social media be very constant in my life. Like, good for those who can live without it. It's just unimaginable for me at this point. Good for those who limit their, you know, its relationship and presence in their lives. It's just so odd to me. Spent an hour talking about D&D with my older brother. We're doing quite well. To me, social media is either frustrating, useless, or for porn, and no other options. Fair enough. Now, as a creator, like, this shit's also, it's worth noting, a big part of my livelihood. Got by with a lot of podcasts and reading and free media. I mean, hey, hell fucking yeah. We love free media. I definitely had, like, my pre-internet access era, but that was just an era where I was constantly, like, crafting and doing things with my hands. So it was still quite a bit different. It's why I am the creator today, though, that I spent, like, the first 10 years of my life with no internet access, and, or rather, not 10 years, the first, like, 16 years of my life with no internet access, and thereby spent that time creating and building skills and, reading a lot. I would not be the creator I am today without it. Always had issues with people knowing too much about my life, so social media just felt like something to fear. Fair enough. Like I said, I'm an artist, and as soon as I had access to the internet, my obsession was getting my art out there and having people see the things that I create and understand me through them. Because I'm a little bit of a egotistical shithead. I need to make art that means something, or whatever the hell. Instructions on how to craft candles. Alright. Broken egg key, beautiful. Is someone's drawer? What a weird place for a key.
Definitely not a very king-like place, huh? That's pretty stupid of him.
I'm not sure. Hiding keys in places like... I'm not sure. Hiding keys in places like drawers isn't very king-like, yeah, but it means they're harder to find. It's not very expected place. I'm too creator core sometimes. Mostly because I felt like an anomalous piece of crap that nobody should know more about. I mean, hey, I like having you here, and I'm glad you're in a better place, and I'm also killing you with a knife. Be thankful we have our good old Sif to help us find them.
Thank you, Sifren. Good job, Sifren.
Yay, good job. She claps sarcastically, which makes everyone join her enthusiastically. But you know that the king didn't. Everyone is clapping, so you take a bow. We need levels. I just like making art. I just enjoy having a space to make shit, and I'm so incredibly grateful that, like, every day I get to, you know, fucking get up and create things, and that I have garnered an audience who is interested in the things that I produce and who gains value from seeing my silly little media that I make. Be it streams, be it video essays, be it music, I am grateful that people enjoy the things that I have to say. I am grateful that I get to bring some amount of value to people's lives through this. Thank you for that. We're like 6.5 hours in, so I think my Steam is puttering a little bit. I'm not sure how much longer we're gonna make it, but
It brings me a lot of joy and fulfillment to be able to do this. Teehee. Alright, we're just gonna have 2 cleaver by half. Teehee. Happy to be here for you. Raw? How about that, huh, punk? Raw? Alright. Just die. That feels good when people engage with the stuff you spend hours making. Yeah, especially because, like, a lot of my video essays and whatnot, those are things that took me dozens of hours. I've put upwards of, like, 100 hours into pretty much every video in my channel. Likely a few hundred a piece. And, like, that people appreciate that work. That it went somewhere, and that, like, I'm able to write out these complex thoughts and have them be perceived and understood. It's really nice. It is really, really nice. I am honored, always. Okay. I'm wondering if I should just go in for the next fight. I feel like the first boss fight should be easy enough that we shouldn't have too much trouble getting through it. I think we should be fine to go through the first fight. Gonna try and see this power outage out. Have a good luck. Good luck. Have a good rest. Take care of yourself. Do what you need to do. Been there, done that. Take care of yourself, alright? Hope to see you around sometime in the near future. It seems to be guarding the rest of the house from us. It feels strong. Stronger than those we've seen so far. Get ready, everyone. The feeling of having the meaning you're trying to convey that is expected is addictive. So is the frustration of not, if I can be perfectly honest. Alright. If I can be so honest, so is the frustration of not. In a really weird way that I don't know how to articulate. Like, as frustrating as it can be when my intent is not understood, I, to be honest, also find that there is an amount of revelry in, like, just being perceived. I revel a little bit in when people are mad at me. If to be even more directed over with it. I revel a tiny bit when people on the internet, when strangers on the internet get pissed off by me. It means that I have said something important enough for people to feel it worth upset, you know? Having actually posted on some social media before, having stuff I post gained no traction kind of made me not post anymore, and that's also valid. Like, it is incredibly difficult to get traction in the first place. Trust me, I have jumped between a dozen different social media accounts over the years. I have created under many, many different names and aliases. This is not my first account, you know? There were many experiments of mine before this that didn't go as I would have wanted or hoped. That's kind of part of how things tend to roll with this shit. Most people have a lot of failures before they have a success. And that is very frustrating sometimes. Dead. Following on YouTube now. Head to YouTube tube. That's about it for anything I stuck with. You know what? Valid. Yeah. But I know, like, very frequently I would start new accounts and get no traction, and that was a source of frustration for me. And eventually I just kind of ended up getting lucky to a certain extent. And I'm grateful I'm at where I'm at, but I don't blame folks for getting frustrated in that intermittent space where so often the algorithms fuck you because you're not profitable enough. This room feels different than the others, doesn't it? It's missing the threatening presence the rest of the house has. Shall we take a little break then?
No, we should keep going and... What was that?
I think I'm hungry.
My time! My time! My time to be the leader!
Why?
Because it's snacks time, baby! Snacks are important to keep hunger away and keep morale up. I learned that because I'm a growing kid.
That sure is true.
But we don't have time to...
Mira, let's take a break, alright? Even people blessed by the change god like you need to take a break sometimes.
Alright. You guys stay here. I'll get some snacks ready.
Okay, snacks leader. Oh, I remembered something. Is it you? Heads or tails? Huh? Tails. Odell takes a coin from her pocket and flips it in the air. Flip, flip, flip. It fell on tails. Huh. I lost. Yay! What do I win? The sweet taste of victory and nothing else. I don't even get congrats. Wow, madame. I thought we were friends. Friends, huh? Not anymore, madame. It's over between us. We are friends no more. Well, it feels relevant to say that I mentioned this in Cell Stream, but I'm gonna mention it here. Got 37k views on Instagram Reel, which is absurd, I need you to know. I've only had a few pieces in my several years of doing this ever, like, crest that, you know? I think I've had maybe 10 things I've posted in the nearly 5 years, 4.5 more like, that I've been posting as Archivist crest that. Uh-huh.
What was the coin flip about, madame?
Well, I asked the favor tree to make me win my next coin flip.
Huh? Such a silly favor.
Purely for scientific reasons. I was wondering whether this favor tree business had any truth to it. As we can see, it doesn't. Well. But Madame Odile didn't put any thought or hope into her favor, so why would it come true, right? If you want something to come true, it definitely will.
You think so?
Absolutely. You're glad to see Bonnie smile again.
Okay, who wants snacks? I have snacks. Today, I have many snacks at your disposal. I have some plantain chips.
Alright, we've seen all this before. I'm waiting to see if there's any, like, new lines.
The second snack is some boring but delicious cookies. And for our third and final snack, we're proud to present some oginiri.
He's so silly. Welcome on in, Kurama. They're so silly, chat. Onigiri. Alright. We're gonna take some rice. Cutscene. I'm waiting for the original dialogue. I want new dialogue. We're being forced to play through this entire run. Come on. Give me new dialogue. Alright. Chat. We're 6.5 hours in. I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy. And I want to... I'm gonna be so real. I have not had a chance to, like, sit down and rest since I think Wednesday morning. I've not had a chance to, rather, Thursday night. But in any case, it has been a couple days since I've had any chance to lay down and just chill for a bit. So I'm gonna take a couple hours to relax. I will see you all on Monday, 7 p.m. EST. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Alright, we're gonna go find someone to raid for now. I promise I'll get back on like the 7-8 hour streams eventually, one of these days, but for now, 6.5 will have to do. Oh, wrong button. Alright, let me see who all is on. Who all can I send y'all to tonight? Ooh, Shy is on. Let me see if anyone is doing anything special, but if not, I might send y'all to Shy. Is anyone doing anything special? Actually, I have someone who might be doing a birthday stream. Let me verify. Okay. We have not said hi to Kaz in a while, but Kaz Hollows is currently doing a 5-year anniversary and a birthday donathon. So please, if y'all don't mind, give some love to Kaz. I'll see y'all over on the other side. I will next be live. I'm so sorry. 7 p.m. EST on Monday. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the future. You can catch me Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays, sometimes Fridays at 7 p.m. EST. Y'all take care of yourselves. Our raid message is just bark, bark, bite, bite. It's just bark, bark, bite, bite. Appreciate y'all, as per always. I've been Archivist. I'll see you next time. Signing off from the archive.